Good evening. The January 13th meeting of the Evanston City Council will come to order. Will the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Kelly. Here. Councilmember Harris.
Present.
Councilmember Nguyen. Here. Councilmember Nusma.
Here.
Councilmember Burns is not here. Councilmember Sufferton.
Here.
Councilmember Revelle. Here. Councilmember Reid has asked for remote participation, and then Councilmember Heracariz.
Here.
And Mayor Biss.
Here, we have a quorum present and are prepared to do our work. The first item on the agenda is approval of virtual participation. As the clerk indicated, Councilmember Reid has sent notice that he's participating remotely due to work commitments tonight. Is there a motion to approve that?
So move.
Second.
Councilmember Nusma moves approval of Councilmember Reid's remote participation. Councilmember Harris seconds. Would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Kelly.
Aye.
Councilmember Harris.
Aye.
Councilmember Nguyen. Aye. Councilmember Nusma.
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton. Aye. Councilmember Revelle.
Aye.
Councilmember Heracariz.
Aye.
With 7 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries and the remote participation is approved. Councilmember Revelle, you had your light on? Okay. All right. The next item on our agenda is my public announcements and proclamations. So first, I will read 2 proclamations. The first is proclaiming Golden Legacy Day, February 9th, 2025. Whereas on February 9th, 1975, 34 women organized themselves to charter a chapter of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated in Evanston, which they designated as the Evanston North Shore Alumni Chapter. And whereas many accomplished and distinguished Delta women have proudly demonstrated leadership in the Evanston community, amongst them including Dolores Holmes, Dorothy Williams, Valerie Summers, and Joanne Avery, in career pursuits such as civic duty, education, social service, social justice, law, religion, medicine, dentistry, entrepreneurship, and the corporate sector. And whereas amongst the internationally recognizable names who have flaunted membership in Delta Sigma Theta are individuals such as Ketanji Brown Jackson, Shirley Chisholm, Lena Horne, and Wilma Rudolph. And whereas ENSA has reached the pinnacle of a 50-year journey of public service and dedication to the community. And whereas the 5-point thrust of Delta Sigma Theta includes programs in the areas of economic development, educational development, international awareness and involvement, physical and mental health, and political awareness and involvement. And whereas observers recognize the crimson and cream worn by its 300,000 plus members when Deltas want their presence acknowledged up close and afar. And whereas, in addition to celebrating 50 years of service, there are over 1,000 Delta chapters since 1913 that are domiciled not only in the United States, but also in Bermuda, the Bahamas, Bahrain, United Arab Emirates, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Canada, England, Germany, Japan, Jamaica, West Africa, South Korea, and the United Kingdom. Now, therefore, I do hereby proclaim February 9th, 2025 as Golden Legacy Day for the Evanston North Shore Alumni Chapter of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated in celebration of their 50th anniversary and in honor of the significant and profound impact they continue to make every day in the Evanston community. Thank you and congratulations.
Thank you.
We'll begin with Councilmember Harris.
Oh, I want a couple. Thank you. All right, thank you. I just wanted to say congratulations, ladies. I'm very proud of you all while we wear different colors. Our missions are most definitely the same, and I'm very proud that you all have served our community for 50 years, so congratulations.
Mayor Biss, I just would like to add this is Councilmember Reid. I'd like to add my congratulations to the group. This is just so many generations of women, of Black women in our community, of women of color who have really been shining beacons of hope for folks. So truly appreciate the work that this sorority does.
Thank you. It's okay. We forgive you.
Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you. Thank you for the recognition.
Oh, that's nice.
Oh, we gonna take a picture? Oh, she's in.
That was so nice.
It's all here.
Oh,
Let's do this. Put this here. I have no idea. They're gonna run me over.
A little bit. It's plugged in.
Oh, yeah. If y'all can get, some of y'all get in front of it. Vicky, anybody pass you, we can't see. And maybe some of y'all come in front of us, because anybody pass Vicky, I can't see. Okay, yeah. Oh, y'all so cute. Get up from here. Oh, thank you, Mary. Thank you so much.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
Like, okay, right here. Say cheese, Bernie. Yay. Parents. Okay, one more. The legacy. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so thank you.
Did you get your phone? I'll send it to you.
Okay.
Oh, my God.
Congratulations and thank you for your service, and just another day of me wearing the wrong color tie. I have one more proclamation to share in honor of Phi Beta Sigma Fraternity Incorporated Day. Whereas Phi Beta Sigma Fraternity Incorporated was founded on January 9th, 1914, on the campus of Howard University in Washington, D.C. With the principles of brotherhood, scholarship, and service, its motto is culture for service and service for humanity. And whereas since its inception, Sigma has continued its steady climb into the national spotlight with programs designed to demonstrate concern for social action, bigger and better business, and education both nationally and internationally. The organization has been innovative in that it has chronicled several firsts. It was the first national Pan-Hellenic Council organization to launch a youth auxiliary group, the Sigma Beta Club, the first to establish a credit union, and the first to be constitutionally bound to a sorority, Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated. The fraternity is proud to have members such as former Chicago Mayor Harold Washington, former Illinois Supreme Court Justice Charles Freeman, U.S. Congressman John Lewis, NASA astronaut Victor Glover, former U.S. President Bill Clinton, and jazz legend Ramsey Lewis among its roles. And whereas Phi Beta Sigma fraternity has had a collegiate and alumni presence in the Evanston community for more than 45 years, since the chartering of the Iota NU chapter at Northwestern University in 1978 and the reestablishment of a Sigma presence with the chartering of the Upsilon Nu Sigma chapter in 2024. Since its chartering, the Upsilon Nu Sigma chapter has been actively, honestly, it's one of the most underrated Greek letters, Upsilon. It's a long time fave of mine. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I appreciate it very much. I'm a little tickled. The Upsilon New Sigma chapter has been actively engaged with the Evanston and Greater Chicago community, including but not limited to mentoring youth through the iMentor organization, community service with Northwestern University Public Relations Department, volunteering for the Evanston Flapjacks and Flannel Breakfast, raising money and awareness for the Lupus Foundation of America, mailing holiday cards to senior citizens, supporting the Bud Billiken Day Parade, hosting professional development sessions for members, actively supporting Black businesses through the Phi Beta Sigma Black Spend Initiative, and volunteering in partnership with the Omega Pi Zeta chapter of Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated of Evanston. And whereas in honor of this commitment to service, we are proud to recognize the fraternity's members for the numerous ways they impart their talents to enrich and embrace our community. Now, therefore, I do proclaim January 13th, 2025, as Phi Beta Sigma Fraternity Incorporated Day in the city of Evanston, and encourage all residents to extend best wishes and gratitude to members within the organization for their lasting years of dedicated service. Thank you so much and congratulations.
Mayor, while the mayor's talking, my light wouldn't work. So I'm just going to recognize, thank you, I was going to recognize myself. These are my brothers, and as you can see by the color coordination, we are the only nationally recognized and bound, constitutionally bound organization. I am very proud to salute my brothers today.
Thank you.
Really appreciate your presence here this evening. Oops, sorry. Sir. Thank you so much.
No, I didn't dress up.
Once you guys get really close.
No. Just it's weird in the background. Congratulations.
Thank you again for all of your service. Just two more brief comments. First of all, I wanted to recognize the passing of a rather extraordinary Evanston individual, Guy H. Downer Sr., who was the owner of a beloved Benison's Bakery for a number of years, just passed literally hours before he turned 101. So we remember him and thank him for a long life and many contributions to our community. And finally, I just want to say that I think all of our thoughts are with Southern California that's undergoing these horrific fires. I, personally have close friends who moved out there from Evanston and are fleeing their own home right now. And we just think of the first responders and all the people doing extraordinary work and the people who are experiencing loss of safety, loss of homes, and in some tragic incidences, loss of life. And I think it's a reminder to all of us about the really pivotal nature of the climate action commitments that we have as a community. We're seeing the consequences of climate change around us right now, and it's not pretty, and it's about to get worse. The next item on the agenda is the city manager's public announcements.
Yes, good evening, Mayor, members of City Council, Clerk Mendoza. I just simply want to wish everyone a happy new year, and my hope for everyone is a healthy and safe 2025. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next item on the agenda is communications from the city clerk.
We received a lot of public comment regarding both the Welcoming City Ordinance and Envision Evanston, both in, and that's all in your email, and we will have something posted on the website soon. with everyone's comments. So just know that those have been received by the council, those have been received by the clerk's office, and they'll be included in the minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next item on the agenda is public comment. We've got a large roster of nearly 100 people this evening who's seeking to give comment on a variety of different issues. And so each person will be given 30 seconds under our rules. So I acknowledge that's a short amount of time, but encourage folks to be compact and efficient, and know that we take these comments seriously and have heard a lot on a variety of issues on tonight's agenda as well from many members of the community via email and in person and so forth. So we begin as always with those who signed up on the two yellow sheets in front of me, beginning with Marty Klebs, who will be followed by Paula Scholl. Sorry, the three sheets in front of me. Beginning with Marty Klebs, who will be followed by Paula Scholl, and then Peter Kelly.
Excuse me, my phone is going off. Good evening. My name is Marty Klebs, and I'm an Evanston resident of the 4th Ward and a volunteer member of the Citizens Utility Board, or CUB. CUB is a nonprofit, nonpartisan watchdog group for utility customers. CUB supports the Healthy Building Ordinance. We all know heat is a necessity. We need it to survive the long Illinois winters, but gas heat is unsustainably expensive, and it threatens our health and climate. If you want any proof of the unsustainability of gas, look no further than the gas utility that services Evanston's NICOR. Just this month, NICOR, does that mean I'm done?
Unfortunately, yes.
Oh, okay. Well, I submitted my comments in writing, but thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. And I'll say that for anyone who gets cut off, you're welcome to send comments in writing even now, and I'm sure that council members will have the ability to read them in real time. Paula Scholl is next, followed by Councilmember Kelly.
So 30 seconds?
So our rules are very clear on this. They ask me to divide the time up, the 45 minutes allotted under the rules, among the speakers evenly. And
Yeah,
so
I mean,
that's-
I'm concerned because these are such serious topics. Like 30 seconds just seems unreasonable. I don't know if any other council member feels that way. I would
Mayor.
move.
Councilmember Reid.
Yeah, I had a similar feeling, but I'm not present. But I would support giving folks a minute and capping public comment at an hour.
Okay.
So let me respond to that. I'm happy to, well, of course I'll go with the majority. That's what we do. But I would feel very uneasy having told people in advance they all get a chance and then making a rule on the fly now that says some people don't get a chance at all. I would really prefer we not do that.
Point of order, our rules state that we only give 45 minutes of public comment. So we told people ahead of time through our rules that 45 minutes is the cap. And 100 people signed up.
Right.
Councilmember Safferton.
I move that we suspend the rules and allow for 1 minute of public comment for everyone who signed up to speak.
I'll second.
Councilmember Safferton moves that we suspend the rules to allow every person who's signed up 1 minute of public comment. So first of all, everyone will get a minute. Second of all, we'll let everyone speak, and then public comment will be concluded at that time. Councilmember Kelly seconds. Is there any discussion on that motion?
I would
Councilmember Reid?
support that, but I would support that, but I'd really encourage us to cap it at some point at an hour and a half. That would be my only request for amendment to this motion.
I think it's capped at 100 minutes or however many speakers times 1 minute.
All right. I've seen no interest in making a motion. Would the clerk please take the roll on the motion? Again, it's everybody gets a minute, and we go through everybody and complete public comment at that time.
Just really quickly, who seconded your motion?
It was made by Councilmember Safferton, seconded by Councilmember Kelly.
Okay. Councilmember Kelly.
Aye.
Councilmember Harris.
Aye.
Councilmember Nguyen. Councilmember Newsma.
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton.
Aye.
Councilmember Ravel.
Aye.
Councilmember Reid.
Aye.
Councilmember Hidakaris.
Aye. With 8 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries. So y'all heard, everyone gets 1 minute, both those in person and those online. However, Ms. Scholl, I'm going to ask Ms. Klebs to come back and take her second half minute.
I do feel a little guilty about this, but as I was saying, NICOR's constant rate hikes drive home the point that we need smart policies such as Evanston's proposed Healthy Buildings Ordinance. It is first step in planning for a complicated long-term transition, which actually has already begun. As for costs, let's remember that the HVAC systems need to be replaced periodically over time anyway, and that there will be cost savings because the energy source for heat will eventually be renewable. Local communities have an opportunity to help in this planning. I hope you vote in favor of this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Paula Scholl, who will be followed by Peter Kelly and then Michael Bruning.
Hi, Paula Scholl, 9th Ward. I chair the Building Electrification Working Group, subcommittee of the Environment Board, and we work with our wonderful sustainability staff on feasible approaches to building decarbonization. The Healthy Buildings Ordinance will be supported by a $10.4 million Department of Energy grant, and it needs to be passed without delay in its current form to ensure that we receive the grant funds. Questions have been raised about rent price impacts, and the grant will help with this. The funds will be used to hire staff to help buildings navigate financing sources such as the Illinois Climate Bank, subsidize initial costs for equity challenged buildings, and create an equity-focused accountability board to do the detailed rulemaking. The 500 buildings covered under the HBO account for almost half of Evanston's greenhouse gas emissions, and they will have 25 years to comply with the final standards. During that period, most will need to replace aging equipment, and so their cost will basically just be the incremental cost difference between more efficient equipment replacements and replacement in kind. We've determined that the technology is feasible and available, and the community-based rulemaking will ensure an equitable approach, so we encourage passage of the HBO as soon as possible, and thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Peter Kelly, who will be followed by Michael Bruning and then Jack Jordan.
I offered you some observations about why I felt that it was going to be difficult for the comprehensive general plan to pass with full-throated support. And I give you a series of 5 specifics based on observations of the colloquy between city staff and the commission. Commissioners were concerned that deadlines likely meant they would have to make a recommendation before receiving the final draft, that prior to residents' expectations, that many of the elements of the plan did not come from residents but came from consultants and city departments. There was an expression of concern that little was done to tabulate residents' input and correlate them to the elements of the plan. Commissioners were concerned that data about population, density, housing units, and vacancies may not support the draft plan. The other observations you've received with a copy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Michael Bruning, who will be followed by Jack Jordan and then Sharon Christensen.
Good evening. I'm a resident of the 7th Ward, and this addresses the comprehensive plan. Among the questionable issues that the Envision Evanston plan has is the lack of factual information and any reason for this rush to judgment or rush to pass it. Land Use Commission meetings, the commissioners were presented with what was supposed to be a final draft. However, they pointed out numerous areas that were missing that they needed to make decisions on. Specific data that was supposed to be provided was missing, such as illustrations, renderings, that sort of thing. Decisions should be based on facts, not emotions in this situation. I support efforts and any request to slow the timeline and ignore this supposed deadline that is coming before the April elections. By doing so, we can take whatever time is necessary. This is a rush to pass document. We deserve better. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Jack Jordan, who will be followed by Sharon Christensen and then John Alsterda.
Hey, good evening, Council. I'm Jack Jordan. I'm here representing Climate Action Evanston, and I'm here in support of the adoption of the Healthy Buildings Ordinance as written and without delay. First, I just want to publicly thank the city sustainability staff, Kara Pratt, Kirsten Drehobel, and Ben Martin over here who have worked tirelessly on this. It's a huge achievement that this is getting brought forth in front of council. We also like to thank the volunteers on the Environment Board and the Utilities Commission who reviewed this diligently over a period of months and recommended it for your approval unanimously. Just to put this simply, we cannot achieve our climate action and resilience plan goals without adoption of the Healthy Buildings Ordinance. This covers over half of the emissions here in Evanston. And I just want to finish with a general comment that applies to both the Healthy Buildings Ordinance and to the Envision Evanston process that's ongoing, and that to delay in a time of crisis is not a neutral action. Again, to delay in a time of crisis is not a neutral action. And that's because if the status quo is harmful and to delay is to perpetuate that status quo, then to delay is to harm. And so there could be very good reasons for delay, but I offer it to you to weigh those reasons against the harms of inaction. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Sharon Christensen, who will be followed by John Alsterda, and then Siamak Mostome. And I apologize, I'm having trouble reading that name.
Thank you. My name is Sharon Christensen, and I'm in the 3rd Ward. I live in a condominium in a historic building on the 900 block of Michigan Avenue that has a mix of condominiums, apartments, and houses. And it is going to be rezoned from residential to a business district. That's on page 15. But it's not clear why. I think that Evanston is an inclusive and caring community. We all care about creating more affordable housing. But inclusivity also means that you have an obligation to include those residents whose streets and homes will be dramatically changed by this proposal. You have an obligation as city council members to engage in real dialogue with those residents, explain the rationale, gather feedback, and most importantly, learn about unintended consequences that you may not have thought about. I urge all of you and the commission to follow an approval process designed to notify and solicit input from affected residents. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is John Alsterda, who will be followed by Siamak Mostufi, I apologize, and then Jeff Barini.
Good evening, members of the City Council, Mayor Biss, City Manager Stowe, and Clerk Mendoza. My name is John Alsterda. I'm a resident of the 7th Ward. In regard to council agenda item tonight, SB2 Envision Evanston 2045 timeline discussion, I support adoption of the prior referral by several council members on December 9th to eliminate any real or perceived timeline related to this initiative. My reasons are twofold. First, significant additional data and information needs to be collected, evaluated, and considered for inclusion in the draft plan. This is evident from comments by members of the Land Use Commission at its most recent meeting on January 8th. For example, it was mentioned that the draft plan is not informed by either a transportation or parking study. Second, there is a real tension in this draft plan between the stated principles of environmental sustainability and increased housing diversity. On the one hand, the draft plan states we strive to actively preserve our natural environment by protecting and improving the tree canopy cover, fostering adaptive use and rehabilitation and deconstruction rather than demolition. The plan, if adopted, would promote construction, which would be difficult to square up with these other objectives. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just want to make one quick announcement. My understanding is there's a bit of a lag in the overflow room. And so just if you're in the overflow room and you hear your name called as coming in a few, you may be sooner than you think. So the next speaker is Siamak Mostufi, who will be followed by Jeff Barini, and then Len Sciarra.
Hello, council persons. My name is Siamak Mostofi. I'm a 4th Ward resident, and I also have an architectural practice located in the 4th Ward. So I feel it's important to share my opinion as a resident and with 25 years of architectural practice and experience in all project types that I've been studying the Envision 2045 plan closely, but without getting into the specifics, I think the comprehensive plan and zoning process needs to slow down considerably to allow for further development and input of the two. I'm sympathetic to the fact that the awarded contract may not have much scope or fees left. However, that's no justification for accepting a product or process that is not meeting the needs of all the stakeholders, which are residents, businesses, planners even, and developers. The comprehensive plan needs to be addressed and reviewed and approved prior to the generation of any sort of zoning ordinance and land use plan. It's not logical to create the two simultaneously, and in fact doesn't follow best practices. The comprehensive plan is a tool that provides guidance to the creation of any zoning changes, but only after the CP is accepted by the community.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Jeff Borini, who will be followed by Len Sciarra and then Julie Forgash.
Good evening. I'm Jeff Borini, 2nd Ward. And we've heard of a couple of, and I'm urging you tonight to extend the timeline for the Envision Evanston process. Please decouple the comprehensive plan from the creation of any zoning. We've learned recently of the large projects at Chicago and Davis and at Clerk and Maple. Those add 500 units to downtown Evanston. Despite that, we also learned that the E2 building just sold for $148 million, a record price of more than $400,000 per unit. That's a $148 million bet by those owners that rents are not going down anytime soon. Without a thorough, complete plan here, I think we risk doing more harm to the city than good. So I urge you to slow this down, take your time, whatever's necessary, and come up with a good comprehensive plan, then the rezoning to make that happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Len Sciarra, who will be followed by Julia Forgash and then Kevin Gadzala.
Hi, my name is Len Sciarra. I'm a resident of the 6th Ward. I'm an architect for 30 years or so, working in high-performance buildings. And I'm going to speak on the feasibility of the Healthy Buildings Ordinance, otherwise known as the HBO. Having worked on healthy buildings for well over 30 years, I can confidently say that all major equipment manufacturers have equipment that can meet the goals of the HBO. These are heat pumps, these are chillers, such things like that. There are over thousands of off-the-shelf systems and designs. It's not just equipment, there's windows, it's insulation, that are both cost-effective and efficient. Buildings are complicated, but the proven solutions are known and simple, with a myriad of strategies a building owner can take now and tomorrow to achieve the emissions targets outlined in the HBO over the next 25 years. Additionally, the HBO is flexible. There are goals, but how each property achieves those goals is flexible and adaptable. Buildings are also a long-term investment, and the HBO supports property owners with that long-range, forward-looking planning and $10 million to create the community for the next generation outlined in the CARP 2018 goals that we as Evanstons aspire to.
Perfect.
Thank you very much. Let you be a model for all of us. The next speaker is Julia Forgash, who will be followed by Kevin Gadzala and then Tricia Connolly.
All right, we'll see how I do. My name is Julia Forgash, and I live in the 4th Ward. I strongly object to your system-wide upzoning plan as if it is a silver bullet to the high cost of living in Evanston, and I urge you to stop rushing through this process and allow the plan to reflect the current and future needs and wants of each unique neighborhood, rather than assuming that one blanket strategy is right for all of Evanston. I am mostly concerned about downtown because that's where I live. I've been to meetings for my ward, and there have been nearly unanimous objections to building up downtown Evanston with no height restrictions. Where is the evidence that our natural resources, our streets, our safety, our air quality will not be negatively impacted? Instead of charging full speed ahead at the clear dismay of residents, why not take a phased approach that starts with what you already have? The Evanston residential vacancy rate hovers between 6 and 7%. Why not work with those building owners on an affordable housing solution first? The commercial vacancy rate is nearly 18%. Many office buildings downtown are older with windows that open. Why not work with those building owners?
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Kevin Gadzala, who will be followed by Tricia Connolly and then Andrew Spatz.
Hello, good evening. My name is Kevin Gadzala with Nicor Gas. As Illinois' largest natural gas provider, Nicor Gas delivers clean, safe, reliable, and affordable energy to 2.3 million families and businesses in more than 650 communities throughout the state, including the more than 500 buildings in Evanston that would be significantly impacted by the proposed Healthy Buildings Ordinance. Our modern and efficient system delivers the energy our customers need and deserve, especially on the coldest days of the year. In fact, the Northern Illinois Gas Distribution System delivers 4.5 times more energy than the regional electric grid at approximately half the cost of electricity. In Evanston, we partner with customers every day to deliver cost-effective solutions to reduce emissions while growing the community. For example, approximately 10,000 Evanston residents have benefited from Nicor Gas's energy efficiency programs to date. We're here today advocating for these customers who will be significantly impacted by the city's proposed ordinance. Nicor Gas looks forward to engaging in the ordinance development process and leveraging our 160 years of experience to identify more sensible solutions that can help the city of Evanston achieve its decarbonization goals while ensuring our customers continue to have access to the energy they deserve.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
The next speaker is Tricia Connolly, who will be followed by Andrew Spatz, and then John Kozlowski.
Good evening, Tricia Conley, Second Ward. I'm here tonight to speak on behalf of the Board of Community Alliance for Better Government, CABG. We're here tonight to raise a couple of concerns about two issues with Envision Evanston. One, the need for more community input, and two, the need for explicit mention of new construction of housing that is mixed income with the units for lower income people made permanently affordable. CABG is very concerned that there was not greater emphasis to reach out more extensively to the community to add their voice. Only 3% of our community have weighed in on this plan. We want to ensure voices are heard citywide on a plan that includes a complete overhaul of our zoning in every neighborhood. Also, reading the draft plan, newly constructed affordable housing is only mentioned in the context of redeveloping underlying city-owned property. That's hardly going to be equitably scattered given the city owns land. It's immoral to use the term affordable housing in this draft when there's no intentional plan that every Evanston neighborhood has something to offer on this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Andrew Spatz, who will be followed by John Kozlowski, and then Ron Nasser. Is Andrew here? We can go ahead then with John Kozlowski.
My name is John Kozlowski. I'm from the Chicago Land Apartment Association. It's very well understood that any increase in the cost placed upon a housing provider will be recouped through increased rents. And this comment is on the Healthy Building Ordinance. We anticipate that compliance with this ordinance's ultimate goal of full decarbonization by 2050 will lead to tremendous costs for housing providers and renters alike. This policy in its current form will be an accelerant for gentrification and displacement. The costs for compliance with this ordinance will go beyond replacing an inefficient boiler. It's possible that some buildings will need to be gutted and some families will need to be relocated during renovations. This ordinance language and staff memo suggest an acknowledgement that retrofit costs may be significant. However, it is not clear that the downstream impact on tenants has been fully considered or appreciated. It does not appropriately address how housing affordability will be protected. Future appointed boards that may consider financial hardship and non-codified mentions of possible external funding are not in a serious attempt.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Ron Nasser, who will be followed by Mary Nasser and then Karen McGreer.
I'm speaking both for Frank Nazer and Mary Nazer. We just want to be say for support for fellow homeowners on Michigan Avenue and other areas where they have homes right now midst the apartments, give a great deal of residential support to all these neighborhoods. I'm a native Evanstonian and don't want to see neighborhoods that right now have very good residential homes be taken over by multi-residency units. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Karen McGreer, who will be followed by Abigail Stone and then Joel Freeman.
Hi, my name is Karen McGreer, and I live in Des Plaines now, but I was born and raised in Evanston. However, I'm sure everybody knows I'm coming from the Cancer Kellogg Center, and what I want to speak on is please don't delay the zoning reform, because I struggle with housing, and thanks to Connection for the Homeless, I was able to stay at the Margarita so that I could go to the Cancer Center. So, but currently I'm living in Des Plaines, and affordable housing is something that we need. And, yeah, please don't delay it. The zoning reform. Thank you. Okay? Born and raised in Evanston. Love to come back here and stay. Okay?
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Abigail Stone, who will be followed by Joel Freeman and then Fred Sow.
Hi, I'm Abigail Stone. I've lived in Evanston and nearby for several years, and I would like the opportunity for my family to continue to do so. I've served in Evanston longer than I've lived here because I love this community. But I need this council to fulfill its promise to provide more affordable housing. Do it, do it, do it. It is needed, and I know as someone who has lived in supportive housing, and I understand firsthand the necessity for more affordable housing as a survivor of domestic violence, and I had to flee that. And what does a person need? Somewhere that they can afford to live when they're going through that type of dramatic situation. I'm also a mother of a disabled adult, and we need you to pass creative reforms that will make Evanston an accessible place for all. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Joel Freeman, who will be followed by Fred Sow and then David Galloway.
Good evening. My name is Joel Freeman. I'm a resident of the 7th Ward, and I'm here to support passage of the Healthy Buildings Ordinance by the City Council. Just want to offer a couple of reminders in addition to what you've heard already. Obviously, whenever we use energy more efficiently, we also spend less money on energy. That's a benefit we can all count on. There's also no guarantee that anything that's low priced now will be low priced in the future. Also, for obvious reasons, we don't directly breathe the flue gases from our methane burning furnaces and boilers. So burning less methane gas in our kitchens and sending fewer combustion products into the atmosphere can only benefit our general health. Finally, our building codes and related ordinance are public policy based on promoting occupant health and life safety. Addressing energy reductions, electrification, and renewable energy for our existing buildings through the HBO represents one more way that public policy can promote better health for our citizens and for our planet. Thank you for your willingness to support this important step and hold the values it contains. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Fred Sow, who will be followed by David Galloway and then Anusha Kumar.
Good evening. My name is Fred Sow. I'm the Senior Policy Counsel with the Illinois Coalition for Immigrants and Refugee Rights. I'm here this evening in support of the proposed Welcoming City Ordinance amendments. I've worked with the city staff on these amendments. We believe this passing these amendments is a very crucial step, especially in light of the incoming federal administration. By enacting this ordinance, Evanston will not just match state law and the city of Chicago, it will surpass and provide even more protections to immigrant residents of the city than are provided in the city of Chicago or under state law. I'm happy to answer any questions regarding this ordinance, but I urge the council to enact this ordinance this evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is David Galloway, who will be followed by Anusha Kumar and then Ruth DeBono.
I am David Galloway, Vice President of the Board of Directors of Design Evanston. You can visit designevanston.org for more information. I am speaking on behalf of the Design Evanston Board and membership. We support the generation of a new comprehensive plan and resulting zoning ordinance. We agree with the vision and goals expressed in the current comprehensive plan, particularly the emphasis on addressing the need for more affordable and attainable housing for current and future residents. Nevertheless, while we support the initiative, we find that the current comprehensive plan is an incomplete document. It is lacking in data, specific reference to Evanston's unique characteristics, and more defined solutions to achieving desired goals. Without a clear and detailed comprehensive plan, it is a challenge to make informed decisions about zoning. Furthermore, The concurrent process of generating and approving both a comprehensive plan and a related zoning ordinance is not consistent with best practices. Zoning should only be addressed after a complete comprehensive plan is approved. Additionally, the current timeline allocated for both is insufficient. We also encourage city staff to better address the needs and requests of the Land Use Commission so that it might provide more informed, effective, and valuable feedback.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Anusha Kumar, who will be followed by Ruth DeBono and then Gracie Ninmer.
Good evening. My name is Anusha. I am a student at Northwestern and also a member of Fossil Free Northwestern and a member of the Environment Board. This past week, the most destructive wildfires in U.S. history have claimed at least 11 lives in Los Angeles, damaging or destroying over 10,000 homes and other structures and placing 180,000 Los Angeles residents under evacuation orders. Scientists across the board agree that a changing climate driven primarily by burning of fossil fuels has led to the conditions that led to these fires. Through the devastation and catastrophe in LA, we clearly understand that the fossil fuel industry and climate change have and continue to threaten life as we know it. The inevitable and universal harms of climate change are present in every community, including here in Evanston. And I will now pass it to our fellow Fossil Free member, Ruth, to talk more about why Northwestern and Evanston must support the Healthy Buildings Ordinance.
The next speaker is, in fact, Ruth DeBono, who will be followed by Gracie Ninmer and then Hugo Rodriguez.
Hi, my name is Ruth DeBono. As Anusha said, I'm a member of Fossil Free Northwestern and a Northwestern student. In the faces of these disasters, which Anusha discussed, we cannot downplay the role that a $14 billion institution like Northwestern plays in the climate crisis, particularly here in Evanston. Northwestern is the #1 source of direct greenhouse gas emissions in Evanston, which has a critical local impact, with communities in the historically redlined 5th Ward experiencing higher levels of pollution, while the largest, most polluting buildings in Evanston are in the 1st and 7th Wards, where Northwestern's campus is located. As you all know, Northwestern has a historical and ongoing contentious relationship with its neighbors in Evanston, often one of exploitation and disregard for the greater community. The Healthy Buildings Ordinance offers a chance for Evanston to hold Northwestern rightfully accountable and for Northwestern to assume responsibility for its role in the environment of Evanston and the community in general. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Gracie Ninmer, who will be followed by Hugo Rodriguez and then Jean Combs.
Hi, I'm Gracie Nimmer. I'm the last member of Fossil Free that will be speaking. I'm a resident of the 7th Ward and a sophomore at Northwestern. And I want to say that we, as members of Fossil Free Northwestern, stand in full support of the Healthy Buildings Ordinance as it is written, with knowledge of the pressure that this ordinance would place on the university to protect the health of their neighbors and meet the goals of the community as a whole. This type of climate policy is quickly becoming the norm as the energy transition speeds up and the reality of our climate crisis sets in. By dragging their feet, NU sullies its image as a global trailblazer and also accepts the consequences for its future students, investments, and the climate. As we watch wildfires destroy the West Coast, we remain immensely grateful to Evanston City staff and council for taking the bold and progressive action that this moment, this community, this earth, that we all demand. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Hugo Rodriguez, who will be followed by Jean Combs and then Bruce Annenbach.
Thank you very much, members of council. Good to see you. There is so much more that I would like to tell you today, but I don't have the time. So I'm going to try to bring back your attention to an event that happened in Evanston last year, which is the Wesley buildings. And I would like to bring it back to your attention because I would like you to have some accountability on what's going on with those residents that now have been displaced, and also what's going on with those buildings. I drove by the buildings today and I noticed that they have new barricades in the front and the back, so nobody has access to them. They continue to dilapidate. The deterioration of those buildings is just going to get worse and worse. I think that the city should take an action to do something with the buildings, regardless of what's going on with the courts, a new ownership, new management, whatever. But we lost 24 affordable houses in Evanston. You're talking about 500 more. I don't even think that we have discussed infrastructure for the city. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Gene Combs, who will be followed by Bruce Enenbach and then Jessica Miller.
Hi, I'm a 40-year Evanston resident. I live in the 1200 block of Elmwood in the 4th Ward, and I love my block. My block has a small business on the corner, has a little church in the middle of the block, has a bunch of fairly good-sized apartment buildings, and has some very nice single-family units like I'm lucky enough to live in. And I think we need more blocks like my block in Evanston. And I don't think we should have some wards that have all single-family housing, nearly. And I think there's lots more we could do if we pass the zoning as it is now. I don't think we need to delay. I like my block. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Bruce Enenbach, who will be followed by Jessica Miller and then Michelle Redfield.
I like my alderman too. I'm Bruce Enenbach, 1st Ward. The effort put forth for this current Envision 2045 document is short-sighted and sadly unsupportive of housing affordability, and accordingly is in serious need of a long, respectful, transparent, and deliberative look. This is not the time or place for rushed judgment. The plan says, quote, the Evanston housing market follows the basic economic principle of supply and demand, unquote. The laws of supply and demand do not always apply, and they do not apply here. Just as one example, and there are many, is emblematic that this is not ready for prime time, is what is being proposed for R1 zoning. Current single family is only R1 is proposed to permit up to 4 housing units. What will happen here? Well, developers are just going to lust after this giveaway and tear down an existing single family house and build a 4-unit building. And those units will be expensive. Why? Developers like to make money, and new construction is by its very nature expensive. Does not create affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Jessica Miller, who will be followed by Michelle Redfield and then Rosa Villaseñor.
Hello, my name is Jessica Miller, and I'm an Evanston resident in Ward 2 here in support of the HBO. I'm also policy director for IMT, which partnered with the Biden administration to advance this type of policy nationwide. Our model law serves as the foundation for the HBO, so it's built on language that has already been reviewed by the Real Estate Roundtable, BOMA, legal firms, the EPA, and affordable housing experts, and more. Kara and her team have thoughtfully tailored it to meet Evanston's unique needs and priorities, similar to how it's been used in other cities such as DC, Seattle, and Denver, to name a few. Evanston is not alone in taking this critical step. BPS is a growing movement. 48 cities and states have publicly committed to passing this type of policy, and I'm proud that Evanston was one of the first. We know these policies work. In New York City, more than 90% of buildings are meeting their targets ahead of the first compliance deadline. I commend the city for its leadership in advancing this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Michelle Redfield, who will be followed by Rosa Villaseñor and then Cheryl Lawrence.
Hi, thank you for your time. I'm Michelle Redfield. I'm a 40-year resident of Evanston. I reside in Ward 7. And I'm here in my capacity as the co-chair of the Environment Board, providing full support for the approval and adoption of the proposed Healthy Buildings Ordinance. This is really an exciting step for our community. Without the HBO, we would not be able to meet our climate action and resilience goals. In late 2018, our Climate Action Resilience Plan, or CARP, committed us to be carbon neutral by 2050. We cannot achieve this without passing the proposed HBO. These are commitments we've already made as a community. So we need to pass the HBO and the related building performance standards to do what we've already committed to. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Rosa Villaseñor, who will be followed by Cheryl Lawrence and then Patrick O'Connor.
Good evening. Hi. My name is Rosa Villaseñor. I live in Evanston. I have worked in Northwestern University Analysis Center for 15 years. I'm here today with my coworkers to say thank you for your support and for your time.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Cheryl Lawrence, who will be followed by Patrick O'Connor and then Rocio Mancera.
Hi, I'm Sarah Peterson, and I'm reading a comment from Cheryl Lawrence, who's a 6th Ward resident and the Executive Director of Open Communities in Evanston. We know one of the strongest determinants of health is housing. Where we live, the quality of our housing, the stability of our housing situation, and whether we have a sense of safety in our home and belonging in our community has an impact on health that cannot be overstated. Envision Evanston is a vision about a future where we can all live, work, invest, and play right here while keeping and celebrating all the diversity that makes Evanston so special. Everyone that works in Evanston should have the opportunity to live here and support an abundance of housing choices that meet the changing needs of residents over the span of a lifetime. I have talked to many homeowners in R1 zones that got here through starting out with other types of housing first. We all agree there is a housing crisis, and I've heard so much consensus tonight that we want affordable housing. If we were building housing at the pre-financial crisis level, we would still have housing issues, but we would not have a shortage of housing. Doing nothing is not an option any longer. This process has been going on for over a year. And many of us went to meetings and have responded to emails. The housing crisis is a critical junction and we must act. The current situation is not sustainable and we are on track to lose the Evanston we love. Housing delayed is housing denied. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Patrick O'Connor, who will be followed by Rocio Mancera and then Nazaria de Jesus.
Good evening, Mayor, Council members. I'm Patrick O'Connor in the 7th Ward. I've been an Evanston resident since 1998, and in 27 years, I've never spoken before City Council, so this is the issue that got me here. As a real estate developer for almost 30 years, I'm very accustomed to working with municipalities in the context of their comp plans and zoning regulations, and I've never run across another municipality that's moved as quickly as Evanston is trying to here with regard to this comprehensive plan and zoning change or zoning rewrite. And actually, I'm not aware of another municipality in the country that's ever undertaken to do both a comprehensive plan and a complete zoning rewrite concurrently. It's just not considered best practice. So given the proposed drastic changes to our community and the potential for significant unintended consequences and the myriad questions that we all have, land use included, I would encourage the Council to do two things. One, eliminate any real or perceived timeline with regard to these issues. And two, reconsider the strategy for public engagement. Because for most people, the postcard we got around Thanksgiving just doesn't do justice to the severity, to the seriousness of the issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Rocio Mancera, who will be followed by Nazaria de Jesus and then Scott Roberts.
Hola, buenas noches.
Hi, good night.
Mi nombre es Rocío Mancera y vengo a apoyar la ordenanza 17025.
My name is Rocio Mancera and I came to support Ordinance 17025.
Es muy importante considerar apoyar
It's very important to consider supporting
esta ordenanza más porque si no la apoyan tendría Evanston
this ordinance because if we didn't have this ordinance, Evanston would
un fuerte impacto en las escuelas con los niños de diversas etnicidades.
have a big impact on children with various ethnicities.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Nazaria de Jesus, who will be followed by Scott Roberts and then Jacqueline Mendoza. Is Nazaria here? If not, we'll go ahead with Scott Roberts, who will be followed by Jacqueline Mendoza and then Emma Ferrer.
Thank you. I'd like to speak out in support of the zoning reform. I think exclusionary zoning is very damaging to community. Zoning reform used to be more of a fringe topic, but it's now a mainstream Democratic issue supported by President Obama, Kamala Harris, and Governor Pritzker. Evanston is not evenly distributed, as we know. There's a huge amount of racial segregation in this city, which much of it is due to our exclusionary zoning. In zoning itself, is heavily influenced by racism in this country. In 1917, in the Supreme Court ruling, which eliminated or caused to be illegal racial zoning, once that happened, the increase in zoning went from 12 communities with zoning to 1,200 in 10 years. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Jacqueline Mendoza, who will be followed by Emma Ferrer and then Jack Darren.
Hello, Mayor Biz, Council, and Stephanie Mendoza. Hello, little sister. I came today as a first-generation American, a daughter of immigrants, and a member of a mixed-status household. And I think a lot of us have seen what's going on in Bakersfield and how families are being separated, and I'm sure we don't want that to happen here. So I urge you to pass the Welcome Cities Ordinance as it is written, to send a clear message to our undocumented immigrants here in Evanston that this is their home. I also ask you to provide an updated resource page on the city website so that any undocumented immigrants who are here or moving in can have their questions answered. And if they need further help, they can view that easily in their language on the city's website. Thank you so much. Have a good night.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Emma Ferrer, who will be followed by Jack Darren and then Kimberly Holmes-Ross.
Hello, good evening. My name is Emma Ferrer. I'm an Evanstonian born and raised. I'm the daughter of an immigrant, and I'm currently an oncology nurse at Evanston Hospital. It's an honor to be here in support of expanding our welcoming ordinance. Evanston welcomed my family back in the 70s with open arms, and growing up in this community filled with compassion has shaped who I am and what I do. As a nurse, I care for people from all walks of life, and my fellow frontline workers provide essential services for our community. We must support them and ensure that the immigration enforcement agenda does not detract from their focus. Our neighbors on our streets should not fear the immigration consequences for seeking basic care at our hospitals, protection at our police station, and education at our schools. Our community is stronger, safer, and healthier when our laws protect all of us. It is important that we uphold our Evanston values and vote yes on the welcoming ordinance amendments. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Jack Darren, who will be followed by Kimberly Holmes-Ross and then Olin Wilson-Thomas.
Good evening. Again, my name's Jack Darren. I'm a resident of the 9th Ward, and I served on the working group that came up with our Climate Action and Resilience Plan in the last decade. And in doing that, we looked at our 3 categories of emissions: electricity, buildings, and transportation. Our electricity, we are on the path to zero emissions based on what we've done for renewable energy in Evanston, but also we live in Illinois, which is going to have a carbon-free grid by 2050. When it comes to buildings and transportation, we really need to act on our own. We do not have state policies we can fall back to count to getting to net zero on those. The Healthy Buildings Ordinance is the best thing we can do on buildings to ensure that residents are not going to be reliant on fossil fuel powered and heated buildings by 2050. And when it comes to transportation, the best thing we can do is to make sure that the most people have the most access to transit and walkability. And that, to me, seems to be a key driver of this Envision 2045 policy. We're clearly entering an era where we can't count on our federal government to act on the climate crisis. Leadership is going to come from communities like Evanston. I want to thank you for considering these steps forward. We need them badly. Thanks.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Kimberly Holmes-Ross, who will be followed by Olin Wilson-Thomas. Ms. Holmes-Ross is speaking online later. Or right now, I guess.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. I'm sorry I had to jump online. First, Happy New Year to the council. I am Kimberly Holmes-Ross, a proud 4th-generation Evanstonian. Just 3 quick things. First, thank you for the proclamation this evening for Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated. Second, the City Council's goal to increase affordable housing and Envision Evanston is a crucial step. Postponing it would stall meaningful progress. If there is a delay, I hope the council will make great use of the extra time for the comp plan, zoning code, strategic plan, and all those plans are completed as soon as possible. The last thing I'd like to announce is that EC2C will be allocating a little over $160,000 this January through our system change grant to local nonprofits working to make Evanston the most equitable place it can be. If you'd like to learn more about those nonprofits who will be receiving those dollars, please sign up for our newsletter or join us for our community partner meeting January 30th, 2025. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker back to in person is Olin Wilson Thomas, who will be followed by Lauren Taylor and then Rebecca Mendoza.
Good evening. My name is Olin and I'm from the 9th Ward. As cited by Evanston Now, Evanston has the 10th highest level of income inequality in the nation. To fix this, we need to encourage a variety of mid-rise housing to provide people of all income levels an affordable place to live. And a great way to do this is to allow multi-family units in all zoning districts. Not everyone wants to or can afford to live in a single-family home, and there are not enough alternative options available. To delay this plan is to push the very real problem of climate change and housing affordability to the next council, the next year, the next budget cycle, but these issues cannot wait. The comprehensive plan and zoning code are a direct product of a year of public engagement, and I appreciate the efforts by the 2045 team to reach people of all ages and income levels in this plan. In 2045, I'll be 36, and I hope I'll be able to live in an affordable and mixed-use Evanston neighborhood. You have the power to make Evanston a greater city for generations to come, so please follow through. Pass the plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Lauren Taylor, who will be followed by Rebecca Mendoza, and then Oscar Morales.
Thank you. I'm Lauren Taylor, a resident of the 4th Ward, and I just wanted to share with you why I think it is important that you do not delay with the Evanston Envision or the Envision Evanston 2045 plan. And at the risk of sounding glib or even trite, I think the reason is we're approaching a time now, or we're in a time where you could say compassion is not in fashion. Compassion is not in vogue. And when that happens, compassionate government or compassionate policy that really looks after the needs of people, there's not as much incentive for it. So you really can show some leadership here when it comes to affordable housing and zoning reform by moving on this plan without delay. I think other communities like yours in Cook County and the nation would appreciate it and really be able to benefit from your leadership. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Rebecca Mendoza, who will be followed by Oscar Morales, and then Elizabeth Lazaro.
Cooler in here. It's pretty warm out there. Good evening, City Council, Mayor, staff, Mendoza, Clerk. It's great to be here. I'm coming to say thank you to the City of Evanston for being a welcoming city. The city welcomed me in 1985 when I came with my mom. And this is actually one of the places of my earliest memories coming to the Civic Center to see the dentist in the basement. And so I just wanted to say thank you. I think that that the reason why Evanston is so welcoming is the reason why I am who I am. So I just wanted to say thank you. Thank you to the staff for your recommendation to approve this ordinance. It's the right thing to do. It's going to make sure that a lot of families continue the normalcy of what's going to be a very interrupted time for a lot of us. So I think it's one thing to ease your burden. We contribute a lot of wonderful things to the vibrancy of this community. And I think we're going to continue to do more. So just thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Oscar Morales, who will be followed by Elizabeth Lazaro, and then Jack Hansen.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Oscar. I live in the Ward 2 in Evanston.
Sorry about that. I'm here to support the Ordinance 17025, the Welcoming City. Basically saying thank you. Evanston has been a heaven for my community, and I appreciate it very much. Keep, support that ordinance, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Elizabeth Lazaro, who will be followed by Jack Hansen and then Corey King.
Hola, buenas noches a todos. Gracias por el tiempo de cada uno de ustedes. Mi nombre es Elizabeth Lázaro.
Hi, hello, good evening, everyone. Thank you for your time. My name is Elizabeth Lazaro.
Soy residente del distrito número 9. Estoy muy feliz de ser parte de esa comunidad.
I am a resident of the 9th Ward, and I'm very happy to be part of that community.
El día de hoy, en este tiempo y en este momento, estoy aquí presente a ustedes para poder decirles
and this evening I'm here amongst you to be able to tell you
que estoy a favor de la ordenanza 17-25,
that I'm in favor of Ordinance 17-0-25,
porque sin duda alguna refuerza la seguridad, el bienestar, la confianza y la dignidad de cada uno de los residentes, refugiados o emigrantes que se encuentran dentro de nuestra ciudad.
because without a doubt it reflects the security, well-being, and confidence y confianza y qué más of our community. And she said that very beautifully in Spanish, which I lost half of it, but it's very beautiful.
Creo conveniente que cada uno de nosotros que formamos parte de la ciudad de Evanston no debemos de tener miedo para pedir ayuda a cada uno de nuestros concejales o a la policía.
I find it very convenient that none of us would have the fear to be able to ask to help to any of our council members or to our police officers.
Esta ordenanza, sin duda alguna, nos ayuda a tener valores y más dignidad para cada uno de nuestros residentes.
And this ordinance, without a doubt, help us have more valor and dignity to every single one of our residents.
Gracias por su tiempo.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Jack Hansen, who will be followed by Corey King and then Paul Breslin.
Hello, good evening. My name is Jack Hansen, born and raised in Evanston, recently moved back. I am here to speak in favor of the Healthy Buildings Ordinance, as well as Envision Evanston 2045. So many speakers before me touched on many of the important reasons, the most important of which, from my perspective, is the climate crisis. The fires in LA are just another reminder that we have delayed for too long, and we are seeing the consequences of that are very real, not just for Evanston residents, but people across the world who are experiencing those impacts. I think it's very important to acknowledge on all of these issues, and I served previously on the Burlington, Vermont City Council, so I've been in your shoes and I know how difficult this is, and I deeply thank you all for your service. It's important to acknowledge that anytime we take meaningful action and bold action, there is going to be pushback. That's part of changing the status quo, and it highlights the importance of what you all are doing. So please move forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Corey King, who will be followed by Paul Breslin and then Ray Friedman. Is Corey King here? If not, we'll move ahead with Paul Breslin, who will be followed by Ray Friedman, and then Jexa Edinburgh.
Paul Breslin, Hinman Avenue, Evanston. Mayor Biss, you said it would be immoral to delay passage of the comprehensive plan. That would be true if there were no good faith reasons for asking questions or doubting the effectiveness of the comprehensive plan in addressing affordable housing. But I look around and I see that Perry Davis doesn't think it's going to address affordable housing. Carlos Sutton spoke against it at the Land Use Commission, Jamaica Mangum of the Land Use Commission is worried that developers will buy up property in inexpensive, i.e. poorer neighborhoods, and put up four-unit buildings that the people who live there now can't afford. Both, they're afraid of neighborhood busting. I read the very long deep dive by the Roundtable reporter. There are a lot of people who have good faith doubts about whether this is going to have an effect on affordable housing, and we need time to understand what is being proposed and what its likely consequences are.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Ray Friedman, who will be followed by Jexa Edinburgh and then Luca Beretti.
Good evening, everyone. First, I'd like to make a quick reference to Envision 2045. This needs to come for a vote as a referendum after all discussion and changes or corrections are done, and all Evanston residents were able to participate, and you have collected data from more than 50% of the voters, not 3%. Secondly, I believe that not allowing your residents a voice and a choice is immoral and unethical. You might say, but we have a voice each time we speak at public meetings. It does not serve the purpose if you never respond to any of the public comments. Thirdly, thank you to Bobby Burns for the conversation with Tina and myself after last council meeting when Bobby told us that some cities do require a response from public comment. And thank you, Bobby, for offering to bring that requirement up to the city council for a vote. I believe that requirement would go a long way to make things more equitable here in Evanston. We need that transparency and accountability that you spoke about when you were elected, Mayor Biss. And
thank you very much.
Thanks.
The next speaker is Jexa Edinburgh, I apologize, who will be followed by Luca Beretti and then Rodney Orr.
Hi, thank you. I am Jexa Edinburgh. I'm a senior at ETHS, and I'm also the hub coordinator for E-Town Sunrise, and I'm also a member of the Environment Board. As a member of so many climate initiatives, I know that there is still so much we can do to stop the worst effects of the climate crisis. It's here. CARP passed in 2018, and the numbers show that combined, electricity and natural gas make up 80% of our contributions to the increasing layer of carbon, methane, and more strangling our planet. Natural gas is not 100% safe. A lot of people before were... Anyways, there is no way that we can reach our climate targets without this ordinance. Climate targets we have already committed to with CARP. We should stick to the commitments we have already made and keep pushing for a livable future. I do not want to keep growing up in a world that keeps passing tipping points and setting records in negative ways. So let's stick to those promises we made in 2018 and keep pushing for more efficient and healthy buildings. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Luca Beretti, who will be followed by Rodney Orr.
Hello, I'm Luca, 8th Ward resident and a leader at E-Town Sunrise, here to support the Healthy Building Ordinance. A previously unspoken angle is that the Healthy Building Ordinance would help create more jobs during our transition to green energy. It would create high-earning job opportunities for local contractors and be a great way for ETHS and Northwestern University students to develop careers in the trades, as efficiency workers make 28% higher wages than the national median. Through part of the National Building Performance Standards Coalition, members of the nation's building trades and unions have stepped up to partner with member cities. Therefore, the Healthy Building Ordinance can be the start of a sustainable, equitable, and profitable trades career for many local high school students, benefiting primarily those who are unable to afford college or university. As we see a decline in young people entering the trades, the Healthy Building Ordinance would provide a boost necessary to keep these careers and industries alive and thriving. The Healthy Building Ordinance would not only contribute to a greener Evanston, but also a more equitable one. We must pass the Healthy Building Ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Rodney Orr.
My name is Rodney Orr, and I'm here to speak on behalf of myself. While I'm not a current resident of Evanston, I was a resident for 6 years, and I did call this place home, and I do currently work here. I know that there are members of the council who say that they only want to hear from current Evanston residents. I really wish I could still be a current resident. However, this place hasn't been a place that has been affordable for people like me. And that is to say the unaffordable housing crisis is here now. It is here today, and people are suffering today. A delay will mean losing more people, more invaluable residents, and more of our Black and brown residents. We cannot afford to delay any longer. Affordable housing cannot be created with the current zoning code. We have real solutions in front of us right now. If this current seated city council continues to kick the can down the road for another year or indefinitely or however long, what it is saying is that it cannot fulfill its promise to bring us more affordable housing. There cannot be a delay without key dates being set in place for when you will reintroduce the comprehensive plan and zoning code. There cannot be a delay without a real chance for real leadership to be shown by the city council. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That concludes the list of people who signed up on the sheet. So we now move to those who signed up online to speak in person. And just by way of sharing information, there's a lot of you. So the next speaker will be Nate Kipnis, who will be followed by Linda Fowler, and then Jim McKee.
Good evening. I'm Nate Kipnis, architect that specializes in sustainable design. I'm strongly in favor of the healthy building ordinance. Climate change is clearly here, and we cannot wait for others to take action. We have a remarkable building stock here in Evanston spanning 18 decades. The existing buildings in Evanston have a tremendous amount of embodied carbon in them. That's the energy carbon it took to obtain the building materials and assemble them on site. We are lucky that most of our buildings here in Evanston are able to and should have their efficiency upgraded to be able to be comfortable and environmentally function well into the future. Therefore, it only makes sense to have these buildings improve their operational carbon, the energy it takes to operate the building, by upgrading their building systems, improving their air tightness, indoor air quality, and thermal insulation. This will not only reduce their carbon emissions, but make the buildings more comfortable and lowering their utility bills. The way buildings have been designed and constructed has changed every few decades. Therefore, every building owner, be they an individual or condo board, needs to have an overall plan on how to make their structures more efficient. I'm glad that within the healthy building ordinance, there will be assistance from the city and professionals on how they can successfully upgrade their buildings to make them all electric, more comfortable, less expensive, and in tune with Evanston's climate goals.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Linda Fowler, who will be followed by Jim McKee and then Eric Passett.
I am Linda Fowler. I live in the First Ward, and I have attended many of the Evanston Envision Evanston 2045 and Land Use Committee meetings. My conclusions are that we share a united commitment to equity and affordable housing. But many of us believe that this plan is irresponsible in rushing and will cause irreparable harm to our city and not create affordable housing. My concerns are that the rezoning of R1 and R2 will cause chaos by being a developer's dream. Historic homes will be bought up quickly and demolished, and neighborhoods will change in a haphazard manner. New 2, 3, and 4 flats will not need any special approval from the city. And I also deplore that the mayor has used the term immoral for those of us who request. It is immoral to push a harmful plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Jim McKee, who will be followed by Eric Passett and then Michelle Klebeck.
Hi, my name's Jim McKee, Third Ward resident. I just want to say that when I first heard about the zoning reform, I couldn't believe it. I knew California had eliminated single-family zoning, but surely Evanston doesn't have the same problems California has. California has a huge housing shortage, especially rental housing and vast suburban sprawl, but Evanston is a dense community already. Only 32% of our housing is single-family, 68% is already multifamily. We're also surrounded by neighborhoods to the south and the west in Rogers Park and Skokie with a lot of additional rental housing and non-single family home options available. But then I found out, yes, this is what the plan calls for, to tear down single-family homes and replace these with either bigger homes or 2 to 4 unit apartment buildings built almost lot line to lot line. I'm in construction, and I can tell you that tearing down a well-built single-family home made with quality materials, hauling those resources off to a landfill is a huge waste. And then to start building a new structure with large amounts of wood, concrete, copper wiring, and plumbing, it's a huge carbon footprint. Don't we have climate action goals in Evanston? I have to stop there.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Eric Passett, who will be followed by Michelle Klebick, and then Michael Lohr.
Hi, I'm Eric Passett. I'm a resident of the 4th Ward. I'm also the owner of North Shore Apartments and Condos. And I've heard all these pro things about why we should, the healthy, ordinance. And I think the other side of it is, I'm involved in property management of old, vintage, apartment buildings. And in order for us to, become electrified, let's say, and get rid of fossil fuels, we basically have to push everybody out of our building because we're a boiler system that runs on radiators. So you can't change that to electrification without moving everybody out, changing everything to forced air, which would cost millions of dollars per building, $40,000 per unit. So now our rents would have to raise. So if this is all about affordable housing, it's the exact opposite of what it would create. Not only that, we would displace, 30 people times how many buildings we have. So it's the exact opposite of what you're trying to accomplish. So thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Michelle Klebick, who will be followed by Michael Lohr, and then Michael Neighbors.
My name is Michelle Klebeck. I'm a practicing architect with experience in residential and affordable housing. I'm a mom of 2, resident of the 2nd Ward. I'm here today to voice my concerns about the rushed pace of the 25/5 plan and the proposed zoning changes. There are still many unanswered questions, including how the projected population growth of 8,000 people aligns with our current 7% vacancy rate in the residential sector, and how the city plans to handle the increased strain on essential services like transit, fire, police, utilities. I'm concerned about how these zoning changes might impact the architectural character of our neighborhoods, especially landmarked homes. Will they encourage developers to demolish single-family homes for larger, more expensive ones, contradicting the plan's sustainability goals and increasing our carbon footprint? Additionally, the plan's approach to affordable housing seems flawed. As it's currently written, the inclusionary housing ordinance, the IHO, does not apply to projects under 5 units. Any new duplexes, triplexes, and fourplexes added to R1 and R2 will be at market rate. They will not have an affordable requirement, i.e. they will be expensive. With only 3% weighing in so far, the process feels rushed and lacks meaningful and public input. I urge the council to slow down the timeline, ensure more resident input, and fully address the concerns before moving forward. Also, please vote to decouple the zoning work so that the plan can be flushed out first. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sorry, I made a mistake. Michael Lohr is signed up to speak online. So we'll go ahead with Michael Neighbors, who will be followed by Lee Greenberg, and then Eleanor Granstrom.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council members. I'm here to talk about Envision Evanston 2045. I am in agreement with moving this forward without delay for several reasons, but particularly as it focuses on affordable housing projects in our city. While the issue is a major one for our city as well as other towns and cities around the nation, it is also one of the critical issues of our day in our town. We must do everything in our power to work collectively and in partnership with city officials, private industry, university officials, and others in marginal communities. I'm in agreement with the City Council on having goals to increase affordable housing in our city. I also believe that Envision Evanston is a major way in helping that to be realized. As we fuss and feud, as we argue and disagree about where housing should be developed, how much and for whom, we're also seeing a slow reduction of Black Evanston residents from our town. How can we say we're progressing when our demographics are regressing? How can we claim we are diverse when we, before our very eyes, are becoming less diverse? How can we say we're just when injustice and unfairness continues to harm marginal people? You have started the train. It has left the station. Please keep it running on the tracks. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Lee Greenberg, who will be followed by Eleanor Granstrom and then Gul Aga.
Good evening. My name is Lee Greenberg, First Ward. I'll try to be as quick as I can. A lot of smarter people than I have said some really smart things so far. Envision Evanston and the proposed changes to the zoning ordinance do not belong together. They're separate pieces of legislation that will affect the entire city. Squeezing them into what seems to be an artificial timeline rather than carefully analyzing the results steps in the wrong direction. I believe that Envision Evanston is itself a well-meaning piece of legislation that looks at Evanston's future, but it lacks any real teeth. It is a guide that we should be using to help drive policies regarding land use, transportation, climate resiliency, and affordable housing. It is the precursor of changes to zoning. Changing of the zoning ordinance deserves careful, deliberate discussion and analysis before enacting. We should be using a scalpel to make smart choices, not a sledgehammer. It's been reported that there's a projected increase of some 8,000 new residents in the coming years, and I ask, is there data to support this increase? What kind of data? What kind of housing are these new residents looking for? Are they rental, condo, homes? Are they young professionals, families with children? Do they exceed Evanston's current proposed vacancy rate? Can we handle them already? Okay, well.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Eleanor Granstrom, who will be followed by Gul Aga and then Caroline Latta.
Hi, my name is Eleanor Granstrom, and I'm a senior at ETHS, an outreach coordinator of E-Town Sunrise. I'm here in support of the Healthy Building Ordinance. As LA fires continue to burn, many people have taken to social media comparing the event to Octavia Butler's book, Parable of the Sower. In case you haven't read it, for context, it was written in 1994 but takes place in the 2020s, where climate change has wreaked havoc on the world. There are multiple scenes where characters have to travel through neighborhoods on fire or loot burnt buildings. Does that sound familiar to you? When I first read this novel, the biggest thing that I took away from it is how we have a responsibility to our community. We have a responsibility to protect one another, to keep each other safe and healthy, and to build a future for the next generation to thrive. Passing the Healthy Building Ordinance is a key part of this. Sorry, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Gul Aga, who will be followed by Caroline Latta and then Jeff Smith.
Hello, I'm Gul Aga. I'm a professor in University of Illinois Urbana-Champaign. I'm a member of the Evanston Environment Board. I'm the president of the Condo Association at Optima Views. I support the Healthy Building Ordinance. As president, I have looked into electrifying the building, and certainly in the next 25 years, we can get it done. It is a small step, and we should understand its limitations. It does not address the issue of embodied carbon. It will provide some electrification. Power use is surging. We want to reduce the demand on power. Speaking of that, I want to relate it to the Envision Evanston, which talks about tall buildings. Tall buildings have 2.5 times the footprint, as I've learned as president, that of shorter buildings. 50% of it is embodied carbon. So I did a little calculation. Living in a tall building versus a low-rise building, you're equivalent to 46,000 miles driven per year. Please look at the things carefully, and we need to weigh things in the plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Caroline Latta, who will be followed by Jeff Smith and then Peter Keenan.
Hello, I'm a 33-year resident of the 7th Ward. Please do not allow this rezoning proposal to be acted upon now. Much more investigation and discussion needs to occur. I'm mystified that single-family homeowners have not been individually contacted to gain a much more inclusive set of voices whose properties will be negatively affected both in terms of monetary loss of property values as well as the lower quality of life if properties that are currently R1 have multiple story buildings erected next door to them, such as a dearth of parking availability, looming increased height allowances, and potential drainage problems. Residents of the 7th Ward are mostly exhausted by the lack of transparency surrounding the Northwestern Stadium planning, though there's ample reason for mistrust that this 2025 rezoning proposal will be ramrodded through without a careful review, including an investigation of the reaction of those who believe that this idea is a huge mistake, destroying Evanston's neighborhoods without really changing the opportunity for affordable housing. Please put this vote off. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Jeff Smith, who will be followed by Peter Keenan and then Mark Carlin.
The first draft of the comprehensive plan was released only 75 days ago, and it can't possibly be responsibly finished in the next 75 days. The city, of course, should not let zoning drive the train. That'd be completely backwards. In order for the great amount of study and planning that to date has not occurred to happen, the board of the Central Street Neighbors Association unanimously supports a fall completion timetable for the plan, with zoning work to occur thereafter, which is normal. No basic data on Evanston housing backs up the claimed benefit of the densification proposals with regard to affordability, and there's been no consideration of costs, including carbon footprint, let alone weighing those against benefits. The people of Evanston have never clamored for trashing the downtown plan or the Central Street Master Plan. If this plan was a student being asked to show their work on a math problem, they'd get a 0. If an airliner took off without having weighing cargo and fuel or evaluating landing conditions, the pilot would have his license suspended, because that's not bold, it's reckless. The city has the talent to craft a plan of excellence, but we haven't done that. Instead, we're pitting people against each other. To be careful, to be considerate, to be thoughtful, respectful, and take the time to do something right is never, my friends, immoral.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Peter Keenan, who will be followed by Mark Carlin and then Michael Kroll.
Hi, I'm Peter Keenan. I'm a 30-year resident of Evanston in the 7th Ward, and I'm here to talk about, and probably not, I'm not trying to beat a dead horse, but the R1 zoning issue. And I can assure you I'm coming from a very different perspective than, or a somewhat different perspective than other people who've spoken. I've been in a hedge fund business for 25 years at least, probably more than I want to admit. And so this issue is not a moral issue. I want to tell you people, it's a profit issue, pure profit. And let me be clear about it. We're in a housing crisis, we know it. Before the housing crisis in 2008, there was a limit to the number of properties or homes basically any entity could own. So they changed that in 2016. Now entities can own as many properties as they want. So the hedge fund business and the private equity business started pouring money into it. Think about Evanston in the last 10 years or so. All the high-rise buildings, most of them, probably 80% of them, are condos. They're not rental. I'm sorry, I misspoke. They're not rentals. They're not condos. They're rentals, right? 15% to 20%, of every new property is bought by private equity, and in high density, it's 50%. If you don't believe me,
thank you very much.
I'm sorry, I didn't know a minute went so quickly, but this is about.
Thank you very much.
Private equity is going to come and buy all these homes. It's not going to save.
The next speaker is Mark Carlin, who will be followed by Michael Kroll and then Mia Ebels-Duggan.
Mark Carlin, 9th Ward. We need more housing in Evanston. Consider the increasing number of city workers who cannot afford to live here. In 2020, according to the Department of Human Resources, only 143 of 704 full-time employees of Evanston lived here, including the police and fire departments. These figures do not include teachers who receive their salaries from a separate budget. Isn't this harming the character of our community? Isn't this harming the fabric of our community? The black population in Evanston decreased from 18.1% in 2010 to 14.8% in 2020, according to the U.S. Census Bureau. Isn't this harming the fabric of our community? Isn't this harming the character of our community? Without more housing abundance, black Evanstonians will continue to be forced out of our community. Let's not squander this opportunity. You and I both know that the strategy of delaying zoning reform is to make sure that it doesn't happen at all.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Michael Kroll, who will be followed by Mia Ebels-Duggan and then Beth Lang. Is Michael Kroll still here? All right, if not, we'll move ahead then with Mia Ebels-Duggan, who will be followed by Beth Lang. Oh, sorry. Followed by Beth Lang and then Sarah van der Wicken.
Maya Ebels-Duggan, ETHS grad, former coordinator at E-Town Sunrise, 4th Ward resident. I'm here to support the Healthy Buildings Ordinance, the current Envision timeline, and the Welcoming Cities Ordinance. I'm here to tie all of these together. We are past the raising alarm point on the climate crisis and the housing crisis. Both of these are impacts of the abandonment of communities most in need over decades, and this continues with every home that the climate crisis destroys as we fail to act. The Healthy Buildings Ordinance demonstrates that we can do the hard work for local and global environmental justice. Staff has worked hard to secure funding for equitable implementation, and failing to pass this ordinance now would be another massive strike on the record of a council that has acted far too slowly on CARP goals. Regarding Envision, across the country, upzoning consistently eases supply pressure and increases affordability. Further affordability measures must happen, but must be accompanied by zoning changes that make building faster and cheaper. We can only be a welcoming city if we have the units available to do so. Displacement in Evanston is happening now, and it's not because we're building new housing, it's because we're not. Talk about neighborhood character. Every delay to rezoning will result in further displacement. I want to echo Jack Jordan. Delaying in a crisis is not a neutral act. Delay is not an option. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Beth Lang, who will be followed by Sarah Vanderwicken, and then Robert Keating.
Good evening. My name is Beth Lang. I'm a resident of the First Ward. I've been an immigrant justice advocate for many years. The vote you are taking tonight to strengthen the City of Evanston's welcoming city ordinance is so important. I want to commend the mayor and Liza Roberson-Young, the chief legislative policy advisor, for drafting a thorough update to the ordinance to improve alignment with state of Illinois law and to further protect members of our community from broad-scale immigration enforcement. To quote from the memo you all received from Roberson-Young, the updated welcoming city ordinance creates new safeguards to protect Evanstonians as much as possible against the anticipated surge in immigration enforcement under the new federal administration. I urge the entire City Council to vote tonight in support of the revised ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Sarah Vanderwicken, who will be followed by Robert Keating, and then Sue Lolbach. Is Sarah Vanderwicken no longer here? If not, we'll move forward with Robert Keating, and then Sue Lolbach, followed by LaShawn Brown.
Robert Keating, 9th Ward. So many in our community are being crushed under the weight of inflation, stagnant wages, student loans, medical debt, and indeed the housing crisis. This is why I and other residents, not consultants, specifically asked for more density in housing in Envision Evanston 2045 over the past year of public engagement. This will not solve all of our problems, but is a necessary step to ensure the long-term success of our city and future generations. We're looking 20 years ahead. The morning after a plan is enacted, we will not suddenly awake to an Evanston unrecognizable from the one we know and love today. But if we don't act now, over the next 20 years, residents will continue to be priced out and pushed out, along with the dream of home ownership and the values of compassion, diversity, and progressivism we say we stand for. And for our city, with struggling schools and businesses, delayed infrastructure projects, and structural budget issues, the gradual growth of our city's population will respond to these challenges. More families for schools, more patrons for shops, and taxpayers to ease the collective burden. Medium density development, referred to as missing middle, townhouses, 2, 3, and 4 flats, are shown by studies to have the lowest climate impact and drive affordability across the market. Bold and decisive action is needed. Do not delay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Sue Lolbach, who will be followed by LaShawn Brown, and then Roger Williams.
Good evening. I'm Sue Lolbach with Connections for the Homeless. Increasing affordable housing is one of the City Council's goals. Zoning is currently the biggest systemic barrier preventing achievement of that goal. Therefore, we are supporting both the comprehensive plan and the zoning code as being a priority for the remainder of your terms. If there is consensus to support a delay in the process, I urge both you in this current council as well as those who will be seated in the spring to lay the ground for action. First, we ask you to support the momentum the Land Use Commission has built and ask them to finish their difficult review of both the comprehensive plan and the zoning code by this coming spring on a date certain. This will give the new council the LUC's full set of recommendations to consider. Since zoning is just the start, in addition, we ask you to ensure that the new council is also provided promptly with the strategic housing plan the staff are working on, along with an updated inclusionary housing ordinance, an anti-displacement plan, and a new plan for management and expenditure of the Affordable Housing Fund. We do not think that this should be delayed indefinitely. We do not think it should be delayed by a year. 6 months seems like it should be reasonable if you have to delay.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is LaShawn Brown, who will be followed by Roger Williams, and then John Black. If LaShawn Brown is no longer here, we'll move forward with Roger Williams, who will be followed by John Black, and then Lori Keenan.
Good evening. Some city council members are proposing that the Envision Evanston 2045 process be delayed by a year. But why wait? Why delay? Consider these two facts. The current zoning code is a hard barrier to creation of a new affordable housing. Zoning reform will remove the barrier and open opportunities that don't exist right now. This city council has a goal to increase affordable housing, and Envision Evanston 2045 is the one big step they have initiated toward achieving this goal. If they postpone it, they will not have made significant progress during their term. Regarding delaying, Martin Luther King saw delay for what it is. In his letter from the Birmingham jail said, "Justice too long delayed is justice denied." We must use time creatively and forever realize that the time is always right to do right, end quote. The time is right for Evanston 2045. The time is right to reform zoning. It will promote housing affordability and encourage housing abundance. I quote again from MLS King's letter, "The time is always right to do right."
Thank you very much. The next speaker is John Black, who will be followed by Lori Keenan, and then Jennifer Shader.
Good evening. The comprehensive plan needs to address all the deficiencies that the land use commissioners have noted. Perhaps a restart is even in order, because I was struck by something a staff person said after a question by one of the commission members at the January 8th meeting. He wanted to know if any resident ever suggested in any of the public meetings that we should eliminate, for instance, the R1 zoning. Staff essentially had to admit that this came from the hired consultant, not from any residents. This admission demonstrates that the process was and remains flawed. Another flaw in the process is that there still is an unacceptable level of community awareness. 3% is completely unacceptable. The way the city informed residents was equally unacceptable. A tiny postcard just does not cut it when we were talking about changing the zoning in the entire city. So more outreach needs to happen, maybe in the form of a letter in everyone's water bill. That outreach can only happen by slowing the process and more thoroughly informing residents and seeking their input to the process. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Lori Keenan, who will be followed by Jennifer Shader, and then Tom Collerton.
Good evening. As you consider a timeline for the comprehensive plan, I hope that you will consider these many factors about why there shouldn't be an urgency in rushing a vote to accept this subpar document. There are really just so many problems with the plan itself, but perhaps most important is the fact that this comprehensive plan is far from comprehensive. Frankly, I've seen better book reports that are more impressive than this. Did we really pay $750,000 for this plan? Eleanor and Tom, I voiced some of these concerns at your joint ward meeting, but I've heard from other community members that their wards haven't even had meetings on this issue. How could you possibly vote on a timeline that doesn't incorporate feedback from the residents of your wards on a plan that will impact the next 20 years of a city's direction? Only 3% of the communities even provided feedback, this being Evanston, where civic engagement is a pastime. Shouldn't we demand more and better? If we're taking feedback from the report into consideration, shouldn't we also listen to the voices who have also identified these areas as needing improvement? Does the plan really support input about too much construction that we're being converted into something like Chicago? Shouldn't we also heed this important input? Mostly, shouldn't we look at the fact that somebody said in the report, providing this feedback, decisions are made and our voice does not matter. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Jennifer Shader, who will be followed by Tom Collerton and then Meg Welch.
My name is Jennifer Shader, and I'm a 53-year resident of the 7th Ward. My voice tonight represents my family of 9 Evanstonians across 3 generations, 7 of whom will be voting this April. Every Evanstonian I've asked takes issue with being called immoral. My family had to divide tonight as there was also a major D65 board meeting. If you're paying attention, you may also know many of us are very worried about what's happening to our schools. For you to attempt to pushed this aggressive timeline before April 1st, while at the same time our school district may be taken over by the state and our teachers are working without a contract, is simply abusive to our school-age families. It's near impossible for engaged families to keep up with the day-to-day. I've reviewed nearly every document available regarding the use plan and the rezoning. I have seen so many flaws in the process, missing components from the approved contract, and faulty products that are set to guide us for the next 20 years. I am shocked that we've even come this far in the process. In fact, while I do believe that no one here, no one, is against affordable housing, according to the public engagement summary, only six people actually identified affordable housing, tying with Fourth Industrial Revolution and Smart Cities at the Visionary Workshop.
Thank you very much.
Please compare Wilmette's robust plan. Our downtown is dying while there is thriving.
Thank you very
And I beg
much.
of you, please
Thank you
vote
very
to
much.
eliminate his arbitrary deadline.
The next speaker is
before we
Tom
vote
Collerton,
against it.
who will be followed by Meg Welch and then Carla Sutton.
Good evening, Mayor Biss and council members. My name is Tom Cullerton. I have tonight to represent the Clean Energy Choice Coalition. We are a 501c6 committed to promoting sustainable, affordable, and equitable energy solutions while preserving flexibility for all. We were here to oppose the proposed Clean and Healthy Building Ordinance on 5 legal points. 1, the electrification mandates have been struck down in Berkeley, California, per the 7th Circuit Federal Court. And right now there is currently lawsuits going in New York City. Comprehensive electrification retrofits are prohibitively expensive. A study by the American Gas Association, an average apartment building will cost $20,000 per unit. Grid reliability. Data from the U.S. Department of Energy highlights grid unreliability during peak demand periods, and recent PJM auctions are going to cause significant electric bills to go up during the next summer. Illinois future natural gas proceedings will be ending in a year. That would be the time best to move this forward. And finally, we would just like to ask, Evanston has the opportunity to lead with a balanced and innovative approach to decarbonization. We hope that you will ensure the leadership prioritizes these recommendations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Meg Welch, who will be followed by Carla Sutton and then Ben Gaspara.
So I'm here to ask you to decouple the comprehensive plan and the zoning and slow down and take some time. I know Evanston Now, some other publications have said, oh, so much time has already been spent. Actually, what's typical is a couple of years. The public has only known about this for a few months. We're not ahead of schedule on this, and there's every reason to just slow down, take it back. There's no reason to rush this, and the plan now regarding affordability, and I so relate to everyone who's so excited about bringing affordable housing, but the plan is full of it reads like platitudes. There's a lot of generalities because it's a draft. That's not a slam at the city staff, but there's nothing specific in here that ensures or puts a check on the proposed zoning changes. And we need that. We need a robust safeguards for displacement strategy, et cetera, in the plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Carla Sutton, who will be followed by Ben Gaspara and then Virginia Mann.
I'm online.
Oh, okay. Mr. Sutton, go ahead. You have 1 minute.
Okay. Thank you, Reverend. I wanted to say thank you for the opportunity. And I want to thank you that the staff has made a request to the city council for action. My recommendation is that they stop all processing and all discussion on this comprehensive plan called Evanston Envision 2045. My only experience, Evanston does not enforce the current zoning. No developer has been denied a variance in my community. We had 4 single-family homes in my block replaced by 9 townhouses, which has increased density and lowered the standard of living. Please take this program and extend it to more citizen participation. Staff and the community developer director does not speak for the city of Evanston. Residents do. You represent us. Do your job. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Ben Gazbara, who will be followed by Virginia Mann and then Kira Kelly.
Members of Council and Mayor, I'm here tonight to support the referral to delay any further decision-making on the Envision 2045 proposal until the fall. Given the citywide impact of the proposal, it would seem sensible to take the time to get it right, especially when there's a growing consensus as displayed here tonight that even among well-informed residents and city officials that there remains significant concerns, questions, and a general lack of clarity on the proposal's details and how each ward will be impacted. Like others, I suggest a more concerted effort to build awareness around the proposal and collect more input from the Evanston residents. Lastly, I think it's important to note that the residents like myself that are here advocating for more time in this process are indeed also in support of an increase in affordable housing in Evanston. But there's reason to believe this plan in its current form may not achieve this goal and may even result in the opposite. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Virginia Mann, who will be followed by Kira Kelly and then Laura Gilbert.
Virginia Mann, I live in the 6th Ward, and I want to start out by saying that I love my block. I love my neighborhood of single-family homes. And I think I speak for many people here in Evanston when I say I am sick and tired of the government, of our government, trying to dictate what I do and how I live. That's true whether I'm talking about the extreme right, trying to tell me what I can do with my body or who I can marry or what books I can read. It's also true today, where we have a mayor with bigger political ambitions and special interest groups trying to tell me what kind of neighborhood I can live in, what the housing next door to me should look like, how I should travel to work, shopping, doctor's appointments, and errands. All of this is unacceptable. That a lame duck mayor and city council is trying to cram an extreme change down our throats over the objections of most Evanstonians is completely unacceptable and just downright wrong. So I encourage you to put a halt to this program and take the time to get input from Evanston residents, from experts who know what they're doing, and respond to the interest of the people of Evanston.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Kira Kelly, who will be followed by Laura Gilbert.
Hello, my name's Kira Kelly, and I appreciate what I think might be a growing consensus to slow down the process for the zoning code. That said, whether you support the comprehensive plan or not, this is why we have to wait. This 20-year plan has foundational issues and deficits and can't be remedied in a few weeks. This plan omits housing data and public input. Neither of these were used to inform the plan itself. These are two components that are absolutely standard. HDR consultants were supposed to have included robust data. See task 2.4, page 66, data collection and analysis, as again is standard, but did not. Housing inventories should have been conducted. Actual housing and development needs should have been based on evidence, not assumptions, as we are doing now. When public input was solicited and greatly touted, there's no evidence from my repeated FOIA requests, where I did get some raw data, that the feedback from 3,000 people was actually tabulated or analyzed. If the data wasn't tabulated, how could it have been used to inform the plan's goals? We need to incorporate this missing information, take a few steps back, rework elements of the plan, and not necessarily press on with the approval tied to an election. We need to do this right, not fast.
The next speaker is Laura Gilbert. Is Laura Gilbert here at this time? If not, we will move now to online comments, beginning with Alejandra Ibanez, followed by Michael Drennan, and then Sergio Hernandez.
Good evening, City Council, Clerk, Mayor, and fellow Evanstonians. My name is Alejandra Ibanez, and I join you tonight from my home in the 8th Ward and in support of the welcoming City Ordinance amendments. Earlier today, I joined hundreds of our Chicago neighbors speaking out against a proposed change to their welcoming ordinance proposed by a small minority of conservative legislators that would allow Chicago police to work with immigration authorities in conducting mass deportations. Such changes undermine public safety and disproportionately harm undocumented immigrant communities. A key goal of our ordinance here in Evanston and these amendments being proposed is to ensure that immigrants, especially those at risk and victims of crime, feel safe calling and cooperating with police. Doing otherwise would harm public safety and make immigrant families more vulnerable and hesitate to seek help from police. Today, I'm proud to see our city take an even bolder step to safeguard immigrant rights, limit immigration deportation enforcement in our schools, hospitals, courthouses, and protect our data. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Michael Drennan, who will be followed by Sergio Hernandez, and then Michael Lohr.
Hi, can you hear me?
Sure can. Go ahead.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Biss. I'd also like to thank Eleanor Grandstrom and Luca Beretti for speaking tonight. I'm Michael Drennan at 634 Heyman Avenue. As the organizer of the 2018 Celebrate Sanctuary program, where I worked with both Eleanor and Luca in informing and empowering houses of worship to comply with the emissions benchmarking ordinance, I support the Healthy Building Ordinance. Churches and temples need time to organize capital campaigns around large-scale projects and clear guidance to share and maximize resources. The 5-year performance standards review stipulated by the Healthy Buildings Ordinance provides that time and guidance. Vote for it, and you care for creation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Sergio Hernandez, who will be followed by Michael Lohr, and then Ankur Gupta. It looks like Sergio Hernandez may no longer be in the Zoom, in which case we'll move ahead with Michael Lohr. We'll move ahead with Michael Lohr, who will be followed by Ankur Gupta, and then Kara Princip.
Good evening. I'm Michael Lohr. I live in Ward 1. I've lived in Evanston for about 17 years. My remarks tonight are in response to the letter concerning the advice as to how the council should advise the process proceed on Envision Evanston 2045. And I appreciate the good intentions to get this item on the council's agenda, given the mayor's and other councils' public comments already. I think we know how this is going to go. So instead, I'd like to suggest another approach. Let the Land Use Commission do its job. If they need more time, let them take it. I've reviewed the Land Commission's ordinance, which the mayor signed shortly after he took office. Members are appointed for 4 years, which suggests a high degree of autonomy. The commission shall establish its own rules of procedure. Again, autonomy. In addition, in all actions concerning the present or future development of the city, they shall first be presented to the Land Use Commission to provide them a reasonable opportunity for review and comment. Finally, the Land Use Commission shall have the following power: to conduct such public hearings as it deems necessary to gather information and ideas.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. The next speaker is Ankur Gupta, who will be followed by Kara Princip, and then Susan Buchanan.
Evening, everybody. I'm calling in today to support the HPO in Evanston, and I call in as a resident in a condo in downtown Evanston, and just want to ensure that the buildings are environmentally friendly and promoting the health of residents. But one thing that I haven't heard people talk about today is the role of means and politics in this effort, and I think I would like to say just that richer countries and communities like ours have a greater responsibility to lead the way in sustainable practices that not place the burden solely on other nations and communities. And by setting an example in this, and it should be our priority, and Evanston should take a leadership role in this. And I urge the City Council to continue supporting and enforcing policies that promote the construction and maintenance of healthy, sustainable buildings. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Kara Princip, who will be followed by Susan Buchanan, and then Eli Shevik.
Hi, I'm Cara Principe with the Indiana-Illinois-Iowa Foundation for Fair Contracting, representing thousands of contractors in Chicagoland committed to a safe, reliable energy grid. While we support Evanston's vision for decarbonization, the Healthy Building Ordinance moves too quickly without the necessary planning to ensure success. We previously provided the council with a comprehensive report outlining these concerns. A sudden shift from natural gas risks grid reliability and affordability. Illinois' energy mix is already under strain, and escalating energy costs burdens consumers. Instead of eliminating natural gas, we should prioritize practical steps like weatherizing and efficient buildings, expanding EV charging infrastructure, and investing in emerging technologies like renewable natural gas and hydrogen. History shows that transitions succeed when we invest in innovation rather than dismantling critical infrastructure. We must balance ambitious environmental goals with economic realities and grid safety. We urge collaboration among policymakers, utilities, labor, and researchers to achieve a thoughtful, sustainable energy transition. Please oppose the Healthy Buildings Ordinance until a more balanced plan is in place. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Susan Buchanan, who will be followed by Ellie Shevik and then Daniel Lauber. It looks like Susan Buchanan is no longer in the Zoom, so we'll move forward with Ellie Shevik, who will be followed by Daniel Lauber, and then Ryan Wilmington. It looks like Ellie Shevik may not be available either, so we'll move forward with Daniel Lauber, followed by Ryan Wilmington, and then Elizabeth Bruno.
Thank you. As a former 17-year Evanston resident and former president of the American Planning Association, twice of the American Institute of Certified Planners, immersed in affordable housing policy for 52 years, I've got to report that the weaknesses in this generic plan and adverse effects of the premature zoning rewrite are too many to list in just 1 minute. That's why the city should allow up to 6 months so the inadequate generic provisions for affordable housing, for example, can be replaced with a realistic, effective approach to preserving and creating affordable housing. And it will give the city a chance to prevent the adverse consequences of the draft zoning that eliminates the definition of family, which will make it impossible for the city to protect vulnerable people with disabilities from scam operators that are proliferating, and to use zoning to prevent the creation of de facto social service districts. This definition also will prevent the city, eliminating the definition also prevents the city from curbing the proliferation of unregulated, overpriced mini dorms altering the character of residential neighborhoods. When more time is available, I'd be happy to discuss with you how it's delusional to think that new construction is a primary solution to the affordable housing crisis, and to discuss the other serious deficits in the draft plan and premature zoning rewrite. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Ryan Wilmington, who will be followed by Elizabeth Bruno and then Cynthia Lara.
Hello, Mayor Biss and City Council members. I'm Ryan Wilmington, and I'm representing Illinois Green Alliance, and we're a nonprofit member-based organization that consists of building professionals like architects, engineers, real estate developers, contractors, and experts across the industry. And as an organization that represents leaders in the building industry, we applaud the City of Evanston on the introduction of the Healthy Buildings Ordinance. We know that the direction of the building industry is heading in a sustainable way. The technology is there, and many leaders in the industry are already embracing the technologies and practices that would be encouraged by this ordinance. We strongly encourage the City of Evanston to protect the health, environment, and financial well-being of its residents and pass this ordinance without any delay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Elizabeth Bruno, who will be followed by Cynthia Lara and then Periel Davis.
Buenas tardes. Si alguien me puede traducir, por favor.
Sí, te traduzco.
Gracias. Yo estoy aquí para apoyar la aprobación de la ordenanza 17025.
I am here to speak in favor of the ordinance 17-0-24.
Considero que aquí Evanston reafirma su compromiso de ser un espacio donde todas las personas sean tratadas con respeto y dignidad.
It affirms that Evanston is a place where all people will be treated with respect and dignity.
Estas actualizaciones aseguran que nuestra comunidad sea un lugar seguro donde todas las familias puedan prosperar sin miedo.
These actualizations are so families can be in a safe space and without fear.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Cynthia Lara, who will be followed by Perry L. Davis.
Good night, everyone. I'm here to ask for the approval of Ordinance 17-0-25. I believe this is a key step in keeping our city safe and inclusive for everyone, regardless of immigration status. By protecting all families and residents, Evanston demonstrates its commitment to justice, inclusion, and respect for the diversity that defines us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Perry L. Davis. It looks like Perry L. Davis may no longer be in the Zoom. That concludes this evening's public comment. Appreciate the robust participation and Council's support of making sure everyone had time to speak more than just a half minute. We now move to special orders of business. Is there a motion relative to item SP1? Councilmember Kelly, do you have a motion?
I just wonder if we could have a 5-minute break before some of us have been here since 5 and 3 hours.
So moved.
Councilmember Reid, are you moving SP1 or are you moving the 5-minute break?
I moved the 5-minute break.
Is there support up here for a 5-minute break? Do folks? All right. Okay. I got some stony faces and some really enthusiastic commentary. So with that, the City Council will stand at ease for 5 minutes. We will reconvene at 8 p.m. sharp. The January 13th meeting of the City Council will reconvene. Is there a motion relative to item SP1? Oh, wait, sorry. Is there a motion to suspend the rules relative to item SP1? My apologies.
I will move to suspend the rules.
Second.
Councilmember Hadakatis moves to suspend rule, I believe, 20.1, so that ordinance 17-0-25 can be introduced and acted upon in one evening. Councilmember Harris seconds. Would the clerk please take the roll on the motion to suspend the rules?
Councilmember Kelly.
Aye.
Councilmember Harris.
Aye.
Councilmember Nguyen. Aye. Councilmember Nusma.
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton.
Aye.
Councilmember Revelle.
Aye.
Councilmember Reid.
Aye. I'm sorry. We were muted until just now.
Motion to suspend the rules for item SP1.
Okay. Aye.
Councilmember Hadakatis.
Aye.
With 8 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion has received its required unanimous vote, and therefore the rules are suspended so that ordinance 17-0-25 may be introduced and acted upon this evening. Now, is there a motion on the ordinance?
I will move approval and introduction and approval of ordinance 17-0-25, amending Title I, Chapter 22, welcoming city ordinance of the city code.
Second.
Councilmember Hadakatis moves introduction and approval of ordinance 17-0-25. Councilmember Harris seconds. Is there any discussion?
I'm raising my hand.
Councilmember Reid.
Yeah, I'm really happy that we're here and we're having this discussion. And so I respect it. I do wish that more of us were brought in on this earlier. I have one question about this ordinance. One, do we anticipate any, or I have a few questions. Do we anticipate any, blowback from passing this? What might we anticipate as a result of passing this ordinance from the Trump administration?
I think Liza Robertson-Young is going to speak briefly. I'll just say my own answer to that question is there's very little that I think it is safe to predict about the incoming administration. But there's a few things that I feel confident about. One is that I expect that immigrants will be under attack on day one. I think they've telegraphed that with great clarity. And number two, Evanston would have to do an extraordinary amount of contortion not to be the kind of place that they would have issues with. If we want to repeal all of our climate plans and our reparations programs and our commitments to affordable housing and what have you, that might be a start. But given that I don't think that's what this community wants to do, I just think that our values are different than any loyalty test that might be imposed by the current administration. And my view is I'd rather that we spend our effort trying to do the right thing and make sure that we're protecting one another rather than guessing what we might do to contort ourselves to not get noticed. But go ahead, please.
Good evening, Mayor Biss, City Manager Stowe, members of City Council, Clerk Mendoza. I'm Liza Robertson-Young, Chief Legislative Policy Advisor for the city. Thank you for the question. I think, as the mayor said, it's difficult to predict what the Trump administration will do. But looking at the past, one possible thing that they might try to do, because they've done it before, is to withhold certain federal funds. As you'll recall, Trump tried to do this in his first administration back in 2017, and he failed in this effort. The first Trump administration attempted to withhold federal funding to cities and states that limited local participation in immigration enforcement, including Evanston, Chicago, and the state of Illinois, and courts in Illinois all ruled against him. So we have excellent precedent and sound constitutional arguments on our side. I don't know if Council Ruggie wants to add anything more to that as someone who worked on that litigation.
Thank you, Liza. I think you wrapped it up perfectly. The city was successful in our prior lawsuit during the last Trump administration, and so we anticipate if there's any challenge that we would hope the courts would rule similarly.
And just to add a little more specificity to the ruling, they held that the attempt to withhold the funding was unconstitutional because the federal government can't conscript the police power of states or local governments to achieve its policy goals.
Thank you for that. That's really helpful. So, and thank you, Mayor Biss, for laying that out. So that's really promising, because that is one of the concerns that I've heard from folks, is that there is fear that we could lose federal funding, and that pretty succinctly, I think, assuages that concern. The other concern that I'm hearing from folks is, and I've even heard Governor Pritzker, share the sentiment. This ordinance seems to, even if someone were to commit a violent crime, or a gun offense, for example, that those folks, we also wouldn't cooperate with federal agents there. So one, is that accurate? And then two, why wouldn't we?
Thank you for the question. That is not accurate. What the ordinance does right now, and what the updated ordinance will continue to do, is say that the city will not participate in civil immigration enforcement. If ICE presents the city with a valid current criminal warrant that has been issued in accordance with constitutional requirements of probable cause, the city would continue to comply. So that part of it is not going to change.
Okay, that is also helpful. All right, well, thank you, Mayor Biss, and the folks who took leadership on this. Thank you, Ms. Robertson-Young. I just want to add that, again, just chime in on my appreciation for Manager Stowe. Over the summer, I think it was, or spring, I called Manager Stowe pretty early in the morning and shared my concern about the incoming Trump administration, or the potential for an incoming Trump administration, and really pushed us, really advocated to Mayor Stowe that we bring on Liza, or someone like Liza, to help us ensure that we are prepared to fight back against what is coming on behalf of our residents and the folks who are most vulnerable. So thank you.
Is there any further comment? In that case, I'd just like to ask Liza, first of all, I want to echo the thanks not only to you and the rest of our staff, but also to our friends at the Illinois Coalition for Immigrant and Refugee Rights and other partners for helping us think through this. Can you say a word about why this is necessary? I think Evanstonians were rightly proud of the existing welcoming ordinance, which was both passed and then improved over the course of a number of years. And I'm particularly curious if you could just explain the data sharing phenomenon here, which I think is a really important piece of this.
Yes, I'd be happy to. In terms of the need for the update, Evanston first enacted its Welcoming City Ordinance back in 2016 and then updated it in 2017 to bring the ordinance in line with the Illinois Trust Act, which is our state level law. However, since 2017, the law in this area has evolved. The state law has been amended to close some loopholes and strengthen its protections. Other municipalities have also updated their welcoming city policies during that time, including Chicago. And then to the data piece, since 2017, we've seen the increased importance of how our data is being shared. One really critical emerging issue in immigration enforcement is that our current law doesn't fully contemplate is that the federal government uses local government data to target people based on immigration or citizenship status. So one of the key things that this ordinance would do that our current law does not do is it ensures the data collected by the city will not be used for immigration enforcement. The city will not share any city database or data sharing platform with immigration officials, with any other federal agency if the purpose of seeking access is for enforcing civil immigration law, or I think and this piece is really crucial, with any third parties like private data brokers who resell information they obtain from cities that then can be used for immigration enforcement. So we will not give our data to these third parties unless the third party certifies that the information we give them will not be used for immigration purposes.
Thank you very much for that. And just before we vote, one other thanks I want to share is with our police department. And Chief Stewart was at the table throughout these discussions. And I just think it's a really good, not that we need another one, but a really good illustration of the way in which the Evanston Police Department reflects the values of Evanston. They were just there to make sure this works, to make sure it allows them to continue keeping Evanston safe and puts in place the appropriate safeguards to protect our immigrant communities. And I just think it's a model for collaboration between police and policymakers, and I really, really appreciate that partnership. I'm sorry, this time no one is requesting to speak for a first time, so we go back to Councilmember Reid with 2.5 minutes left.
Thank you. I just have one more question on that last point that was raised by Ms. Roberson-Young, which is that as far as the third-party data sharing, have we done a backwards review to ensure that software providers that we're already working with don't share that data? I'm thinking about concerns that folks have brought up around I think the flock system and other systems that our police department and parking services use, but a whole host of services.
I'm not aware of a backwards looking process. I can say that how our data is being shared and how and when the federal government gets a hold of it is something that we're continuing to think about and look at as the new administration takes office.
Good evening, Councilmember Reid. Thank you for that question. I did want to share that we have had some internal conversations about doing a review of that with our vendors for that very purpose. So thank you for that question.
Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, will the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Kelly?
Aye.
Councilmember Harris? Aye. Councilmember Nguyen? Councilmember Newsma?
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton?
Aye.
Councilmember Ravel?
Aye.
Councilmember Reid?
Aye.
Councilmember Hadakaris?
Aye.
With 8 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries and Ordinance 17-0-25 is passed. Thanks all for your help with this. Now we have before us a discussion on the Envision Evanston 2045 timeline. Is there a motion to begin that discussion?
So moved.
Second.
10,000 people, I think, beginning with Councilmember Newsma, moved that we discuss the Envision Evanston 2045 timeline, and Councilmember Ravel seconds. So I thought I would just kind of set the stage for the conversation a little bit here. This is an extraordinarily important project for the city. It's a project that is important for our commitment to affordable housing, for our effort to lower residents' property tax burdens, for our effort to revitalize downtown in the wake of the COVID pandemic, and for our commitment to environmental sustainability. And these are all issues that exist across the country, which is why communities and leaders across the country are working on issues just like this. We're a community that's always been proud to take the lead, and I think this is another example where it's important for us to do that, for us to figure out what we can do to make housing more affordable at all levels, to stop people from being priced out of this city, and to take the needed steps on climate. And so this is something we've been talking about for a long time. It's something that many of us talked about during the last campaign. It's something that we led from this dais, directing staff to go and issue an RFP and ultimately to enter into a contract with a vendor. And I really want to shout out staff here. This is really pivotal. Staff did what we asked them every step of the way. We asked them to issue that RFP, and they did. We asked them to enter into a contract, and they did. We asked them to move forward on a given timeline, and they did. We asked them to keep checking back in with us, and they did. When they checked back in with us, we asked them to keep going, and they did. And so if anybody doesn't like where we are, the blame belongs up here, not with city staff, who have not only done what we've asked, but have done it very, very well. And that's included a lot of public engagement and a lot of surveys and meetings and discussions and really valuable conversations that are continuing to this day, right? That, literally every day I'm having good conversations about the tough issues relative to this project. And so on that point, everyone's going to have a different good faith view of what is enough discussion, what is the right amount of conversation and input, and what's the right amount of tweaking that's needed. And I think it is extremely obvious tonight, even literally, but also beyond that, that there's a lot of people of good faith in this community and on this dais who think that we need more time than the timeline has so far allowed for. And by the way, that's good, right? That's good. From the very beginning, I've said we're only going to do this as well as the city deserves if we have the input needed. And so the fact that people are so eager to give more input and have further discussion now is a positive thing and one that we should embrace. But the one thing that we should not embrace is opposition to the idea of moving forward at all, masquerading as concerns about process and timeline. And so my request to folks up here as we have this conversation tonight is to figure out how much time we need to do this right, to make sure we take that time, to make sure we don't ask anybody to vote on something that they don't believe is as excellent as the city deserves or has had the input that the city must give, but also that we do it with a clear sense of urgency about the values that we're advancing with this project, and that we do it with clarity about what timeline allows us to satisfy that sense of urgency. We have to be good enough at our job to balance between the urgency of the underlying objective and the need to get it right and get more input. And so I think if we come out of here tonight with a clear plan that we are confident will allow us to do this well and get the input we need and move forward with a product that the city deserves, then we will have succeeded. If we move forward with kind of confusion and vagueness and just a sense of like, hey, this might be a good idea, but who knows, maybe some other time, we will not be giving our residents what they deserve on the priorities that they have repeatedly told us are their top priorities, the priorities of affordable housing, sustainability, property tax relief, and economic development. And so I would welcome discussions from folks up here about how we achieve that objective and what a reasonable timeline that strikes that balance correctly will look like. And to kick it off, let me turn it over to Councilmember Reid, who will be followed by Councilmembers Suffredin and Nusma.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, first, I'd like to start my comments by saying a huge thank you to Liz Williams and her team for just the amazing work that they've done on the Envision Evanston project. I can't even imagine the countless number of hours they put into working on, with the consultants, working on the drafts themselves, meeting with residents, meeting with council members, office hours. They've really extended themselves, I think, enormously to hear from the community. And the best thing is they've always been so patient and so good-humored about all the input that they've been getting and continuing to make themselves available forever. So I just want to make sure that you know that how much we really appreciate everything that you've been doing and obviously are going to have to continue to do. So I'm going to share some thoughts I have about a timeline. First of all, I do think that we need to deal with the comprehensive plan and the zoning code consecutively, not try to do them both at the same time. I'd like to see, well, it seems to me that the draft comprehensive plan does need some revision, but the document that we are hearing the most about, the 95% of the emails I'm getting go to the zoning code itself. So it seems to me that we should ask the Land Use Commission to focus first on finishing up their work on the comprehensive plan, taking more time to make sure that it includes all the different, they've mentioned a number of topics that they think are missing from the plan, and they need to be able to critique and analyze what's in it and then give us their best judgment, their best input, so that we, the council, then have a good document to approve. And I would like to suggest that they could do this, get this revised, much better comprehensive plan to us by the beginning of March, so that this council could then have 2 meetings, maybe 3, maybe we'd have a special meeting as well. We could meet all March long, to be able to consider and vote on the comprehensive plan before the April 1st election. And then I would suggest, once the Land Use Commission finishes its work on the comprehensive plan, then they turn themselves back to the zoning code. The community is already 100% engaged in providing their input, so I would think let's ask the Land Use Commission and the community to continue to work to move forward with this momentum that's currently obviously very strong in the community, and then hope to get a massively revised zoning code to the new council in the fall, hopefully before we get into the budget season, so that the new council would have plenty of time to really dig into it. So I would like, that's my thought. I'd be interested in staff's thoughts about that, whether that sounds possible. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Ms. Williams, if you don't mind sharing your thoughts, please.
Good evening, Mayor Biss, City Manager Stowe, members of the City Council, Liz Williams. If that is the will of the council, staff is committed to moving forward on that timeline. We would work with the Land Use Commission to understand a schedule to address the zoning code piece of this. But again, I think we're committed to whatever direction the City Council chooses to give to staff this evening.
Mm-hmm. Should we hear any more from staff about
Yeah, I mean, I guess I would just sort of follow up on the question. I mean, can you share, in your view, what that timeline means for the ability to have the discussion that community members are asking for, the ability to spend more intense efforts on revision and multiple drafts? You know, I think all of us want to make sure that we're landing someplace reasonable, and so would love to hear your thoughts about whether that timeline, in fact, is reasonable.
Sure. So in terms of the comprehensive plan, I think if the goal would be to have this out of the Land Use Commission by the end of February, we would continue to need to meet with them. We would work towards a second version of the comprehensive plan for their consideration before they make a recommendation ultimately to you, the City Council. Beyond that, I would recommend, I agree, more conversation about the zoning code. Council members have reached out to us about hosting kind of special meetings directly with their wards. I think that is absolutely warranted, just so that there's more information out there. We would also recommend that the Land Use Commission continue to have the hearings that they do have on the books. At this point, we've heard a lot about allowing up to 4 dwelling units in the residential zones, but there's so much more within the zoning code that we would want to hear. And the city has spent quite a bit of money noticing these upcoming hearings. So it would be very helpful as staff kind of thinks about a version 2 of the zoning code and having more community meetings, that we would get that feedback through their forum. In addition, I think that staff could help with the consultant's support, facilitate more deep dive conversations with the Land Use Commission as we come up with that version 2 of the zoning code for consideration. I think I've said into this microphone several times, what's before us currently is a draft. I don't think anyone ever imagined that this would be the final product traveling to the City Council. So we would work very closely with the Land Use Commission, the City Council to facilitate further community engagement and then provide alternative proposals to what's currently drafted.
Yeah, if I could just add, because I think a lot of us were concerned when the Land Use Commission thought that they were not going to be able to see the final version of the plan before that came to the council. So
absolutely,
you envision that they would be able to have enough further discussion about it so that they would feel comfortable sending it on to us.
Yeah, I can't speak on behalf of the Land Use Commission, but I would say that we would have a second version for their consideration before they make that recommendation. We have started the discussion with them on options for integrating additional information. We've already presented a lot of the data that is currently not in the plan. We've already started to develop some metrics for consideration. We still need to think about targets, which they talked about at the last meeting. So there's a lot on our radar that would be incorporated into the second version for their consideration.
Great, thank you.
Actually, sorry, before we move on from this, the part of Councilmember Revel's schedule that was a little bit vague was the timing of the final recommendation on the Land Use Commission on the zoning code in order to facilitate a fall discussion by the next council. What would be your thought about that?
I would say that we would want that to be wrapped up by the Land Use Commission by the end of July. Would be ultimately the appropriate time frame, I think, to give us the ability to have these more robust community conversations and then also present an alternative for their consideration.
Councilmember Suffredin, followed by Nusma, followed by Kelly, followed by Wen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So for purposes of us arriving at clear direction at the end of this meeting, how do you want to handle, it's a discussion item, so we're not going to make formal motions and votes. Do you want to do straw polls or see where people are, or do you want to have each person give their thoughts and try and synthesize it at the end?
I would defer to obviously our Corporation Council's view on this topic, but my understanding of the Open Meetings Act is that we're certainly within our rights to take a vote that doesn't legally bind the city. In fact, this was a noticed item, so we probably could even take a vote that would legally bind the city, though I never appreciate doing that on discussion items. So I would recommend that we have a motion on a timeline or a plan moving forward at least, and have a vote, because I think that clarity is really valuable. I think part of the challenge that we've endured is a lack of kind of mutual understanding about what the expectations and timelines are. And so I think I would recommend that, for instance, if the majority of the council is comfortable with the timeline laid out by Councilmember Revel, that there be a motion to adopt that and a discussion on that motion and then a vote, so that we all know what we're doing and we all have a shared understanding, and there's no ability later on to say, well, hold on, how'd we get here?
Yeah, okay. I mean, I think maybe we should all lay out what we think rather than making a motion on what Councilmember Revel just said and then see where the areas of agreement are. The first thing I'd like to suggest for my colleagues' consideration is that we completely divorce the comprehensive plan discussion from the zoning discussion, and we do them sequentially. I think that that's probably the correct sequence in which to do it. I don't know, where we land at the end of it, but I would make a motion, or whatever the equivalent of a motion is, that we do it that way. The second thing is I'd like to hear from the Land Use Commission before we throw out dates about what they need and what they believe their timeline for due consideration of this is. So I don't know if it's appropriate to call members of the Land Use Commission up now, if we want to wait and consolidate questions, how you want to manage that.
Why don't we wait and consolidate questions, and then see there's the chair of the Land Use Commission is here, and we can call on him later on.
Okay. Well, then my motion would be that we completely divorce the comprehensive plan process from the zoning process.
I'll second.
So if we're going to have an open conversation, let's continue the conversation and then wait till we have some
My motion would be
okay, great.
that we completely divorce the two and do them sequentially, comprehensive plan, then zoning. And then my second request that we'll come back to is that I want to hear from the Land Use Commission about what they need time-wise, what they need information-wise to consider this appropriately. And then I'd just like to address, I think it's possible to act with urgency without rushing. And I think that's kind of the balance that we need to hit tonight.
Mayor, I just want to note that my hand has been up for a while, but I just want to get in the loop.
All right, Councilmember Nusma, followed by Kelly, followed by Nguyen, followed by Heracadis, followed by Reid.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate the opportunity to weigh in here. I appreciate from hearing from all of the Evanston residents, both Fourth Ward residents and from elsewhere in town. I just want to run through the tally of public comments. By my count, we had 17 folks speaking in support of the Envision process, 7 folks speaking against Envision, and 22 folks urging us to slow down. Whether or not they like it is a separate question. So that's just my tally of the conversation, at least tonight. I am on board with the general direction we're heading here. We do need more housing in town. For affordable housing reasons and for climate action reasons. I'm comfortable with downtown density increasing to a point, and I'm comfortable with increasing density in our neighborhoods to a point. Where is that point? How much is appropriate? How tall is too tall downtown? And how many units on what size of an R1 lot? These are all questions that deserve a robust and thoughtful discussion. So how do we ensure that we're not setting the table for accelerated displacement in lower income neighborhoods? I want to make sure that the result of this process is a comprehensive plan and a zoning code that supports our goals and doesn't open us up for unintended, undesirable consequences. So getting this right is really important to me. And quite simply, I think we're going to need a little bit more time to do this right. I'm not saying slow down. I'm saying keep moving forward at this current speed. What I'm saying is the journey is going to be a little bit longer than we had initially anticipated. So I will move or second the motion to decouple the zoning and the comprehensive plan. I think that makes a lot of sense. I'm generally supportive of working to get the comprehensive plan done sooner rather than later. In alignment with what Councilmember Reid is suggesting, and then moving zoning to the next council late next summer, early next fall. I want to emphasize the difference between the comprehensive plan and the zoning code. Just for folks who have only recently started paying attention, and we've been talking about these together, they're two separate things. The comprehensive plan is our visionary document. It's aspirational. It's a consolidation of our community's desires, and kind of encapsulates our intent for what we want to be or what we don't want to be in the next 20 years. It's not the detailed regulation that will move us in that direction. Those details are the zoning code. And I want to make sure we have sufficient time to get those details right. So I also look forward to hearing from the chair of the Land Use Commission to make sure they're comfortable with this timeline. But I'm on board the Revel suggestion. On board with the Revel suggestion at this point. Thanks.
Councilmember Kelly, followed by Nguyen, followed by Heracadis, followed by Reid.
Thank you. Yes, I also agree that these should absolutely be decoupled. And I do think 2 months seems very inadequate given the amount of gaps that exist in this current proposal for the comprehensive plan. I think that's not reasonable, though I do think we should coordinate. I'm glad to see Chair Rogers is here. I do think we should coordinate with the Land Use Commission. There are experts, there are professionals let's hear from them what they think is appropriate given what I think is really a substandard product. I think all professionals would agree at this point that it really is simply not ready for prime time and more than 2 months away. I am very concerned that this is in fact going to do the opposite of creating more affordable housing. That's what we need, is more affordable housing. I think it was one of our commissioners, Linwell, I think, who brought forward the statistics that should have been brought forward by the expensive firm that we hired. I think that was one of the more expensive ones that we chose, showing that there were thousands of vacant units. What we need are affordable units, and I am concerned that we're not doing anything to sort of outmaneuver institutional investors, and to discourage, or in fact that we're privileging these large-scale developers to come in, and more likely, if we were just to move forward like this, we would actually end up displacing more of our low and middle income residents and further undermining the diversity that I believe we all care about. So this does deserve more time. And it's never too late to get this on track, on a sound, responsible course for our city. That's why Councilmember Sufferton and myself insisted on bringing this here, because there was this idea that we had somehow voted on this timeline. We never did. It was embedded somewhere in the contract, but that contract didn't dictate our legislative process. So somehow it was being fed to everyone that, there's this timeline, it has to get done. But we never did discuss this, so I'm very glad that we're doing this evening. I'm very appreciative of that. I just want to say so much is lacking. The plan is so incomplete, and even based on what the consultant originally promised. If you look at, I won't go into all the pages, but like task 2.4 in data collection analysis, almost all that's missing. We don't see, for example, the detailed inventory of existing housing stock. And I'm sorry, that is necessary for the comprehensive plan so that we can adequately really talk about what our aspirations are. We need that information. So much of that is missing. And that's what we need to collect, and that's what we need to hear from that and much, much more in terms of the number of affordable units that exist and what is affordable. So many definitions are missing. They talk about tall buildings downtown. They don't talk about what area of it. It's so vague, it's undefined, it's inadequate. And the idea of hiring a qualified, an expert consultant is really important, firstly, for their expertise, but also, ultimately they sort of provide a kind of objective firewall between our staff and us and the elected officials. And this is important. This should not be, this shouldn't be political. This shouldn't be a political document. And I think we all know that there has been undue political pressure put on our staff, and that's inappropriate. But, so anyway, again, I think it's not too late to get back on track. We need more specificity. We need to know what % of growth we want. We need to look at, there's not even, as the chair of the NU City Committee, I'm really dismayed that there's almost no mention at all about being a city that hosts a very large university. Where's the data about that? I would like to see, examples of other university towns that have effectively dealt with growth management and how that's worked to ensure that we aren't pushing people out and that we're able to balance sort of the integrity of neighborhoods with a large university presence. None of that's in there. There's just so much missing again. I do believe that we really need 2 months is not adequate. But again, I'd like to hear from, I see there are a couple of commissioners here. So, I also just want to mention, I went through, because I was really confused how this was going the way it was going. And I did go through all the Land Use Commission hearings from 21 through 23. And, when our previous director was so enthusiastic saying, we're going to look for award-winning comprehensive plans, and we're going to seek out those firms and really try to get them to apply. And I think everybody was very excited moving forward. And as I watched each month, I just want to give special gratitude to Commissioner Halleck. He would always ask at the end of each Land Use Commission meeting, he's like, okay, what's the update? Because we all know we do need new zoning and we do need a new comprehensive plan. And it was in June, staff said we're just about, we're on our second round of interviews and we're about to hire a firm. And then in September, he asked again and he was told, well, we're going to move in a different direction. We're going to basically discard that RFP. Now, there was no direction given from council to do that. But a resident just showed me a FOIA that was delivered just tonight showing that the staff was ready to issue the contract to Tesca, a firm that's done many, many comprehensive plans. The current firm that we're working with really hasn't done any. And so I am just really concerned about that process. We as a council didn't find out until 6 months later, in fact, that, and we weren't asked to, it wasn't a recommendation for us to vote on. We were just told we're going to issue a new RFP and we're going to put the zoning and the comprehensive plan together. So I'm concerned about that, but I'll stop. I think my time is up. I agree. I think we need more than 2 months, and I'd like to hear from the commissioners. Thank you.
Councilmember Nguyen, followed by Hadakatis, followed by Reid.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I completely agree. I think the comprehensive plan has to be separated from the zoning ordinance, and I also agree that both of them need significantly more time for the Land Use Commission to get answers to the questions that they've asked, to have input, because I think they've had input on certain topics, a lot of input on certain topics, but not necessarily input on other issues. I've studied the comprehensive plan and the new zoning ordinance, particularly with respect to the third ward, and there are many aspects of the issues in the comprehensive general plan itself, which, although it is supposed to be a vision document, there are maps in here and there are descriptions that actually are very specific in terms of what they suggest about density and usage in certain parts of the ward that I've studied the most, and I feel like I need to give much more time to other parts of the city as well. So I'm very concerned because as much as I recognize it is a vision document, and I read our old plan before we started on this one, and we desperately need a new one, there's no question on that. But I guess my question to staff is, what about the maps that are in here that indicate things that I know people in the third ward have serious objections to? When do we get to have the input with the staff and with the Land Use Commission about some of those things? Because this is more of a roadmap than a vision document in my mind.
So are you specifically referring to the land use map within the current
the
draft?
land use map that's in here. I don't know what page it is. There is a land use map. My draft copy is not showing me what page it is.
That's okay. Yeah. I just wanted to clarify and make
the
sure
color-coded
I
one.
understood what you were referring to. We have received quite a bit of feedback from community members on the land use map in particular. So it's on our radar in terms of needing refinement and further consideration. I think one of the things that the current land use map does is it kind of subdivides the different land use categories, perhaps too much. And one way to address your concerns about the zoning would be to refine that and ensure that we're identifying mixed use areas, residential areas, other types of areas. And then again, the zoning follows that and nests underneath each one of those land use categories. So that would be refined as part of the updates that go to the Land Use Commission for their consideration. Ultimately, if there's concerns that you hear throughout this process as it moves forward, this comes to you, and would be, addressed through that legislative process. It looks like Allison might have something to say.
Yeah, in terms of when, just always, we released the comprehensive plan earlier mid-November. So between then and whenever, that's when we've been hoping for this feedback. Yeah. We've been asking for 2 months now for that specific feedback. So if you have specific things, if your residents want to pass that through you or sit with us, let's go over those details. The opportunity is now.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. That's all for now.
Councilmember Hadakatis, followed by Reid.
Yeah, I will echo kind of the sense of urgency that some of my colleagues alluded to. There's a John Wooden quote that I like where he says, "Be quick, but don't hurry." And I want to acknowledge that there's we're in an ongoing housing crisis, and and that there's a human cost to us delaying and taking too long on this. I was really pleased to see a lot of Ninth Ward residents here to speak out in favor of the direction we're going. I want to commend staff. They've been to 2 ward meetings. In April, we had a session, Envision Evanston session for the Ninth Ward. And we also had a specific talk about the comprehensive plan in December. I'm also planning on asking you back probably soon again, because they're all like serious questions about how some of the specifics happen in specific neighborhoods. There's real like detail that we need to go through. There's questions I have about, I know there's concern about developers coming in, buying up houses that requires people to sell their houses. But there is, I think, concern from me because there are some still relatively affordable houses in the Ninth Ward. And so kind of the idea of like, what if someone wanted to buy multiple lots and combine them? And so those are the things like I really want to protect, large scale, rapid change, but we need to allow for generational slow change because we really need more housing for people. I'm personally comfortable with decoupling the 2 documents and moving forward with the comprehensive plan. I think, this is like a really big lift, and there's probably a reason why we haven't updated this more recently. This probably explains why the downtown zoning and the downtown plan do not match, because I think people got scared and like just left it because the easiest thing to do is nothing. And that is what I'm really concerned about, because if we don't do anything, I think the character of our city is going to change for the worse. So I'm confident that staff can get us a comprehensive plan soon. And then I think we just need to keep on doing the hard work.
Councilmember Reid, followed by Harris.
Yeah, thank you. So I think a few things that I want to say. One, I appreciate staff and members of our community and the council for going through this process. I really appreciate the community coming out. But I want to say that this is a part of the engagement process. While I think that it's clear that we should be decoupling the zoning and comprehensive plan at this point based on community desires. I also think that, as Mayor Biss said at the top, it was a bold plan to move forward with both, to discuss change and act on the change that we were discussing with one fell swoop. And I think that that's something, that bold vision is something that more communities should aspire to. And I really challenge, in some cases, the folks saying that, hey, it's best practice not to do that. I mean, there's a difference between best practice and common practice. And I think that we were potentially on the verge of setting a new standard. But I do want to discuss a few things as I get to the timeline and why I think I also agree that the timeline should be extended. It seems that, a lot of misinformation is out in our community, and, misinformation is reared its vexing head in our community. And so I want to ask staff a few questions. So if Liz can be prepared to answer a few questions. One, I would address things I've heard both in public comment tonight from some of my colleagues and in the community. So staff has been to ward meetings in every ward. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so I know the 8th Ward has discussed it more than once. I think Councilmember Hedekadis just shared that his ward discussed it at least twice. I would presume every ward has discussed this at least twice. So that was something that was out in the community that folks weren't being reached out to. What does R4 zoning currently allow as far as height, as far as density?
I can certainly provide that information for you. It's complicated, I will say.
In a simple kind, and I ask that because another piece of information, I think misinformation that's been out here would allow for R4 style development in R1. Is that correct?
That is absolutely not correct. You lose him? Are you still there, Councilmember?
Councilmember Reid, are you frozen or are you waiting for an answer?
I'm sorry?
Can you hear us?
I can hear you now. My apologies.
Okay. Sorry, go ahead.
So your question was, does the proposed zoning code allow what is currently allowed in the R4 district? No, it does not.
Okay, in an R1 zoning. And would it allow for someone to build up to 100 feet in an R1 district?
No.
No. Okay. And so no high rises in R1 districts?
That's correct. The proposed height in the R1 district is 35 feet. It's currently 35 feet. The only change in terms of the standard is the number of stories is increasing from 2.5 to 3.
Okay. And then speaking about height restrictions, someone mentioned tonight that this new proposal would have no height restrictions downtown. Is that accurate?
There will be height restrictions, and they are through a formula known as floor area ratio, which does ultimately limit the height of development in that district.
Okay, so there will be height restrictions downtown. This isn't necessarily a question, so I'll just speak here. You know, folks are also saying that, that the council is presenting this plan as if it's I hate using violent metaphors, but this is what was used, as if it's the silver bullet to affordable housing. I don't think it's the silver bullet to affordable housing. I don't think any of my colleagues think that this is the panacea to all of our affordable housing woes. I do think that, as was stated in public comment today, that this change, is in some ways a small change, but it's a major change in that it simply removes the barrier to creating new affordable housing, new housing stock, particularly missing middle in our community. And I won't go into the theories about how this actually, even creating missing middle housing, helps create affordable housing and free up affordable housing. But, that's one of the outcomes of that. And then another thing is about best practices. And so this is back to a question for Liz. Where does this idea that decoupling and not moving forward with the zoning code and comprehensive plan at the same time, where does the idea that is best practice come from?
I think that is traditionally how communities do proceed when it relates to comprehensive plans and zoning codes. I personally have been involved in processes that have done it the opposite way. They've updated their zoning and then they update their comprehensive plan. So I think it's just a matter of what the community is looking for and how they choose to approach it. But I would say that traditionally, historically, yes, it has been two separate processes. But there are communities that do choose to do this, Evanston being one.
And you are a certified city planner, is that correct?
I am not a certified city planner with the American Planning Association, but it is on my work plan for 2025 to pursue that.
All right. Well, we'll be cheering for you as you go through that.
Appreciate that.
One of the questions I want to ask is, as someone who is seeking to pursue that certification, does that board have best practices for this? Is there some authority that actually issues best practices for engaging in comprehensive planning and zoning rewrites?
Yes, the American Planning Association, if you're specifically speaking about public engagement, they have provided that most communities that pursue comprehensive planning see engagement at a rate of about 1 to 2%.
Okay, and it was mentioned earlier that we saw engagement around 3%. Is that correct?
I think that was based on the first few phases of this process, that 3% figure. Since that time, we are now over 4,000 community residents who have participated in this process, and we've held 125 community meetings.
So we're above that. So I'm sorry, what percentage are we at now, roughly?
Who's the mathematician in the room?
Sure.
Definitely over 5%.
Thank you.
Yeah. And I mean, and then you add on tonight, we might be at 10%. But I think that, so I'm going to move to timeline now because I know my time is running up. I originally supported, and I think the reason we're here is because the council supported the timeline that we were on. I think that misinformation has really caused that to be derailed. I think, as it demonstrated tonight, I think those are many of the common concerns with the zoning, as even Councilmember Wynn mentioned, or maybe it was Newsom mentioned that the majority of folks shared concerns about the zoning code rather than the comprehensive plan. And I think there's just so much confusion about what the zoning code is presenting that it requires that we create some extra time to make sure that the community is, that the information in the community is in alignment with what is actually being proposed. I do not think, my almost 8 years sitting on the dais, that putting the zoning plan before the council in fall is a recipe for a good platter. But I think we need to maybe move that timeline up a bit, to have the zoning changes come to council in midsummer, to allow as not to have overlap for the 2026 budget, which, as we all know, is going to also be a very, a big undertaking. So I would encourage us to move forward with the timeline that brings the zoning amendments to council midsummer, brings the comprehensive plan to council on the timeline that Councilmember Revel shared. Thank you.
Councilmember Harris.
Thank you. So I'm not going to belabor most of what my colleagues have said. I do hope that moving it to the date Councilmember Revel recommends provides the opportunity for our community to get more engaged. I think there's always opportunity to get more engaged. You hear things that get you excited and you come to the table. At first you weren't interested, then you hear something, whether it's misinformation or appropriate information, and then you move to the table, and that's okay. There's no, until this is stamped, there's no lateness to it. I do agree with the remove binding the two together. It makes me nervous. I think one has to be done and make sure they hold each other accountable, actually. I do worry about the density not providing more affordable housing. Just because you have more housing doesn't make it affordable. So I am worried about that, and I want to make sure that that is appropriately assessed and looked at. This is complex. This isn't easy. Most of us didn't go to school to do this, and we are trying to do not just the council, but the community the very best that they can, and understand that. So with that said, again, I think everybody has very valid points. It reminds me, dare I say, of Ryan Field, and we talked about, can you get an easier project, Liz? We owe you that. And I've had an overwhelming number of emails, and like I said, I did with Ryan, yes, no, kind of. I did the same with this, and slow, no, and go. So if you want to FOIA me, that's what it is under. Slow, no, and go. And I had an overwhelming number of slow. And I want to do things appropriately. Councilmember Heracottis kind of brought tears to my eyes. My dad used to say that, saying all the time. So I want to do it right. And if you're mad that it's right, but it's not what you wanted, I can live with that. Versus we do it wrong, whether that's slow or fast, and it's wrong. And we could have prevented some mistakes, because this is not for me. This is for my children. This is for my grandchildren, actually, probably. And I hope grandchildren, yes, 25 years. Oh, Lord. It's late. We heard 100 comments. But again, just Evanston, I want to pride ourselves in doing things right. And if we're on the right path, then I don't want to slow down, because you don't win a race by slowing down. But you got to know the stride. You got to know the rhythm. You got to know the cadence. And I think that's the point that we're at, is trying to understand the rhythm, understand the cadence, and understand our community, where they are now. And the last thing I'll say is we have to stop thinking, as I just stated, about how I feel about it right now. This is progressive work. What does that mean for later? Because right now it's gone. In 30, right? Every second that happens, that minute was gone. So we have to think about progressive and what does that mean? What does that look like? And I know people say it was politicized, whatever. But we have to make decisions because we know that nationally things are changing, right? So I think that was part of the impetus, is let's make some decisions because we know the political climate right now. They think they know who we are and how we vote. We don't know what'll happen, whether I'm here, any of us are here or not. We just want to do the right things again, and I think a new council would do that as well. I don't want them to be saddled with mistakes, but also don't want them to be confused about what's going on. So take the time that we need, do it right, but not stopping. Thank you.
Okay, at this time, everyone has spoken once, so we'll go back for second opportunities, beginning with Councilmember Revel, who has a minute and a half left. And I would say, Councilmember, now that we've heard from everybody, if you feel like it's time to make a motion, I think that would make sense.
Well, I'm happy to make a motion, but there was also a request to hear from the Land Use Commission members to.
Do you want to do that now?
Yeah, how about that before and then I'll be happy to make a motion.
All right, is Chair Rogers available?
Yeah.
So, Councilmember Revel, do you have a specific question, or you just want to kind of?
I just would be interested in Chair Rogers' comments on the timeline.
So thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Clerk Mendoza is gone, but I'll thank her anyway, wherever she may be. And City Manager Stowe. Obviously, this is a process that we're all kind of working our way through. As many of you may or may not know, we are set to have a vote on this Wednesday at our meeting, is our current timeline. So that's why this meeting is so important, that we hear from council as to what is your guidance, because that's what we need more than anything else right now, is a clear, concise direction on what is the wishes of council. We work to serve and deliver for council, and we need to know exactly what your expectations of the Land Use Commission are. The Land Use Commission all agree.
If you would turn the mic up so it's not rubbing against your sweater.
Yep, sorry. We all on Land Use Commission agree we need new documents to work with. We work with these more regularly than probably just about anybody in the city outside of staff. And we are constantly running into issues that aren't addressed, that we don't have direction for. Most recently, pocket neighborhoods came forward. So that was something that we need to do. And for us, it's more important that we place it on a proper timeline. I don't like the term delay. I don't like the term accelerated. It's the proper timeline for doing the work that we need to do. And for us, that is gathering data so that we can make a recommendation to City Council. And that's also community engagement. And when the community engagement gets pushed to the Land Use Commission, it's not fair to the Land Use Commission, it's not fair to the community, because we don't have a dialogue going. Just like you sit and listen to public comment and there isn't a lot of give and take, we have the same relationship with the public when we're in our meetings. I've talked to several of you over the past few days, and I will reiterate what I've said in private, in public, and that is whatever timeline we are given, we can work with. The question is, if we do not feel that the product is worthy of the city of Evanston, then our recommendation will be no recommendation, which is always kind of a cop-out from us. I don't like to do that very often, but on something as important as this, where we need to have the data, we're hearing a lot of comments made about the affordable housing issue, about sustainability, but we don't have the answers to a lot of those questions yet. And so that's what concerns me most. So I can work within the timelines that we're given, but the product that we give to you will be based on those timelines as well, and the data that we've received in that time. So that's my answer to that question, I guess, if it is an answer. But I mean, we've had 7 of us here tonight. We've lost 2 because we were all interested in hearing what your thoughts were, what your direction was. And so I'm not speaking here tonight just as me, but I'm speaking on behalf of the other people who also do this exact same work for us. And if there's specific questions, I'm happy to answer any of those.
So, Councilmember Revelle?
I'm happy to turn it over to my colleagues if they have questions for Chair Rogers.
Done?
Okay, so I think...
I don't have a question for Chair Rogers, but...
Go ahead, Councilmember Nusma.
If it's okay, I do have a comment. I just want to say thank you to the members of the Land Use Commission for all the time and effort you have put into this and will continue to put into this. That contribution to the community has not gone unnoticed, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so Councilmember Suffredin with 3 minutes, 20 seconds left.
So this is a question for you, Chair Rogers, and also, I guess, for staff and for us. I appreciate all of the commissioners who are here being here. I appreciate the public being here. The one entity that's not here that's involved in this is our consultant. And so this is a question for all of us. If we're going to do increased engagement, what's our plan for that? Who's going to do it? And then also, what are you waiting for that you would have expected to receive from the consultant? And then the question for staff is, do we have an expectation that we will receive that to allow you to make your deliberations from an educated place?
So I'll go first, and then if that's okay with staff. We've received a lot of information for our meeting on Wednesday night, which is information that we have lacked. The one thing that we would love to have, which I'm hearing is kind of the wish of council, so I hope I'm not speaking out of turn, and correct me if I'm not hearing what I'm hearing, is for us to see a more finalized document. Because right now we're still working off the initial draft with an outline of chapters that are missing, as well as some bullet points on things that are going to be added in over time. But we've not seen those actually added in over time. And in figuring out what the timing is for that, part of that relies on staff. I spoke with Ms. Williams today and said, you know, I don't want to speak on what my timeline is without including them, and I hope that they won't speak on their timeline without including us, because we all need to work together on getting this there. And so as information is fed to us, the closer it is to a final document is what we feel comfortable putting forward as a document to City Council.
Okay, so do we have things that we're expecting to receive? Or if you could help me just understand, or are we waiting for things that we're not going to get?
So we are working to fulfill the requests, and as part of the meeting with the Land Use Commission, based on the current timeline, there was not the ability to present them with a new version of the draft plan. So we have developed kind of this outline of changes that would be incorporated before the plan travels to the City Council. In terms of things that we're waiting on from HDR, there are items that we are waiting for them to provide. A lot of it speaks to the proposed zoning code, some visualization of how that would actually translate into real world. And then there's also some mapping and graphics that we've asked that needs to be updated as part of this process.
Okay. And don't go away, because this might be a you, this might be a Matt, although I think Matt just kind of said this isn't land use's function. But if we're going to acknowledge the calls for more engagement from the community, how are we going to respond to that in a way that adds to what we already have Do we have any plan for that?
Sure. I think it would have to be a combination of going back to the consultant team, given where we are in the process today, and modifying the scope of services to align with whatever timeline the city council does lay out for us. We have not had them at the land use commission meetings, kind of because there were only a certain number of meetings within their scope of services. And so what staff could address and handle during those meetings we have, which I think does save some of the contract dollars that we currently have with the consultant team. But I don't want to be naive and stand here before you and say that if the timeline changes, we won't be back recommending additional perhaps change orders or other consultant contracts to address what we're hearing from the community, so that we are meeting the intent and expectations of the city council.
Okay. I mean, Steve, how's that?
Yeah. Good evening, Mayor, City Council, City Manager Stowe. I just wanted to thank you, Liz, but I wanted to add a couple of other things to answer your question as well. One of the things, I've been at a lot of community meetings personally to hear some of the feedback from our residents, and we have a lot of information out on our Envision 2045.com website. But we have had some concerns about how that information can be easily processed. So for example, if you see that you're on the current zoning as R1 and you're moving to R1, you really have to go into the actual code document itself to understand what those changes are. So I've talked with staff. We're going to be working heavily on making that as transparent as possible, so it's much more easy for people to understand. And to me, that is a huge part of engagement efforts, making sure that people understand what they're looking at. But the other thing I just want to say is, we have had kind of a rough go with our consultant. We don't need to lie to you about that. And so we have deemed them not really the best fit for a lot of things. So staff has, in my mind, stepped up to the plate to really take over where they've left off. And so we're looking for your direction tonight on how we move forward. There is the benefit that was brought up earlier about the consultant kind of serving as the neutral buffer and bringing their expertise. We didn't find that our consultant really brought to the table what we were looking for in a consultant. So your feedback on that would be great tonight too, as we move forward, and your expectations when we look at a revised timeline should you choose to postpone this item.
Okay. I mean, I think there'd be hesitance or reluctance to spend more money, but I think we need to have a conversation about the value versus cost of bringing in a different consultant group here. And that's a discussion that needs to be had, because the 20 years is a long time, and the concern about engagement, and we've been very consistent in saying there's still time to be engaged, and in order for that to have validity, we have to incorporate that. And I assume that's a lot of work that you all have been doing that could and should be done by somebody else. And then just one other thing that's important for this conversation, and last time we spoke, Luke, I asked you this. How many housing units do we currently have that are approved waiting to be built? And how many housing units do we have that are waiting approval? Does anybody have a working number? Okay. But I mean, it's not like construction isn't happening. I mean, I understand that we want to make these changes to encourage more construction, but Evanston's not on hold while this process is going on, correct?
That's absolutely correct. I will say, though, it has created some ambiguity in future planning when it comes to homeowners wanting to improve their properties, to, people who own property who might want to develop it, but they're not sure if they want to move forward under the current code or the future code. So there is a bit of a delay in terms of development activity while they wait and see what happens. But in terms of in the pipeline, I think you've all seen in the paper, we have 2 large-scale developments in the downtown. And there's a handful of others that are kind of working themselves through the process. So that's just what I would offer in terms of some of the considerations in terms of the development community.
Okay, thank you.
And Mayor, Council, I just wanted to say one last thing. So certainly, there has been a lot of community engagement that staff's done, but we're also looking for, your help in getting the word out and making sure people are able to review this. There are processes to submit feedback even as of right this second. And so we're always looking for that feedback. We will get that to the Land Use Commission like we have been for their consideration as well. So I just wanted to point that out. If, you can help as well in letting people know that they can review the information that's out there and get their feedback as well. So,
I know there's a lot of lights coming on repeatedly. There's many people in line for second cracks. I'll get to all of you. Next is Councilmember Hadakadis with 2.5 minutes left.
So I want to make a quick kind of comment about the community engagement. I think the feedback that we've gotten up until this point has been very positive about the changes. And I think I have to acknowledge that a lot of the people who are not in this room can't be in this room because they are working second shift or they're doing childcare. And I think staff was really intentional about trying to reach people who don't have the time to come here. And so I've heard some feedback that like people don't believe what the feedback we got from the community because like they're not here. But I just want to acknowledge that for a lot of people, it is really hard to spend 4 hours on a Monday evening, depending on their life situation. And so like I applaud you folks for being able to be here, but I just want to acknowledge that a lot of the people who have shared the feedback and said like we want these type of changes can't be here and aren't here. If it's appropriate at this point, I think I would like to make a motion kind of following Councilmember Revell's direction to at first decouple the two documents, and I don't know if we want to make a combined motion and ask for some product back here before April.
Mayor, I just want to say that only one action should be taken in a motion, but two, there wasn't a coupling of the two pieces of legislation. And so I would just say just a motion to set the timeline would be appropriate.
Yeah, certainly if you set two different timelines, that's a decoupling. So I think it's sort of an academic distinction. But I guess, are you proposing a specific timeline for the comprehensive plan to be back here and then a different timeline for the zoning code?
The first motion was for decoupling by Tom. I'm sorry, I feel like we've just been skipped over that one. That was the first.
Why don't we do that one now?
Sure. And then we can... All right. I mean, if we want to take I think there's going to be a unanimous vote for decoupling. So let's do that. So Councilmember Sufferton moves that the comprehensive plan and the zoning code be decoupled. Councilmember Kelly seconds. Would the clerk please take the roll on the motion to address Councilmember Reid's point, to have non-coupled comprehensive plan and zoning code, whether or not you felt they were coupled before?
Councilmember Kelly?
Aye.
Councilmember Harris?
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen? Aye. Councilmember Nusma?
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton?
Aye.
Councilmember Revell?
Aye.
Councilmember Reid?
Aye.
Councilmember Hadakadis?
Aye. All right. With 8 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries, and the two projects are not coupled. So now, Councilmember.
But I've been trying, you asked if anybody had any questions, and I've been waiting for the commissioners here.
You're in the queue.
I know, but we're about to now vote before having further discussion.
There will be no vote without discussion. Sorry, if someone wanted to discuss the decoupling motion, I apologize. I thought that was already settled. But I'm entertaining a motion because Councilmember Hadakadis has the floor and a motion's in order, but there'll be discussion if a motion is made and seconded, and you'll have ample opportunity to discuss. Councilmember Hadakadis?
The second motion would be to set the timeline for seeing the comprehensive plan in front of City Council for March.
Okay, that was what Councilmember Revell said. Is there a second to that motion? So Councilmember Hadakadis moves to direct the Land Use Commission to finalize a recommendation relative to the comprehensive plan by the beginning of March, and Councilmember Revell seconds. And now we move to discussion on that motion. And are you done, Councilmember Hadakadis? Okay. Councilmember Kelly is next. Your time has expired, but obviously it's an important issue, so just be cognizant of that, please.
So first, I really want to thank Deputy City Manager for speaking so straight to us about the issues. That is deeply appreciated on council. So thank you very much for laying that out for us. That's very helpful. I also want to mention R1. That wasn't, to me, really quite as straight. I mean, I think we could have done a better job in answering Councilmember Reid's questions about R1 and tall buildings. Yes, depending on your floor area ratio. If your floor area ratio is sufficient, you go as high as you want. So let's be clear. Let's not mislead the public. We didn't set a height limit. There's no limit. If you buy up 2 blocks and you want to build, I'm just saying, depending on your FAR, you can go. Right. I mean, there's nothing that said there's a maximum height. It just it has to correspond with your FAR. Yes, but it's not capped.
No, Councilmember Kelly, on R1, the maximum.
No, not in R1, but for the tall buildings. I was referring to the tall buildings.
Sorry, yeah. Councilmember Reid's question is what's allowed in R4 permissible in R1? Right. And the answer is no. R1 does have a height limit of 35 feet.
It increases, and the massing increases by 40. No, because you can go as high as what would now be the peak. You can now go to a flat. The overall massing is increased by about 40% on R1.
Okay. Yeah. But as Ms.
I just want to interject for a
but
second.
I'm sorry. I have the floor.
No,
May I just finish, please?
No, I'm chairing this meeting. I just would like us to conduct these discussions, even in the case of intense disagreement, without accusing people of misleading the public. It's really, really not productive. I think that our staff is doing an excellent job of communicating as well as possible. They can always try to do better. In no instance is anybody trying to mislead the public.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Kelly, you have the floor.
Thank you. Okay, so I just want to say that the R1 does in fact change. It isn't just the same R1, so that's where there is some confusion about mixing it up, but I think that has to be stated and clarified for the public. I also want to mention, if, this firm did not hold up to our expectations, our Land Use Commission voted several times at the direction of staff to create a committee of the comprehensive plan, a committee for the comprehensive plan. They took a lot of time deciding how much time they would have and who would serve on it. And 5 of them that were voted in to form the Land Use Commission committee of the comprehensive plan, and they elected Jean Linwall as the chair. They also elected Jean Linwall to chair the steering committee of the comprehensive plan, which would be comprised of various members from Environmental Board, Preservation Commission, and Parks and Rec, I suppose. It was various BCCs. So I think at this point, given the place that we're at with the firm, I mean, maybe it would really be helpful. I think we would all appreciate if those committees were engaged. I mean, these are the folks who are, professionals, experts. I think it's better to have them engaged in making recommendations to us and to get that feedback first. And I'm really sorry that they weren't convened. And I think that would have been very helpful. And I asked them, I said, I watched all the videos and I said, were you guys ever convened? And no, nobody ever, pulled us together to, have us meet to discuss this. So I think that was a big loss. But I don't think it's too late. Of course it's not too late, and we should get this right. And I would recommend, moving forward with it. I think we're highly mistaken to think 2 months is adequate. And I know, Chair Rogers, I know you're, trying to avoid telling us, but we all know that you and others feel that this really needs until about the fall or prior to the budget season to be able to do an adequate job. I think so. I don't think anybody should feel hesitant to actually tell us, because you all are the professionals, you're the experts. 2 months is not adequate. We're not going to get a solid product back. So, to do this for political expediency before the election is just unfair to our residents. Thank you.
Councilmember Nguyen with 2 minutes and 45 seconds left.
Yes, Chair Rogers, can I ask you a question? You've just said that a few minutes ago, you were saying that there was a lot of different data that you needed to get and
process.
And process. What is the data you need, and is it readily available? Does it need to be collected? How much time will that take?
What we need to see is a final comprehensive general plan that we can vote on. Some of that we have in bullet form, some of it we have in outline, And it's really a question for staff as to how quickly they can get that information to us. And the one thing that I will say is that if we agree to a timeline and there's an expectation that we deliver to council by a certain date, every date in that timeline needs to be held firm as well, because we can't play catch up to try to meet a deadline for council if we don't get the information we need from the consultants or from staff in a way that we can process it. Does that answer?
I think it does, but
I mean, I know you're looking for specific things.
well, that's what I'm.
And so we've asked for input on a health chapter, which currently Commissioner Lindwald had asked to be included, and we all agree with that. We've talked about having plans for our city buildings, which are in a sad state of repair at the current time. And what is the plan for moving forward with those? What is the plan if District 65 decides to sell off properties? What is the plan? Currently, my understanding is the plan is the city would try to acquire those properties for open space. Or they could be sold for adaptive reuse. There's multiple things that could be done. What is the plan for those sorts of things? As well as then citing the source material for many of the statements that are being presented to us in the comprehensive general plan as fact, which we're not denying that they are fact or are not fact. We need to know what the source is so that we can do our research and say, yes, that is what this research says. So throwing out a comment, and I'm just going to pick one at random, that there will be fewer cars in Evanston in 2045 than there are currently, may or may not be true, but we don't know what the supporting research is to show where that statement comes from.
And, okay, so then so it sounds like some of this information has to come from staff and some has to come from the consultant?
It all comes to us through staff. We don't have a direct relationship with the consultant. So the consultant would work with staff to provide them with the information that we've requested. And you can look at what our agenda is for Wednesday and see the specific things that we've been fed. You can look at our meeting from last Wednesday and see the specific things we asked for. We're beginning to get actual real data that we can use to help support statements that are being made. But the other thing that I want to throw out there, just to throw one more thing out into the mix, is we have projects that are in the timeline, and I don't know if we have continually put off developers because we're in this process, and staff's time is limited.
Right.
Yes. And so if there are projects coming, do we continue to put off developers who want to come to Evanston while we work this process through, or the projects that are already in the pipeline, do we hear those? And if we're expected to hear those, that takes at least one meeting away from Land Use Commission to hear those types of projects.
Okay, so I have a couple questions for staff then. Okay, so my obvious question is, do you have the time to provide what the Land Use Commission needs?
So we have already started to compile a lot of the information that Chair Rogers just laid out. We've already gone through the draft and we've identified how many total citations? Like over 60 citations that need to be incorporated into the draft plan. We did a presentation on a lot of the data that the Land Use Commission had previously requested. So we're aware of some of the deficiencies that the chair just laid out and have been working to make sure that it's ready to go once the new version of the comprehensive plan comes out. Again, we never anticipated that this would be the version that travels ultimately to council. So there has been work done to address some of the concerns that we're hearing, not only from Land Use Commission, but also the community.
I think that was my third question is, are you able to incorporate what you're hearing from the community into this as well?
I think we're going to do our best effort at that. And I would rely on the Land Use Commission and ultimately the City Council to make sure that we are reflecting the feedback that we're hearing in the community. And this product does represent their voices.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember excuse me, Councilmember Nusma with a minute and a half left.
I'm sorry. I'll defer to the next person. I didn't realize I was in line.
Councilmember Reid, who also your time is up, but again, we're extending time for obvious reasons here. I'm just asking you to be sensitive to that, please.
Yes, thank you. A few just quick questions. I do want to understand one more fact, and then this will lead into a member of the Land Use Commission shared that there were 6,000 vacant residential units. Am I correct in my understanding there?
3,400.
Staff.
So can we have staff speak to that question? The question is whether there's 6,000 vacant residential units in Evanston at this time.
So we did provide some data on this to the Land Use Commission. The vacant units in Evanston kind of stem from a couple of different reasons. It stems from the fact that you've got your normal kind of churn of rent. So either home is on the market for sale or a home is on the market for rent. And then we also have a lot of seasonal households here in Evanston. And so dependent upon when the data was pulled for the American Community Survey, you'll see vacancies based on that particular component as well.
So just to understand, so is that correct that there's 6,000 vacant units here, even with your caveat there? Is that a
Let me
true number
verify that. I
it's
don't
worth?
want to speak inaccurately. I have a slide that I can pull up, but I don't have it off the top of my head, Councilmember. So I can come back to your question and let you know in just a minute.
Okay. I will say, just to close, is that I would encourage all of us. I mean, I think there was just an example a bit earlier. There have been examples at Land Use Commission meetings. I think we should be careful not to add to the vexing nature of all of this by, if you're not sure of something, ask a question rather than make a statement as if something is fact. I've seen things that are just woefully inaccurate quoted in the media, and I don't think it's intentional or folks have malintention. I think that we just need to be more careful with that. And to that end, with our consultant, should we be ending the contract with the agency?
I'm going to defer to Corporation Counsel on that question.
Good evening, Councilmember Reid, Mayor, members of City Council, Alex Ruggie, Corporation Counsel. That is something that my department, in conjunction with City Manager's Office and Community Development, has looked into. We have utilized many of the subcontractors that the contractor has hired, including ZoneCo, which has been a responsive subcontractor to the contract. So just ending the overall contract has other implications that we were not prepared to deal with at the time, but it's something we continue to review on a weekly basis.
And what are the implications of ending the contract?
Well, it would end the contract with all of the subcontractors that we're currently working with. It would also extend the timeline significantly if we needed to go back out for an RFP, or if we wanted to hire those subcontractors individually, which, we were looking into seeing if that's a possibility, but it would significantly extend any timeline we're looking at.
And we couldn't do a sole source with the individual subcontractors?
We have been looking into that, and we could, yes, but we're not sure if if those contractors, it would just potentially increase the timeline if they could provide all the services that we would need. Okay,
I would support, and if my colleagues support it as well, staff really looking into that. I think if the contract, and I'll ask Chair Rogers, do you believe that it is worth continuing the contract with the agency?
Thank you for your question, Councilmember Reid. I will say that we have not really had any relationship with the contractors ourselves. Everything has come through city staff. So with the exception of a workshop that I worked in, I've not met with the consultants at all. And I think,
sorry to interrupt. Well, based on the work product that they've delivered to you, do you think it is worth continuing the contract with them?
I don't think so. I don't think the product is as strong as a product as Evanston deserves. The fact that we have had to go back and continually request additional information, I think speaks to the quality of the product that we're receiving. But that's way above my pay grade, because that's why you all get elected and get paid, and I'm just a volunteer.
Thank you. Yeah. I don't know what pay grade I'm at, but it ain't much higher than yours. Thank you for that, Chair Rogers. So I'll just close there. I think that we need to, I'd love for the law department to come back to us at our next meeting and tell us whether or not we can end the main, everything that comes with ending the main contract, and whether or not we could quickly enter into sole source contracts with the vendors, the subcontractors that we think are meeting or exceeding expectations. I also think that we need to focus specifically on making this information more accessible to a wider range of folks. And I don't mean just by holding more meetings. I think we need to, maybe work with a team that can help visualize some of this information in an engaging way that helps us connect with folks in the modern era. And I think that it would be worth spending some money to do that. And so I would love for staff to come back and the Land Use Commission to come back with a plan on how we better inform folks about what's going on here. Thank you.
And then I just wanted to respond to your question earlier, Councilmember, about vacancy rate. So currently we have approximately 33,000 occupied housing units within Evanston, and our vacancy rate is 7%. About half of that is that housing cycle that I talked, where they're on the market or for rent. The other half of that vacancy rate is from the seasonal or other types of uses. And that equates to just over 2,300 vacant housing units. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Correct, yep.
At this time, no one is seeking to speak for a first or second time, so now we go to third cracks, beginning with Councilmember Sufferton with 50 seconds left.
Thanks. So my concern about the March timeline is if I understand what you're saying correctly, it's like March is blown if whatever you need in February doesn't happen. It's all sequential, right?
That's correct.
So there's no catching up at the end. And my concern is if we end up having to bring in a new consultant, we're not going to hit that one. I'd rather have a more realistic one, or one that's not calendar based. I don't know what the correct answer is. I mean, I think the original timeline kind of contemplated a more complete product at this point.
It did, and we missed certain benchmarks along the way in that process as well. And so that pushed us all back, which pushed us more into the holidays, which created a whole nother set of issues for us. Okay. Plus, and I'll say this, I love Evanston's engaged community, but they are having a difficult time separating the comprehensive plan from the zoning ordinance.
We just did that, though. We did that for them. I think that will help.
But in their mind, understanding the differences between the two documents and addressing the difference between the vision and the execution of those two documents.
Right. I mean, I think for the clarity of the discourse going
I
forward,
think that will be solved through the action that this council is currently taking.
So I just don't know if March gives us enough cushion. March feels like it assumes everything goes perfectly, is my concern.
I mean, I can share my timeline that I've shared.
I would love to hear it.
So if you'd like to, if that's what you're going towards here.
Yeah, please.
I mean, if if I were given the timeline that I had, that I could choose for the Land Use Commission, the public, and for council to all engage with what I think is the due diligence that is necessary for this. My goal would be to continue to have discussions on this, but focus on discussions on particular areas. Every meeting we've had, I can tell you exactly how this community feels on R1 through R3. I can't tell you how this community feels about some of the other issues that are being addressed in these plans. So that's one of the things that I think we need to have more discussion about those things. So regardless of what happens, this is not a dead process where things just stop and don't happen for months on end. My ideal timeline, if it were up to me again, is to literally put this document on the shelf for a month so that we aren't looking at it and engaged with it in the day-to-day the way we are, because I think we've gotten lost in the forest because we're concentrating on trees. So I would move to put the comprehensive plan in that summer timeline. And the only reason it's pushed back that long is because a new council will be elected and there will be a learning curve for some members of that council. We know at least 2 members of this council will not be with us in the next council. And those are our 2 most senior members too, who have an institutional knowledge. So I would push to move that back, so that would be approved roughly in the early fall, again, not giving specific dates. Once the comp plan then is done in early fall, having staff take that comp plan, which is now an approved document by council, and writing and adapting our zoning ordinance to match with that, so the 2 marry together, and then pick up in January of next year the zoning ordinance. And the reason we're skipping that period of time is because of the budget discussions and the holidays. And so picking up the zoning ordinance in January with a completion by next March, early April at that time. It does push it back, but a lot of the time that's being eaten up is for very specific reasons. Those being the holidays, budget issues, and giving the new council time to get their legs under them.
Right. Well, I think we have
You have a motion for the other,
floor,
which is why
so
I really didn't discuss that one in
that.
detail, but I'm just putting that out there now.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
As an alternative, so.
Continuing with third cracks, Councilmember Reid with 2 minutes left.
I just want to add one quick note that, as we're doing this for discussion, obviously if you ran into a road bump or something happened, it's not like, I think, like I said, I think there is urgency to not slowing down the process. And I think this is something that we need to have more interaction with you folks and regular updates. But I still think it could be done. Really, like, at least from the feedback that I had at my ward meeting, everyone said, the skeleton of the draft plan meets and reflects our, community values. And I think when we had housing and community development, when we had the discussion, I said, I think the consensus was kind of like, this looks great. The nitty gritty is going to be where, we really get into the details with the zoning stuff. So I think, now that it's decoupled, I would, but of course, if there's some issues, things happen.
Continuing with third cracks, Councilmember Reid with 1.5 minutes left.
Excuse me. Well, I guess I'm puzzled by Chair Rogers' comment that of basically putting the comprehensive plan on the shelf for a month and just.
I think we need to take time. When I do copywriting professionally, one of the things I always do is I put it to bed at night, and the next morning I look at it again with fresh eyes. And I don't know if we need to take that opportunity to look at things with fresh eyes again. And it's not prolonging things. It's so that we can find out where those flaws are, where those gaps are in the comprehensive plan.
And you think the commission members need that?
I think everybody needs that, to be quite honest. I think the staff needs that as well. I mean, staff is doing
So let's bring staff forward in that case. Does staff need that?
I think we lose momentum if we pause for a month, and we also run the risk of folks not necessarily coming back to the table. I know Evanston is very engaged, but I would recommend that, as I said previously, and if I didn't, I'm going to say it now, I think the feedback we've heard on the zoning code has been specific to one topic, and I would like to have the Land Use Commission continue their conversations on the zoning code, because if they don't, we're going to be exactly where we are today. And we're going to pick up the conversation and we're going to restart it. We need to continue having conversations. We need to continue public engagement if we're going to have the best possible outcome in this process. And that's my professional opinion.
Before you disappear, so when we've heard from the residents about the concerns about the details of the proposed zoning code, and that really goes to the link between density and affordable housing, and how are we really going to ensure that whatever we do, we don't have the unintended consequences and we really do get affordable housing. So could you talk to us briefly about our strategic housing plan? Is that going to be giving us a roadmap, and how is that going to interface with this comp plan business?
Sure. The strategic housing plan has been put on hold as staff works on Envision Evanston. So it is one consideration for you to understand in terms of capacity. We wouldn't be able to do both at the same time. The strategic housing plan is going to lay out strategies just like the comprehensive plan is. It's going to give us a roadmap for the next 10 years. And I would say that it will also lay out more specific strategies related to housing in line with the draft comprehensive plan. We have presented to the Housing and Community Development Committee a draft framework of that strategic housing plan. I don't want to speak on behalf of the committee, but I would say that it was rather well received. And as the chair, maybe you could speak on behalf of that discussion. And, you know, we're committed to continuing that work. I would also say that based on community feedback we've been receiving, there are so many alternatives to what is currently in the draft that could be presented to both the Land Use Commission and the City Council for their consideration. I don't want to, you know, beat this drum too much. It's a draft and there will be changes as this moves forward, but we can't have these conversations if we stop the process. And it's really been valuable to hear from community members in terms of what they would be more appreciative of or what would more align with their perspective, because there's so many different ways that we can approach this to address the concerns and feedback that we've been receiving. So I would say the comprehensive plan, the strategic housing plan are a couple of tools, but we also have our inclusionary housing ordinance and some other things that the city has been working on to address these affordable issues as well.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Well, I think your comments about maintaining the momentum is very, very persuasive.
Thank you.
Continuing with third opportunities, Councilmember Kelly. Again, your time is up,
Okay.
but
Thank
please.
you. I appreciate it.
I know this is an important topic, so
Thank you very
you're going to
much.
hear from you.
Okay. What I want to say, you know, I agree we should move on from HDR and zone code, but a lot of work has been done that we can use, like the community outreach, all the post-its. So we're already, you know, there's much work there. We wouldn't have to hire a firm to do all of the entire work. So I do think it's worth noting, you know, we were the first round. Now I just saw that we were going to hire Tesco, a firm that's done lots of these. The firms we hired, or the firm HDR, has very little experience with doing a comprehensive plan. So I think we should keep that in mind. And much work has been done that we can rely on. So it wouldn't have to be as costly. And then the other thing, I just want to be sure, that we have, it's been confusing for us, for residents who are trying to stay involved with all the different drafts that come out. People are asking now, which one am I supposed to be looking at? You know, again, I'm going to reiterate, I think we heard with the timeline that would be more reasonable, more responsible. We didn't have either of these committees convened. I think that we should respect this committee, and I would like to, can I make a friendly amendment, or I don't know what you call it, friendly or not friendly, but could I amend the motion to reflect now that we have new information, to reflect the timeline that Chair Rogers said would be the most responsible, adequate, and allow for the time to collect the data that is needed so that we can move forward with a more responsible plan. Is that, do I amend the motion?
So you can, I guess I'll ask the Corporation Counsel, is that?
You can move to make a replacement motion.
Okay. Well, then I guess I'd like to move to make.
I appreciate Councilmember Reid's input, but I want to make sure that that's in keeping with the Corporation Council's legal advice.
Yes, that's correct. That is correct. Thank you.
In that case, I know that 2 months is not going to be enough time. So I'd like to move to make a replacement motion to reflect what Chair Rogers said would be more appropriate time, with a goal of completing the comprehensive plan by the end of the summer, early fall, previous to the budget discussion. That's the comprehensive plan, with the zoning to follow immediately thereafter, wrapping up, I believe, in March of 26. Did I get that right? March, April of 26. So I'd like to move that replacement motion.
Well, I mean, you can't do both.
No, I'm saying I'll second it, but
okay. Councilmember Kelly moves that the City Council direct the. I'm not sure I got this right. Moves that the City Council direct the Land Use Commission to make a recommendation on the comprehensive plan by the end of summer of 2025, and a recommendation on the zoning code at some point in early 2026.
March, April, but March. March of 26.
If I could correct my timeline, the dates that are being given are for city council approval, not for land use.
Right, for city council approval.
Commission approval.
Thank you.
Okay. So Councilmember Kelly, I guess in that case is moving that the city council direct itself to finish the comprehensive plan by the end of the summer.
I think we'd be directing that we establish a goal of approving this by the end of the summer, and a goal of finishing at City Council, of finishing the zoning, that it comes legislatively moves to us. This is the goal by March or April. I'll say by the end of March. March, okay. By the end of March.
Okay, so Councilmember Kelly moves that the City Council establish a goal that the comprehensive plan be adopted by the end of summer 2025 and the zoning code by the end of March 2026. Councilmember Sufford in seconds. We've got a few people online. Councilmember Reid, followed by Nusma.
Yeah, I don't support that new timeline. I think that would be, really tabling this, losing the momentum. And in fact, I want to make a motion before I get to that, I just, again, want to caution folks from making statements that they do not know to be true. I think we just had another example of that a few moments ago with a statement regarding staff's position on this. And I think those kinds of statements take away from, moving this forward appropriately. And so I would actually encourage us, the discussion today is that we're rushing into this Envision Evanston process, and we're not allowing enough time for community engagement. I think it would be a mistake to rush into setting a new timeline when a council-approved timeline, in this manner had not existed. And so I think I'm going to move to table this discussion to our next meeting, and I think we can come to that meeting hopefully with more information from our legal department about what it would look like to potentially in the contract with HDR, what it would look like to.
As a favor, because you're not here, I'll tell you the body language on the dais was not great when you said that. But Councilmember Reid moves to table this discussion for 2 weeks. Is there a second?
I couldn't see the body language. The camera panned away from folks, so I'll withdraw that motion. But I would encourage folks to not vote. I would encourage folks to follow the advice of our staff who are, the true professionals, the true experts on this who have education and training on this in multiple communities. So I would encourage us to follow that direction. While I'm not enthusiastic necessarily even about the new timeline, I think it makes a lot more sense to give us time to ensure the community and what's actually being proposed are in alignment. And so I will support Councilmember Heracadis' motion and would encourage my colleagues to not support this motion, particularly without information about what these next steps will look like. Thank you.
Councilmember Nusma.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't want to take our foot off the gas. I'm going to take staff's perspective into consideration, and I will support Councilmember Heracadis' motion to move forward with consideration of the comprehensive plan in March. As Councilmember Heracadis kind of alluded to, if by the time we get there we're not ready to move forward, we can always decide at that point to take more time. I understand that if we want to get to the place where we're ready to make an informed decision in March, a number of things need to happen. I expect that they will. Staff knows what the marching orders are. If for whatever reason it can't be pulled together in time, we can always make that decision at that time. I don't want to commit right now to voting on something by the end of March, but I want to set that as a target. So I'm going to be supporting Councilmember Heracadis' motion.
Councilmember Kelly, do you want to close?
I'm also concerned about the projects they have to get through. I mean, I think we need to respect the work that they have in front of them, also other projects. So, I think that's, Chair Rogers presented this to us based on all the work that needs to be done so that we can deliver to the residents a solid product. And I'm concerned now that we're still trying. I understand that we can always amend it, but I think right now we need to relieve that pressure that they have felt for so long, and that's made much of the community feel incredibly frustrated, and set a timeline that's a little more reasonable than 2 months. So
right.
I think there is that question of getting the other projects through.
I think we've sort of reached the point of repeating ourselves. There's one light on, so I'll call on you. But then after that, I'm going to start observing time limits.
So,
Councilmember Sufferton.
Sorry. Give me like a proposed meeting schedule based on the March timeline and the projects that you have. If you guys, yeah, I mean, this is like not binding, right? But I mean, what would the cadence of meetings be?
Yeah, I think as we've done throughout this process is staff has coordinated very closely with the chair of the Land Use Commission to make sure that we're aligned on the dates and when this topic would be discussed. Right now, the Land Use Commission schedule, which again, I recommend that we continue to have conversations on the zoning code draft that is out there currently so that as we move forward, we can refine based on public input. I also will work with anyone on the council who wants to hold community meetings in their wards to get more feedback from residents. Right now, the Land Use Commission is scheduled to meet next week, the following week, the 20th.
This week as well, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
so tomorrow, yeah, we're basically meeting through the end of Wednesday. Jeez, it's almost tomorrow.
So you're meeting Wednesday.
Yes, they're
tomorrow
meeting
in
on
Newfoundland.
Wednesday. They are meeting on Wednesday. They're meeting on the 29th. They're 22nd, 29th, 12th. So those are all, the first one is on the comprehensive plan and the following three are on the zoning code draft that we currently have available. So again, encourage them to continue those meetings. In addition, they meet twice a month. So their first meeting is the 12th, which we already have a topic planned, and then their regular meeting on the 26th.
Okay, and the 26th is when you contemplate looking at these new proposals unrelated to Envision Evanston.
No, we have no projects scheduled in the month of February currently. We are looking at scheduling projects in March of this coming year. So the projects will start for the Land Use Commission in March.
Okay, so your second meeting in February would be the last meeting on Envision before your proposed comprehensive plan time here. Is that how that works?
but that's not what was just said. And so I don't want to get into discussions with staff right now.
Yeah.
But if we're looking at the comp plan on Wednesday, and then we move into zoning for the next 3 meetings, that means that we aren't looking at the comp plan again until
Middle of February? End of February.
End of February.
And then we vote on it in March and you're,
Which then moving it to March basically means we have 1 meeting beyond this Wednesday to address it.
okay.
So,
No, that's, sorry.
Councilmember Nguyen?
I'm sorry, I'm ready to jump out of my seat. I thought we were decoupling the comprehensive general plan from the zoning. And so, to my mind, those 3 zoning meetings that are scheduled, those should be comp plan meetings, if you feel that those are useful or that you should schedule those, because I'm just thinking of getting the community, my residents in the 3rd Ward, getting them ready to come to to the Land Use Commission for those 3 zoning meetings. So I'm sorry, I don't think that if we've just decoupled this and said the zoning code is going to happen after the comprehensive general plan, then that's what the Land Use Commission should be working on, and that's what staff should be working on.
We have already noticed the meeting on the 22nd, and this is not a insignificant amount of money. The notice that was mailed out for the 22nd on the zoning code and the subsequent meetings cost the city about an additional $25,000. So
I got my postcard.
Yeah. Yep. So I would encourage, as I said, we've received a lot of feedback already about the single family neighborhoods and allowing up to 4 units. We have not heard, and I think the land use has not heard, feedback on the zoning code either. If we are being asked to draft something new based on further community input, I would strongly encourage that they at least hold the meeting on the 22nd to receive that public testimony to inform further calibration of the code. I understand the goal is to decouple them and for the Land Use Commission not to vote on them at the same time. But that doesn't mean we should stop receiving community input and talking about these while the other is going on, because otherwise, again, we're right back where we are today of not having community input, and we're starting that process over on the zoning code. And I feel that that would be inefficient of both our community residents and staff's time to hold off on this initial conversation. So again, I think we need to have that meeting on the 22nd to receive testimony. We can work with the chair after that on having specific discussion items related to zoning, but I wouldn't want them to stop thinking about this or talking about it, again, so that we don't lose that momentum.
I understand. I think we're confusing the public. Yeah,
Councilman-
and these two, right.
Councilmember Hadakatis?
Councilmember Nguyen asked what I was just going to ask, so.
All right. So now the motion before us was made by Councilmember Kelly in consultation with the chair of the Land Use Commission to set a goal for the council to vote on the comprehensive plan by the end of the summer, and then the zoning code by the end of April 2026. Would the clerk please take the roll on that motion?
Councilmember Kelly?
Aye.
Councilmember Harris?
No.
Councilmember Nguyen? Councilmember Newsma?
No.
Councilmember Sufferton?
Aye.
Councilmember Ravel?
No.
Councilmember Reid?
No.
Councilmember Hadakatis?
No.
With 2 voting in favor and 6 voting against, the motion fails. And so now we revert, I believe, is that correct? To the pre-replacement motion made by Councilmember Hadakatis to ask the Land Use Commission to have a recommendation on the comprehensive plan only by the end of February. Will the clerk please take the roll on that motion?
No.
No.
Give me a second. I'm not there yet. Hold on. Because otherwise
Okay.
it's not going to get recorded. Okay, so Councilmember Kelly?
No.
Councilmember Nguyen? So
she
Councilmember
already
Harris.
had my no.
Now I'm skipping you because you already voted. But
Right.
Councilmember Nguyen, sorry. And Councilmember Harris, sorry, just to clarify. No. Councilmember Nguyen.
This is on.
For the March timeline.
For the Land Use Commission to make a recommendation on the comprehensive plan by the end of February.
Which would then come to council.
Which could then come to council if we were ready. Okay.
Aye.
Right, now I'm writing again because it was changed in my mind. Okay, so Councilmember Nguyen, aye. Councilmember Nusma?
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton?
No.
Councilmember Ravel?
Aye.
Councilmember Hedakaris? Councilmember Reid?
Aye.
Councilmember Hedakaris?
Aye. With 5 voting in favor and 3 voting against, the motion carries and the direction is given to the Land Use Commission. And
I just want to confirm the direction because we've had a bunch of different things happening. So the expectation is that by our meeting, second meeting of February, we will have a comp plan to pass forward to City Council. So you will receive it by your first meeting in March, or if you choose to make a special meeting.
That's right. And I want to echo something you said that I think is very important, very legitimate. That expectation is contingent on any deadline that is established between you and us and staff between here and there getting met. And if those deadlines aren't met, the expectation becomes kind of silly.
Right.
And I would say the same thing on our end. And I want to say as clearly as possible, nobody should vote for something they don't think is the excellent product that the residents deserve. And so if the outcome of the process that you guys go through between now and the end of February produces something this council is not sure about, they should vote accordingly. And I would ask everybody on this dais to do just that. But but we're giving ourselves the opportunity to make that choice in March.
Right. So we will not be taking any vote on Wednesday night, just to clarify for the public, because that has been our scheduled timeline for making a vote. We will not be doing that on Wednesday night. We will be continuing with testimony, receiving testimony on that. So we will probably want to reopen public testimony since we closed it at the last meeting. So this is my chance, I guess, to talk to the public and say we will be taking more public testimony based on the changes that have been produced for us so far. Thank you.
Thank you. And then your light's on, but I wanted to first go back to Councilmember Hedakaris from 400 years ago. You had wanted to make a motion about the comprehensive plan and the zoning code on different timelines. Do you still have the motion on the zoning code or no? Okay. Councilmember Kelly.
I just want to clarify, you did say that should it just feel impossible to the Land Use Commission that there was room for them to ask for extended time.
No, here's what I said. What I said is that I would have imagined if the way these things have gone, to my knowledge, and there's 2 more knowledgeable people about this in the room who can leap to correct me if I'm wrong. But I would imagine, based on the way I've seen things go in the past, that very soon, maybe tonight or tomorrow morning, our staff, led by Liz and the chair of the Land Use Commission, will get together and figure out a plan, a calendar, a set of benchmarks, what staff needs to deliver, what consultants need to deliver, and what by what dates. And what I said is if those benchmarks aren't met, it ceases to be reasonable to ask the Land Use Commission to stick to their timeline. We can't say, you got to stick to your timeline, but nobody else has to stick to theirs. That's what I said.
Okay, so if those things don't materialize for whatever reasons, then we've made that clear that we wouldn't hold them.
Absolutely.
Okay, I just wanted to confirm that. Okay, and I just want to add, I am somewhat saddened that we're doing our comprehensive plan. We have great staff, but we don't have people heading it up who are city planners. We don't have a firm that turned out to deliver a substandard product. I feel bad for our city. I mean, I think our city deserves, a high quality firm with great expertise, with experience in doing, in making comprehensive plans. And anyway, it just feels like we're really not handling this to the best that we could on the behalf of our residents and this beautiful city. And we all took the oath that we'd leave this city more beautiful than we took seat. And I just want to make sure we do. Thank you.
Councilmember Nusma.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't want to leave us hanging on part 2 of this conversation, which is really where the rubber meets the road. So I will pick up the ball and propose a motion that we direct the Land Use Commission to provide to council a recommendation on the zoning code by the end of August.
Second, I would ask maybe mid-July.
August
It's
is
not
the
budget.
August is the murmurs in the room, Councilmember Reid.
So I'm not, you said the end of August or?
I'm saying the end of August.
Okay. So Councilmember Nusman moves to direct the Land Use Commission to make a recommendation on the zoning code by the end of August. Councilmember Revelle seconds. Councilmember Reid, I think, was trying to make a replacement motion, but I didn't get the feel there's support for that. What's that?
I was more so asking for a friendly amendment.
I think it was rejected as not friendly enough.
Yeah.
Would the clerk please take the roll? And again, the motion is to direct the Land Use Commission to make a recommendation on the zoning code by the end of August.
I'm sorry, if I can jump in really quick.
Councilmember Reid.
Yeah, I do want to encourage folks, again, why not the beginning of August? I don't think we should be setting, I guess I shouldn't say ourselves, but the next council up for, having to deal with the zoning code and the budget at the same time, which means that, because the budget is has a definite timeline where it has to be passed, I fear that the zoning code could get either set aside or not receive the attention that it needs. And so, and we know that council is going to be the place where a lot more people start to get engaged. That's just how things work. And so I would encourage us to have this come back to us beginning in August. That'll give us August, September to really focus on the zoning code and then switch gears to the budget in late September or early October.
I'm not sensing support for that up here. If someone wants to make that motion, that's in order, of course, but Councilmember, I don't think you have support for that. Again, just not trying to Bigfoot you, but just trying to read body language on your behalf.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Would the clerk please take the roll on Councilmember Nusma's motion, which again was for the end of August?
Councilmember Kelly?
No.
Councilmember Harris?
Aye.
Councilmember Nguyen? Aye. Councilmember Nusma?
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton? Aye. Councilmember Revelle?
Aye.
Councilmember Reid?
Aye.
Councilmember Heracariz?
Aye.
With 7 voting in favor and 1 voting against, the motion carries, and the Land Use Commission has been directed to provide a recommendation to council on the zoning code by the end of August. I just quickly want to thank everybody for the input. I want to reiterate a couple things, 3 things, I guess, that are the remaining, I would say, question marks about the timeline. One is what I already said. If the Land Use Commission doesn't get what is agreed between all parties that they need, then that will be a reason for delay. And I have every confidence in staff that that's not going to be necessary, but I do think it's important to acknowledge that. And then the second point is that these are deadlines that we've given the Land Use Commission, which means they are starting points of the discussion of these issues at council. And so council will then have to do real work. That work will take time. And then again, I just want to reiterate this once more. Nobody up here should vote on something they don't think is ready. And so we'll have to make sure that we've done the work to have a product that we think is what this community deserves at those times. But I'm really hopeful that these delays that we've just adopted will give us the time to get the details right, to incorporate all the different input that we're getting, and to put to rest what are genuine good faith concerns for people who share with the goals and objectives of this project, would like to see the project done, but aren't yet convinced that it would have been done right had it been done in its completion, in its totality by the end of March. So looking forward to a lot of work, but a lot of very important work for priorities that are just pivotal for this community. And when we get this right, it's going to pay remarkable dividends. So thank you again. And I'll just close by thanking staff for I guess the one thing that really kind of sticks in my craw, and it's just, this is life, and I think we've made the right decision tonight, but I think about all the Thanksgiving time and the Christmas time that was spent based upon a understanding of the timeline, and you know, it's a sign of your dedication to this community and the seriousness with which you take your jobs. And I regret that it may feel like not all of that was necessary, but what I want you guys to know is that the work that's been put in so far is what will make the rest of this project really excellent and something that pays the dividends that our community deserves. So thank you so much. With that, is there a motion relative to item SP3?
Mr. Mayor, I will move item SP3.
Councilmember Nusma moves ratification of interagency agreements with Family Focus and the Water Bureau exchanging $2.647678 million of ARPA SLFRF with local funding for bid 24-05 water main replacement project. Councilmember Harris seconds. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, will the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Kelly.
Aye.
Councilmember Harris.
Aye.
Councilmember Nguyen. Aye. Councilmember Nusma.
Aye.
Councilmember Suffredin.
Aye.
Councilmember Ravel.
Aye.
Councilmember Reid.
Aye.
Councilmember Heracariz.
Aye.
With 8 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries and the agreements are ratified. This brings us now to the consent agenda. Are there items that folks would like to see removed from the consent agenda? Oh, that's exciting. M1.
A20.
A2, please.
Did you say 23 and 24? Great. So at this time, I have M1, A2, A14, A16, A20, A23, and A24. Are there, oh, shoot. And there's like a,
There's a bunch we need to remove for
yeah.
suspension.
So, right, sorry. So that would be 23, 24.
Yeah.
You covered that already, but
Yeah.
you were a step ahead of the rest of us, Councilmember Harris. That means also A25.
26, 27, 28.
A25, A26,
Suspension of the rules.
A27,
29,
A28,
30,
A29,
31, up to 31.
A30, and A31. And then additionally, yeah, I got you. Additionally, A21. But I want to flag one item on this list quickly. Councilmember Kelly, did you want A24 pulled?
Did I want A24?
The reason I asked, this is a liquor, maybe just to allow everybody a little peek behind the curtain here. So most liquor license applications are totally uncontroversial. If the applicants come to the Liquor Control Review Board and they demonstrate themselves to be reasonable, responsible people, nobody speaks against. We approve it. It comes here. You guys approve it unanimously. It's no big deal. Very rarely neighbors express concerns, and that actually happened with item A24. Have you spoken with those
I
neighbors?
have. I spoke with them today, and they said it's fine to go ahead. They had
They are
subsequent
comfortable.
conversations
Okay.
with the management, and it came to an understanding that it wasn't quite what they perceived that it might be. So we're good to go.
So, okay. So then thank you for answering that. So what we have in that case is items M1, A2, A14, A16, and A20 are being pulled for various reasons. And then the following items are all being pulled for consideration of rule suspension for introduction and action, and those are A21, A23, A24, A25, A26, A27, A28, A29, A30, and A31. Is there anything else folks want pulled from the consent agenda? In that case, I would entertain a motion.
I move the approval of the consent agenda minus said items.
Councilmember Hedekadis moves approval of the consent agenda with the following exceptions: M1, A2, A14, A16, A20, A21, A23, A24, A25, A26, A27, A28, A29, A30, and A31. Councilmember Reid, I believe, seconded. Would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Kelly.
Aye.
Councilmember Harris.
Aye.
Councilmember Nguyen. Aye. Councilmember Newsma.
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton. Councilmember Ravel.
Aye.
Councilmember Reid.
Aye.
And Councilmember Hedekadis.
Aye.
With 8 voting in favor and 0 voting against, the motion carries, and the consent agenda, with the 15 exceptions previously read, is passed. Now on item M1, is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Councilmember Nguyen moves approval of the minutes of the regular council meeting of December 9, 2024, and the special city council meeting, Truth and Taxation, Public Hearing. Councilmember Newsma seconds. Councilmember Harris.
Just for the record, it shows that I was not present, but I had to look back. I was present. And if you watch the video, I'm there in my blue and white, as always.
Would you like to move to amend them to reflect that you?
Yes, please. I move to amend the minutes to show that I was present.
Councilmember Harris moves to amend the minutes to show that she was present at that meeting. Councilmember Nguyen seconds. Seeing no discussion, would the clerk please take the roll on the amendment?
Just for the future, we're happy to, if you guys shoot me a quick text or email, I can fix those on the fly. We use a system we used to type minutes. Now we use a program, so sometimes it's not perfect. So if you guys let me know, the minutes are actually live, so we can live correct them. Happy to always do that to not waste our time on this. But
It's not a waste of time. It's a correction of the minutes to make sure it's appropriate. So thank you.
Yeah, Councilmember Kelly.
Aye.
Councilmember Harris.
Aye.
Councilmember Nguyen. Aye. Councilmember Newsma.
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton. Councilmember Ravel.
Aye.
Councilmember Reid.
Aye.
Councilmember Hedekadis.
Aye.
With 8 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries and the minutes are amended. And now would the clerk please take the roll on approval of the amended minutes?
Councilmember Kelly.
Aye.
Councilmember Harris.
Aye.
Councilmember Nguyen. Councilmember Newsma.
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton.
Aye.
Councilmember Ravel.
Aye.
Councilmember Reid.
Aye.
Councilmember Hedekadis.
Aye.
With 8 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries and the amended minutes are approved. Now on item A2, Councilmember Harris, do you have a motion?
Yes. I move for the approval of BMO Harris Amazon credit card activity.
Second.
Councilmember Harris moves approval of BMO Harris Amazon credit card activity. Councilmember Nguyen seconds. Seeing no discussion, would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Kelly.
Aye.
Councilmember Harris.
Aye.
Councilmember Nguyen.
Aye.
Councilmember Newsma.
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton.
I abstain.
Councilmember Ravel.
Aye.
Councilmember Reid.
Aye.
Councilmember Hedekadis.
Aye.
With 7 voting in favor, none voting against, and 1 abstaining, the motion carries and the credit card activity is approved. Now on item A14, Councilmember Harris, do you have a motion?
Yep, I move for the approval of the change order number 2 to the agreement with Agency Landscape and Planning for the Park and Green Space Strategy Plan, RFP 2217.
Second.
Councilmember Harris moves approval of change order number 2 to the agreement just described. Councilmember Nguyen seconds. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Harris.
I just wanted someone to speak to why we have the change order. I know, but I wanted to have somebody speak to that. I think it's a very good reason, so I just want that to go on public record.
Members of the City Council, my name is Laura Biggs. I'm the city engineer. So a while ago, the consultant, we've been working on the Parks and Strategic Plan for quite some time. And as part of that, the consultant did give presentation to the Parks and Rec Board. However, some time has passed since then, and the Parks and Rec Board, although staff has received some comments from them, they have requested that the consultant return to give additional presentation and to answer any further questions they have. So this change order includes a presentation to them, an increased public comment period where we can receive more public comments if so desired. And we had originally intended to give the presentation to City Council just as a virtual presentation. And now the consultant will be here in person to give the presentation to City Council of the final Park Strategic Plan.
Councilmember Newsome.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I was just going to gripe about the added expense here, but I am going to support this because the Parks and Rec Board is requesting it.
Would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Kelly.
Aye.
Councilmember Harris.
Aye.
Councilmember Nguyen. Councilmember Suffredin.
Aye.
Councilmember Newsome. Sorry.
Aye.
Councilmember Ravel. Aye. Councilmember Reid.
Aye.
Councilmember Heracles.
Aye.
With 8 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries and the change order is approved. Now on item A16, Councilmember Harris, do you have a motion?
Yes, I move to approve special events, Evanston Folk Festival 2025.
Councilmember Harris moves approval of special event Evanston Folk Festival 2025. Councilmember Nguyen seconds. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Harris.
So it was my understanding this was a one-time event. We were going to try this. I've gotten emails from not my ward, but from the area saying it was good while it happened. So I'm just trying to get more feedback and understanding. Since it isn't my ward, I don't have the pulse on it. So I just wanted to ask the questions. Thank you.
Councilmember Kelly.
Sure. Thank you. Yes. And it was intended to be for 1 year. We got an overwhelmingly positive response of people saying, please, can we do this again? We met with residents afterwards, especially in the immediate neighborhood, to hear if there were concerns and what they were. And we made agreements with them. If we were to go forward, which we are, because of the overwhelmingly positive response, there were about 4 items. One was to reduce the number of events that were staged at the Arrington Lagoon at that area. And another one was about the breakdown when they break down. There were 4 items so that they wouldn't do it so early in the morning. Another item was to make access for the residents to their homes, to make that easier so it wasn't quite so circuitous. And then I think the 4th one was about moving the barriers a little bit further from the homes in the area. So, I mean, there are other things I'd like to see also going forward in the future, but we did, once we got that huge positive response begging to bring it back, we convened with residents. So, very little, if any, opposition. So, and I think maybe Councilmember Nguyen, you might also have had responses.
Councilmember Newsome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm super excited about this. The response, the feedback I've gotten has been overwhelmingly positive. And just to correct the record, when we approved the one event last year, it was only a one-time event in that we were only approving 1 year. It was never presented or intended to be one time and then never again. So what we're doing here is completely in alignment with what we talked about last time. Thanks.
Well, let me just interject there, and then we'll go to second opportunities. Yeah, I mean, it was an experiment, and I'm on the same team as Councilmember Kelly here. The feedback I got was overwhelming, like maybe more positive than anything else that we've done in the last 4 years. It was just like, oh my God, that was awesome. How do we make it happen again? And so in light of that, this seems like that's where we find ourselves tonight. With no one asking to speak for the first time, we go back to Councilmember Harris with 440 left.
Yep, this will be quick. I know it talks about 100% reimbursement, and we won't get that. What does that cost? I wonder if Director Thompson would know, since we're co-sponsoring.
Heather Thompson, Director of Parks and Recreation. What does it cost the city? We actually just had a request for, it's as far as the expense goes, I think Jordan is actually on the call. It actually costs them more than it cost us. There's some expense for police and fire. I think there was a cost for about $12,000 for police. There was $3,150 for the fire department. There's revenue for food and alcohol. There's another expense for our public works staff in order to put up the barricades and all. But other than that, I think there's actually more expense for Evanston space than the expense to the city. It is reimbursable to the city. They pay all of the expenses for the space. So as far as what we pay out, we're not paying out anything for space. Yes.
Mm-hmm. And again, no one's asking to speak for a first time, so we go back to Councilmember Kelly with 4.5 minutes left.
So I don't expect these numbers, but there's also sales tax and all the people that they bring out for the festival. So in terms of the finances, thank you.
Will the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Kelly?
Yes.
Councilmember Harris?
Aye.
Councilmember Nguyen? Aye. Councilmember Newsma?
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton? Aye. Councilmember Ravel?
Aye.
Councilmember Reid?
Aye.
Councilmember Heracariz?
Aye.
With 8 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries and the event is approved. Now on item A20, Councilmember Harris, do you have a motion?
Yeah, I move for the acceptance of ordinance 01025 Healthy Building Ordinance.
Second.
Councilmember Harris moves introduction of ordinance 1-0-25. Councilmember Reid seconds. Do we want to have a presentation from staff before we go to questions? Manager Pratt.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Kara Pratt, and I'm the city's Sustainability and Resilience Manager. The Healthy Buildings Ordinance before you today has been a concept in development beginning as early as 2015. To set the stage for regulating building energy use, the city passed the Energy and Water Benchmarking Ordinance in 2016, which requires buildings over 20,000 square feet to annually report their energy and water usage. Over the past 10 years, that benchmarking ordinance has been implemented, lessons have been learned, and we've collaborated with countless external partners to draft the next phase of this effort, the Healthy Buildings Ordinance, or HBO, which is also newly supported by a $10.4 million grant from the Department of Energy, or DOE. HBO has been developed to implement the goals of CARP, our Climate Action and Resilience Plan, which is also one of 6 City Council goals. HBO has a high emissions reduction impact, eliminating almost half of our community-wide carbon emissions by 2050. The ordinance language has been modeled off of the Institute for Market Transformation's Model Ordinance, which is based on tens of communities' experiences implementing building performance standards in other cities across the U.S. Furthermore, it does not pose the legal risk of related but different policies that require all-electric new construction, like the Berkeley, California example mentioned during public comment. HBO is a proposed building performance standard that would regulate, educate, and provide a clear path for Evanston's 500 largest buildings, those over 20,000 square feet, to comply with the goals set out in CARP. The proposed policy would efficiently reduce building emissions while ensuring equitable decision-making, affordability preservation, workforce development opportunities, and cost savings. As you can see from this slide, we begin, what is the Healthy Buildings Ordinance? It's a law that would require buildings over 20,000 square feet to meet 3 performance metrics by 2050. First, buildings must be energy efficient or reduce their energy use intensity. Second, buildings must eliminate on-site and district system emissions or eliminate fossil fuel combustion. Third, buildings must solely procure renewable electricity, either with on-site solar or through a third-party procurement contract, like the City of Evanston already does for our buildings, achieving cost savings for taxpayers. The ordinance will also create 2 new public bodies that will be empowered to establish interim performance metrics and a rulemaking process for alternative compliance. By interim performance metrics, we mean the gradual strengthening of the aforementioned final performance metrics every 5 years, beginning in 2030 and until 2050. So if you're hearing about this for the first time this evening, and it affects a building you manage, the earliest you have to reach any performance metrics is 2030. That's 5 years from now. The details of exactly what that will look like will be a public, democratic, and collaborative process that would take place after this ordinance is passed. Also, if you have concerns with your property reaching any of these metrics, there will be an alternative compliance pathway process so that you can make your case. A likely example of alternative compliance is an exception for backup natural gas power generation for the hospitals or for a water treatment plant. Another example is a brand new piece of natural gas equipment that would not reach the end of its useful life until, say, 2040. But the standards require action by 2035. In that case, a property manager could also apply for alternative compliance in order to replace their equipment 5 years later than the standard requires. This ordinance is flexible and understands the needs of our community. Now I'll pass the mic over to my colleague, Kirsten Drehobel-Vega.
Hello, everyone in person and online. Like Kara said, my name is Kirsten Drehobel-Vega, and I'm going to be speaking about community engagement. So starting with our public community engagement opportunities, we met 21 times with the Building Electrification Working Group. This is the body that worked to conceptualize and helped draft the Healthy Buildings Ordinance. We spoke about the Healthy Buildings Ordinance 9 times at the Environment Board. We spoke about it 6 times at the Utilities Commission. We spoke at 5 ward meetings. If you requested a ward meeting, we came and spoke at your ward meeting. We did 2 public webinars, and we did 2 office hours as well. These are all public, anyone can attend them. And then for targeted engagement, we had 4 mass email mailers to the affected buildings, so the 500 buildings on the list, as well as 2 physical mailers, so a letter and a postcard to the affected buildings, as well as 5 individual stakeholder meetings. So in addition to the 45 public opportunities shown in this table, city staff have also met with D65, ETHS, Northwestern University, and a large group of landlords and property managers organized by the Chicagoland Apartment Association. City staff have shared information and answered questions via email with both hospitals, several houses of worship, and countless individual property managers. Based on requests for more engagement, staff have scheduled additional public meetings on the HBO that will be on the city calendar on our website. For January 17th, 3:30 to 6 p.m. for office hours, January 23rd, 5 to 7 p.m. for a roundtable informational meeting, and January 24th, 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. for office hours. Staff is always willing to address concerns that come up. Now I'll be turning it over to my colleague, Ben Martin.
Great. Thank you, Kirsten. Thank you, Kara. And hello, everyone in person and online. I'm Ben, or Benjamin Martin, Sustainability and Resilience Specialist. So addressing concerns. In the process of conducting policy outreach and community engagement on building performance standards and electrification over the past few years, staff have heard several concerns from our community and experts. Concerns can be grouped into 3 categories: technical feasibility, financial feasibility, and last, timeline and collaboration. So, I just lost my spot. One sec. So, financial feasibility. We've heard from several stakeholders, including city staff regarding city buildings, that there are concerns with the upfront capital cost of building electrification. Regardless of this ordinance, appliances will need to be replaced over the next 25 years, and at expected future prices, electrification adds a marginal cost increase. The ordinance provides flexibility to align equipment to the end of useful life, as described by Kara. Some landlords express that rents will inevitably rise due to this ordinance, but solutions like federal and utility incentives Cook County's Commercial Property Assessed Clean Energy Program, and even the city's own Sustain Evanston grant program are solutions to bridge the financial gap. Additionally, housing cost is not only the cost of rent. I want to repeat that one. Housing cost is not only the cost of rent. Housing costs can be reduced through lower utility bills via energy efficiency as required by the ordinance. Improvements to a building's energy efficiency pay for themselves. With the support of grant funds and external stakeholders, we can creatively find funding to offset the high upfront capital costs of building decarbonization so that the costs are not passed down to tenants or borne by community members who cannot afford to electrify. Next, timeline and collaboration. So some concerns from stakeholders suggest that this work should be delayed to hold space for increased collaboration. The ordinance has already undergone extensive engagement with relevant stakeholders at the Evanston level, championed by our own Building Electrification Working Group. Also, policy research has been supplemented by regional nonprofits. And to foster collaboration and an equitable timeline, the ordinance establishes a rulemaking process that is shepherded through two new public bodies, the Healthy Buildings Accountability Board and the Healthy Buildings Technical Committee. Additionally, the DOE grant increases staff capacity to foster collaboration and aid. Further, engagement and collaboration are stifled without an ordinance in place. And last, the 25-year timeline to get this work done is the minimum requirement for climate action as laid out in the CARP. And then I think when I missed my spot, I skipped over. Okay. Kara says I didn't skip over, so it must be good. Oh, and now I'll pass it over to Scott Vogt, who is the ComEd's Vice President of Strategy and Energy Policy.
All right. Good evening, everyone. Thank you. My name is Scott Vogt, Vice President of Strategy and Energy Policy for ComEd. I'd like to thank you all for inviting me here this evening to speak of your ordinance, and I commend the City of Evanston on this ordinance as it will help the community address climate change and other benefits of decarbonization. We've been asked to come in and talk about the capabilities of our system to meet your ordinance. So if you go to the next slide, it's important in order to evaluate the capacity of the system and able to absorb electrification for heating in particular, it's necessary to look at the amount of capacity we have on the system in a summer versus winter. ComEd's system is a summer peaking utility, largely driven by air conditioning load in the summer. And these charts show you that on the average winter day versus the average summer day, we have around 3.4 gigawatts of difference between summer to winter. And when we look at those peak days, we have around 7 gigawatts of capacity in the summer that is not used in the winter. When we evaluated this ordinance, given that the ordinance is targeted towards buildings that are 20,000 square feet and above, our rough estimates are somewhere around 500 megawatts of capacity necessary to serve that electrification load in, especially around heating in Evanston. And that is a fraction of the 7 gigawatts that's currently available on the system today. So more than enough capacity from our view to support the ordinance. If you go to the next slide, this illustrates the amount of clean energy on the system, or where the sources of energy are that are serving our customers on an average winter day and on the winter peak day. And this is from 2024, so just last year. So when you look at the average winter day, we have more clean energy available than our customers use on that typical winter day. As you can see, the nuclear clean energy and wind energy available to serve the customers. And even on the peak day last year, when we had about 15 gigawatts of load, As it gets colder, we're about to find out here in the next few days, and the wind starts to blow more, we get more wind resources on the system that adds renewable energy. And pretty much in most of those hours last year on the peak day, we had enough clean energy to meet the load as well. So not only do we have capacity on the system, but we believe we have enough clean energy on the system to support the ordinance for Evanston. And then if you go to the last slide, one of the things we often hear about is reliability and the reliability of the electrical system. And this is 2023 reliability for Evanston. And the customers in Evanston average about 0.29 outages per customer. So less than one outage per customer over the course of the year. And the average time of outage is around 82 minutes. When you apply those two things together, that suggests that the average Evanston customer, ComEd customer that lives in Evanston, is without power around 27 minutes a year. So the reliability in Evanston has improved immensely from 2007 and 2008 to where we are today. So we are very confident that this system, from a reliability, capacity, and clean energy perspective, can support this ordinance for Evanston as you decarbonize going forward. And that is the end of my remarks. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And that also concludes our presentation, and we look forward to answering any questions that you have.
Councilmember Newsom.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am super excited to be able to support this. I want to take the clock back a little bit further than the 10 years that Kara took us. I want to go back almost 20 years and just put this in the context of Evanston's continuous commitment to climate action over the last couple of decades. Our action, our climate action locally goes back as far as 2006 to Mayor Morton, when she signed on to the U.S. Mayor's Climate Protection Agreement. And every mayor since Lorraine Morton has committed in some way, shape, or form to continuing our progress on climate action. In 2016, Mayor Tisdall signed on to the Global Covenant of Mayors. In 2017, Mayor Hagerty signed on to the Mayors for 100% Clean Energy. Under the previous council, under Mayor Hagerty's leadership, we passed our current version of a climate action plan, the CARP plan, Climate Action and Resilience Plan, which called for zero carbon by 2050. What we are talking about now with the Healthy Buildings Ordinance is putting into action that commitment that the previous council made. This council reconfirmed that commitment several years ago when we unanimously passed the climate emergency resolution. So we are now just doing what this council said we were going to do, what previous councils have committed us to doing. I also want to point out that when CARP was passed at the end of 2018, this was done with the support of the large employers in town. We have documentation on file from District 65, ETHS, Northwestern, the hospitals, Rotary International, even Presbyterian Homes, committing their support for climate action. So I'm really proud of the work that has gone into this. Our staff has been exceptional. I also want to give a shout out to the Building Electrification Working Group. I think a couple of those folks are in the back. If you guys want to come in and wave and be recognized, we are really blessed to live in a community that has, such a depth of professional resources in town. That working group was not just a random clown tree hugger, group of green folks. Three mechanical engineers. One, they might be all those things too, but it's a high level of technical expertise. 3 mechanical engineers, a civil engineer, an architect, an environmental engineer, a building decarbonization specialist. And this isn't even getting into all the nonprofit groups that help us on this journey here. So our carbon footprint is down almost 40%, since we've passed our first climate action plan in 2008. The work has been relatively easy and not super painful so far. But we're at the point now where it is going to start to get a little bit harder. And that means it's going to cost a little bit of money or a lot of money. And knowing that is the case, let's seize this opportunity to use $10.4 million of federal funding to help us through this transition. We need to pass this now in order to lock in that federal support. And with that federal support, we can ensure that we maintain an equity focus. We are not disproportionately disadvantaging buildings or communities that are least able to adapt to this change. I want to also make it really clear that we're not talking about single-family houses here. We're not talking about small apartment buildings. We're talking about buildings that are 20,000 square feet and above. Those are fairly large buildings in the community. I also want to make clear that the city is walking this walk and holding ourselves to an even higher level. We are subjecting ourselves to the same ordinance for buildings 10,000 square feet and above. And that is, kind of outside of our commitment to our zero emissions plan that this council has approved as well. So the city is walking the walk. And I really think we can move forward with the support of a bunch of nonprofit partners. I also want to point out that as a university city, we are not alone in pursuing this type of arrangement. Columbia University in New York City is subject to similar requirements. Harvard and MIT and Cambridge, subject to similar requirements. UC Boulder in Colorado, Washington University in St. Louis. I'm not sure staff mentioned it in the proposal, but I believe the statistic is 25% of the U.S. population lives in a municipality where similar legislation is in place or in the process of being considered. So Evanston is not taking a leadership role here. We are playing catch up with other folks and are able to have the benefit of learning from their lessons. And the ordinance that we are passing here was modeled on successful ordinances elsewhere, kind of tweaked to, customize it to work very well in our community. So I am super excited about passing this, and I hope it goes smoothly. Thank you.
Councilmember Reid, followed by Suffredin.
Thank you. One, I first want to start by thanking Mayor Biss, Councilmember Nusma, and others on the dais who have taken leadership on this. So I want to thank staff and the committee, particularly the committee that has spent, I think as Councilmember Nusma said, the better part of a year working on this, if not more. I can recall many times walking past the room up on the second floor and seeing folks deliberating on this issue. I didn't know that folks referred to this as the HBO. That makes sense because we are down to the wire on climate change. And particularly since our VIII didn't win the last election, we know that these federal funds are drying up. And we know that, as has been noted here, large buildings don't have to curb their enthusiasm. They just have to curb their carbon emissions. But I do have a few questions about this ordinance. There was a mention earlier of us, there being a need for city financing to help create an environment for these changes. Can staff talk a bit about that?
Sure. So staff is aware that the upfront capital costs of building electrification are high at this point in time. And we're aware that we need to support our community, especially those buildings that have an equity priority that, for example, house seniors or have affordable housing, some of our school buildings, that do need financial support in affording implementation, including, frankly, our own city facilities. And so the way that we propose to achieve that is, as my colleague Benjamin mentioned, through the CPACE program at Cook County, that's Commercial Property Assessed Clean Energy, through our continuous and, I think, untiring efforts to pursue grant funding. We look at grants every day to try to support this effort. And as was mentioned, we were successful in getting a $10.4 million grant, which will pay for at least 100 full building audits for our community's buildings. In addition to that, we're looking at a grant that will set up a marketplace so that different financial tools and products can be available to buildings that need them. We're really in the cutting edge space financially to make this work, understanding that federal incentives may not be there forever.
Thank you for that. So what is the overall cost that we're potentially looking at? I mean, just now you shared, for 100 buildings, we're looking at 500 minimum that will be covered by this ordinance. So, that'd be $50 million there to conduct audits of all of those buildings. What is the cost that we're looking at? And is this something, if we really want to meet these goals beyond just passing the ordinance, is this something that we should be working into our, that we should be amortizing?
The cost of community-wide building electrification will be several hundreds of millions of dollars. An asterisk.
And just to interject, I'm sorry, I just really want to focus on the city's cost, expenditures that we expect the city itself to have to.
I'll defer that question to Deputy City Manager Ruger.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council, Deputy Manager Steve Ruger. So just so I'm clear on the question, I think what's being asked is obviously,
I'll just say there's going to be a cost to the city meeting the benchmarks in this ordinance. There's going to be a cost to, I would imagine that there's going to be some kind of equity component. Folks mentioned concern about this potentially increasing the cost of housing, although I did hear the argument around reducing the cost of utility. But, there may be other considerations that the city has to take to make sure that this policy works. And I just want to get an understanding of how much that may cost.
Okay, yeah, so I can speak to the city specifically. So the ordinance, the provisions require that any building over 10,000 square feet at the city be upgraded to full electrification and be carbon neutral. So the cost for that, I believe there were some rough numbers that were put together in around 2021. There were different scenarios at that point. Right now, we don't have the full cost of what it would take to electrify all of our buildings. That's going to come through work that we'll do with staff. In doing part of the grant, we'll pay for our own assessments to look at what those costs might be. So I don't actually have a number right now to bring you that says this is how much it's going to cost the city to electrify its buildings.
Thank you for that. I do think that I support this ordinance and I want us to move forward with it, but I also want to make sure that if we're passing this ordinance, we're passing it with the full consequences in mind, because if we don't, then, a future council 10 years down the line, 15, whatever it is going to look and say, well, hey, we don't have the money to do this. It was fine and dandy that the council passed this, but we're going to amend the ordinance, or we're just not going to follow the ordinance because we weren't put in a position to be able to follow it. And so I think we need to understand those costs so we can really plan those costs in and begin to set aside the money we need annually for that. Understanding that, again, because of our VIII not winning, that there likely won't be funding, certainly in the near future, and, who knows. I also, so thank you for that. I want to understand more about, I'll skip over the alternative compliance pathways plan. I have some concerns there, but for time, I'm going to go straight to fines. And it seems like the fine is not defined within the ordinance, that there's just kind of a loose, the city manager will assess a fine. One, am I correct in that understanding?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And I guess this first to our law department, would you recommend that there's a way of creating policy that we don't put a number in the ordinance, that we just leave it up to whatever, future city manager in 15, 20 years, whatever numbers they can conjure up?
Thank you, Councilmember Reid, for the question. So the city code does mandate a general fine in Title I if there's not a specific number listed in the possible fine. So the city code does account for that. I believe it's anywhere from $100 to $750 in Title I. And correct me if I'm wrong, Kara, but I think the goal would be that as this moves closer to 2050, we institute the fine and we specify it.
That is correct. The city staff is also working with the U.S. Department of Energy's Berkeley Lab, the National Laboratory in Berkeley, California, to start to understand what an appropriate fine structure would be. And that process would also take place with rulemaking. So it would be a combination of the property assessed value with the degree to which a building is non-compliant with the ordinance. And so because several communities have done this in the past, we do have the support of several PhD researchers whose full-time job is to figure out the fine structure for ordinances for building performance standards.
I do think that is an important component here. I mean, I would like to have that set out from the onset and not just leave that up to council to hopefully catch 20, 30 years down the line. So I do have a bit of concern about that, and I think it'll be easier now to set in the fines, and particularly steep fines for non-compliance. One, to let folks know what is coming if they don't comply over the time period. And so I would love to see that in this version. And then just lastly, I presume I have about a minute left. I'll just ask about the alternative compliance pathways.
20 seconds.
20 seconds, okay. So I'll ask about that one. Can you describe that a bit more? You talked about it a bit in your presentation.
Sure. So the answer to both of your questions is that there will be a year-long rulemaking process participating with the community and affected stakeholders who will have a seat at the table to help us define these standards, including the fines, which will be defined over the next year, not later than 2026. So every building will have an understanding of what the fine would be if they don't meet compliance within 1 year from now. In terms,
just one point on that. As far as rulemaking, my understanding is that a fine would have to be an ordinance, and a penalty couldn't just be set up through a rulemaking process. Corporation Counsel, am I wrong in that thinking, or am I misunderstanding what you're saying, Kara?
I think that's correct, but I think what Kara's saying is that within a year, it would come back to City Council for amendment of that ordinance.
Correct. The results of the rulemaking process will be further codification of the rules.
Okay, thank you. And then you were going to answer the second.
In terms of alternative compliance, so for anyone who's listening or who's given public comment who's really concerned about meeting this ordinance, who perhaps manages a historic building, we heard about having to move out all the tenants of a building in order to achieve deep decarbonization. Those are all situations where the property manager would request alternative compliance, explain the situation, and the public body would determine what is reasonable in that situation. Also, I mentioned some examples, backup generators, end of useful life of equipment, and there's any number of situations that I think we either can and also cannot imagine that buildings would come to us and say, hey, this is the situation at my building. Every building is very different. Please have a special consideration for my circumstance. I can't meet these by 2035, but I can meet them by 2050. So there's flexibility in the ordinance, understanding that all the situations are really different for how this would be implemented.
Thank you. I reserve my 2 seconds.
3. Councilmember Sefferden.
Yeah, Kara, we've talked about this, and I think this is either a Steve or Karina question. But do we have like a methodology and timeline for figuring out what this will cost the city? I mean, I know we said we don't have a number, but between the city, 202 and 65, those are all right on the tax bill.
Yeah. No, Mayor, Council, thank you for that question. I will actually ask Karina to answer part of that. But as far as, I just want to go back, there's kind of a chicken before the egg thing, my understanding, and Kara can correct me if I'm wrong, but the $10.7 million, 10.4 million dollars, a portion of that will pay for us to do some of that assessment work. Is that correct? So, so I think some of that, we can do some facilities assessments and really get some solid numbers as we start working through that grant. But I want to talk to Karina. She's had some conversations with our facilities folks as well about the timeline.
Thanks.
Good evening, council members. Karina Sanchez, Deputy City Manager for the City of Evanston. As we're working through all of this, as you know, in the ordinance, there's a requirement for city facilities to be in compliance within 10 years. So one of our plans is we do have an internal working group. There was a strategic document put forth like 2-3 years ago that provided some estimates. And I think it all depends on what kind of approach we want to take. If we are there's like 3 scenarios that were provided. On the lower end, these again, estimates, I think it's better. Again, these are just estimates. Once we have when we work with the consultant that we can get a better assessment, we'll be able to provide you numbers. But based on that strategic plan, on the lower end would be $35 to $40 million. I do want to say that they also identify cost savings, but that will be to initially start the program. And in a very aggressive scenario, we could look up to between $70 to $75 million.
Okay, because I mean, the numbers are important, but the
strategy is also
strategy
very important.
is huge, like which budgets it'll hit.
And one of the things that I also want to commend them is that even though those are the costs, they also identify other areas that we would be saving some money as well. So even though there's some implementation costs, there's also cost savings that was proposed in that strategy document.
Okay, because I mean, in the continuity and making sure that future councils understand that this is a non-negotiable. I don't know how we really nail that down, but.
At least from the facilities end, we are committed to adhering to this ordinance and trying to do our best. There's various strategies that we can look into. I think even the putting assets to work is another opportunity as to how we look at all of the facilities that we own. What is our long-term plan with them? And then just putting a plan forth that makes sense just for us to execute this in a successful manner.
Thanks.
Mayor, Council, I just want to follow up that. So the numbers I think that Karina put forth, those are not fair estimates, I think, for us to look at right now, just based on how things have changed and really how those went about. The other thing I just wanted to clarify is I don't believe that the 10-year requirement for the city is in the ordinance. It's in CARP. That's a CARP goal, but it's not specifically listed in the ordinance. So I wanted to make that clear as well.
Councilmember Kelly.
Thank you. Yeah, that would be great to get. Well, first, thank you for all your great work and the team's work on this. It's really thorough, and I think it answers a lot of questions for concerns that have been out there. But I do think I have requested a capital cost, a 10-year projection capital cost for infrastructure. And I think all of this would be, I think we really need that very much to figure out what we have funded, what's still unfunded. We desperately need to see that. So I hope we can get that soon. I guess I've spoken with Ms. Pratt about this. I know, I think you've answered many questions for me, but I think nevertheless in the community as a downtown and Northwestern council member, I've heard a lot about some of our stakeholders who are more impacted by this, wanting to have more discussion. So I appreciate, I think you're scheduling 2 meetings between now, 3 meetings, and especially I think those group meetings are so important. The same way I asked Ms. Flax for the, rental registration, to put out and let folks know that there's going to be 2 meetings, a virtual meeting, so they're easy to attend, so everybody can hear each other too. And then that will be really useful to me when we come back to hear the results of that and to hear their input, hear what their concerns were. If you were able to dispel concerns, maybe, much of those concerns will be dispelled at that meeting. But I think, I would like to hear what are those concerns, and either why they're legitimate or not legitimate, or if they are why we disagree in terms of why this should move forward despite that. So thank you for setting those up. And those will be available on the website, like those Zoom meetings? Okay, great. Thank you so much.
At this time, no one's asking to speak for the first time. We go back to Councilmember Newsmill. Your time has expired. So
Thank you. This will be quick. Just with regards to forward-looking CapEx projections, let's note that even without a healthy building ordinance, even without going electric, buildings will be replacing their mechanical systems over the next 25 years. So it may cost X number of dollars to go all electric, but they're going to be spending Y numbers of dollars anyway, absent the HBO to maintain gas infrastructure. So I just want to make sure those numbers are taken in that context.
Yeah, and I appreciate you pointing that out. I think that's a really critical part of this. And the other thing I would just reiterate, as you mentioned, as well as Steve, you know, our 2050 net zero goal is in CARP. Our 2035 city facilities net zero goal is in CARP. And so when we're asking questions about what's it going to take to get there, those are really important questions, but those are not questions about some new ambitious goal that we had never contemplated before. Those are questions about a goal that this body adopted a number of years ago, and I think the community wants to see us achieve those goals. Would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Kelly. Aye. Councilmember Harris. Aye. Councilmember Nguyen. Aye. Councilmember Newsma.
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton. Councilmember Revel. Aye. Councilmember Reid.
Aye.
Councilmember Hadakaris.
Aye.
With 8 voting in favor and 0 voting against, the motion carries and ordinance 1-0-25 is introduced. Thanks so much to everyone for their work. We have 10 items left, but they are all liquor licenses for potential introduction and action. So if folks are inclined to just wave them through, I'm happy to take them as a single motion.
First, move to suspend the rules for introduction and action.
Second.
Councilmember Hadakaris moves to suspend Rule 21.1, I think. Councilmember Hadakaris moves to suspend the rules so that the following items may be introduced and acted upon tonight. 21, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, and 31. Councilmember Newsma seconds. Will the clerk please take the roll? Councilmember Reid.
Yeah, may I ask that the liquor license for the individual businesses be removed, right? Because we're passing both amendments to the liquor code and individual liquor licenses. Is that correct?
No, the amendments to the liquor code are, I view those as a substantive ordinance that should not be done in one night. So that was already that was already introduced on the consent agenda.
My apologies.
That was 822.
Right. Thank you.
All right, so the motion was made by Councilmember Hadakaris and seconded by Councilmember Newsma and stands, and that's the motion to suspend the rules. Would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Kelly. Aye. Councilmember Harris.
Aye.
Councilmember Nguyen. Aye. Councilmember Newsma.
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton. Aye. Councilmember Revel. Aye. Councilmember Reid.
Aye.
Councilmember Hadakaris.
Aye.
With 8 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion receives the required unanimous vote, and therefore the rules are suspended. Now, having done that, would anyone care to make a motion for those 10 items together?
Mr. Mayor, I move items A21 and A23 through A31.
Second.
Councilmember Newsma moves introduction and action and approval of the following ordinances: 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and 18, all -0-25. Councilmember Harris seconds. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Kelly.
Aye.
Councilmember Harris.
Aye.
Councilmember Nguyen. Aye. Councilmember Newsma.
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton. Councilmember Revel. Aye. Councilmember Reid.
Aye.
Councilmember Hadakaris.
Aye. With 8 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries, and the 10 ordinances just read are all introduced and approved. This brings us to call of the wards. Councilmember Kelly.
So I just want to say thank you to the Parks and Rec team and the Greenways for a beautiful opening of the ice skating rink at Arrington Lagoon. Really delightful. I got so much positive feedback and reviews. A lot of fun. So thank you. And I will be scheduling I think it'll be my 5th or my 6th Envision Evanston meeting on the historic districts. So stay tuned for that. That will be coming out soon. Thank you.
Councilmember Harris.
Thank you so much, Mayor. Just wanted to again acknowledge we lost a pillar in the community, which happened to be my uncle, George Dotson, who had served the Evanston community, the city of Evanston for over 40 years. We had his funeral last week, and it was a really nice homegoing. So everybody who was instrumental in that, thank you so much. My family appreciates it. Love Your Black, we're moving along with that, and I'm very excited about that program. We will be having some meetings soon with the council members, wards that it affects. So be looking forward to some really nice action in our communities. I will be having the second ward meeting January 21st next week at 7 p.m. And then I just wanted to bring a little context to what we saw today at the Proclamations. We saw two historical Black Greek organizations, and this month of January there were a lot of Black Greek organizations founded. I would be remiss if I did not wish Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated a happy Founders Day tomorrow. That's the organization my mom is in, the pink and green. And then Kappa Alpha Psi last week had their founders. So there are 9, they're called the Divine 9 historically Black Greek organizations. And the reason they were formed is that African Americans were not allowed to join the fraternities and sororities that were at colleges. And from that, we worked diligently with the Latino population, and there are our cousin sororities and fraternities that the Black Greek historical organization helped found. So January is a big month, and I'd love to tell you more at a later date, but not at 11. That's it.
Councilmember Wynn. Councilmember Nusma.
3 things. Number 1, the February ward meeting will be February 4th, Tuesday, 7 p.m. at Robert Crown. We are going to be talking about the comprehensive plan with staff in attendance. February office hours will be Saturday the 8th, 10 to noon at Berry Pike. And number 3, as chair of the former redistricting committee, just a reminder that apparently the new ward boundaries are now in effect. And when we vote in the April elections, we'll be voting in the new wards.
It's on the calendar. It's on the webpage, though.
I would ask the Corporation Council to look into this, because I think this is a very peculiar confusion. I don't know that it's consistent with the core principles of democracy for someone to be
that's why I'm
represented by somebody who they didn't vote for or against.
We're in a little bit of a gray area. It is 100% true that we will be voting in the new wards.
Thanks.
Correct.
Councilmember Suffredin. Councilmember Revelle.
Well, for the handful of people who won't be at the Land Use Commission on Wednesday, they're invited to come Wednesday at 6:30 p.m. to the American Legion Hall, second floor hall, 1030 Central Street, and that's to learn about the Lincoln Street Bridge Replacement Project, which is, it's not happening for still another couple of years, but there are these multiple phases that we go through, and we have to report to give the public an opportunity to see all the plans. So there'll be staff there to answer questions. There'll be drawings, maps, all kinds of good information, and I look forward to seeing people there. And then you can watch the Land Use Commission recording.
Councilmember Reid.
Just 8th Ward meeting last Thursday of the month as we normally schedule it. So looking forward to engaging with folks there. I will send out a newsletter that announces who will be present. Certainly think we're going to have to circle back around to Envision Evanston in February. So that will likely be something that comes up next month. Other than that, thank you.
Councilmember Hadakaris.
There will be office hours on January 31st at Reprise Roasters. And instead of a morning office hours, I'll be there from 1 till 3.
And now, seeing nothing further to come before us, the January 13th meeting of the Evanston City Council stands adjourned. Have a good evening.